Chapter 110. What he was going to face was no ordinary rebellious Nin. But as an S-class rebellious Nin, he even seriously injured 3 Jounin by himself. There are also 2 special Jounin. This kind of strength is probably unmatched by anyone except the Hokage. Inuzuka Kiba, on the other hand, is much more impulsive compared to the calmer Aburame Shino. Looking at the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, he didn't feel any fear at all, but on the contrary, he was a little eager to try. I don't have time to talk too much nonsense to you two. You will not be my opponent. Hinata, I'm leaving, take good care of yourself. Uzumaki Naruto slowly held Hinata in his arms, and then took a few steps back. Use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave here directly. He just didn't want to kill someone in front of Hinata. Otherwise, relying on Aburame Shino's attack just now, Uzumaki Naruto could seriously injure him with just one look. Hinata, are you okay? Aburame Shino and Inuzuka Kiba were both teammates of Hinata. At this time, they stepped forward and immediately asked Hinata. But Hinata had no intention of answering the two of them, and just stared blankly at where Uzumaki Naruto left. Naruto. A month later, the Akatsuki organization began to plunder tailed beasts on a large scale. It has been fermenting in a ninja world, and half of the tailed beasts have been captured by the Akatsuki organization. However, the power of the Akatsuki organization has not been weakened, but people have paid more and more attention to it. He even started a 5-kage meeting for the Akatsuki organization alone. In this meeting of the 5 shadows, the importance of tailed beasts and the dangers of the Akatsuki organization were directly explained. In the end, the ninja villages of the 5 major countries chose to join forces to jointly search out the members of the Akatsuki organization and annihilate them. The 5th Hokage and Senju Tsunade returned to Konoha village. I have been thinking about Uzumaki Naruto. If Uzumaki Naruto can defect and rebel, become their internal agent in the Akatsuki organization, then the Akatsuki organization will not be so scary. Just wanting to control Uzumaki Naruto would not be an easy task. At the beginning, Senju Tsunade did not want to arrest Uzumaki Naruto. It's just that Mito Katoyen was also killed by Uzumaki Naruto, so Uzumaki Naruto must be wanted. Otherwise, the daimyo cannot explain it. As the guardian of the darkness, Shimura Danzo does not need to explain to anyone even if he dies. Just as Senju Tsunade was distressed, the door to the office was pushed open. Seeing the visitor come in without even knocking, Senju Tsunade's brows furrowed slightly. Old woman, I should have told you to knock on the door next time you come in. Senju Tsunade was not in a very good mood at the moment, and the rudeness of the visitor made her feel even more unhappy. After all, she is also a Hokage and the most powerful person in the village. Although the person who came here was higher than her in terms of seniority, he was actually much shorter than her in terms of status. The person who came was none other than Koharu, the only elder advisor of Konoha. Tsunade, are you thinking about something? It's Uzumaki Naruto's matter, I want to talk to you about this matter. As soon as Xiaochun sat down in bed, he explained the purpose of coming here this time. Uzumaki Naruto had killed Mito Katoyen and Shimura Danzo, but that made her angry for a long time. After all, the person who had known these two people for the longest time, apart from the late Sandaime Hokage, was her. Old woman, do you have an idea? Senju Tsunade looked at Kaori Koharu with some suspicion, even after she sat in the Hokage's seat. The position of Hokage advisor seems to be much more fictitious, and she also deliberately used it as a Hokage advisor. This is why, when the 3rd Hokage was Hokage, there was such a big difference in workload compared to when the 5th Hokage took office. Of course, the Sandaime left a backup at the beginning. Originally, I wanted to tie Naruto Uzumaki to the Leaf Village with fetters, but unfortunately he failed. In other words, he didn't expect that the bond would break like this. But Naruto Uzumaki still cares about the bond and was able to kill Danzo and Mito for Uchiha Izumi. After going to bed, Xiaochun sat on a stool, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he had some bad intentions, and Senju Tsunade could hear what the other party meant from these words. You mean, Hinata? Senju Tsunade was slightly startled, and she probably guessed what Koharu wanted to say when she went to bed. But just for a moment, she directly rejected it. Not to mention that Hyuga Hinata is also a member of the Hyuga clan, and is one of the few fresh blood in Konoha. If this was used to blackmail Uzumaki Naruto, what was the difference between what Shimura Danzo did? Tsunade, people can't live a bright life all their lives. For the sake of the village, sometimes we need to sacrifice, let me do this. I will go and talk to the Hyuga clan, Hizu still owes me a favor. This is the only chance, if we don't seize it, Uzumaki Naruto will grow more and more terrifying. The caged bird seal and Hinata are our final trump cards. After turning to bed, Xiaochun shook his head, with a ferocious look on his face. For her, living alone in this world doesn't mean much. It is better to make more contributions to Konoha, and then firmly control Uzumaki Naruto in Konoha village. In this way, perhaps the wishes of her old friends can be fulfilled. Old woman, don't take things too seriously. Do you know what you, as the Hokage's advisor, were just suggesting to me? These are not such dark times anymore, as you should know very well. Senju Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, although she also wanted to do this in her heart. But her reason told her that she couldn't do this, even if she could control Naruto Uzumaki. Okay, don't worry about this matter, I will take care of it. After turning to bed, Koharu stood up slowly. It was obvious that he didn't want to listen to Tsunade Senju, so he turned around and left. Looking at the door gradually closing, Senju Tsunade's face became ugly. Boom! He punched the desk suddenly, and the terrifying force smashed the desk into pieces. Damn old woman! Senju Tsunade snorted, and then looked at the Hokage rock outside the window. She knew very well that if it were her grandfather, the first Hokage, he would never do this. But if it were the second-generation Hokage, he would definitely support Koharu's move. And she neither wants to be the first generation nor the second generation. There will definitely be a way. Senju Tsunade looked at Hokage Iwa with firm eyes and murmured to herself. Chapter 111. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto, who had just dealt with the Four Tails matter, returned to the Akatsuki organization. It was very smooth to extract the 4 tails, and now they are only 6, 7, 8 or 9 short of the tail. Among them, Kyubi is still in his body, and he can liberate Kyubi at any time if he wants. Subconsciously, Chu Ran was also thinking about something. How can Uzumaki Naruto get close to Orochimaru, if he gets close to Orochimaru? Only in this way can the half-body of Kyubi be contacted faster and the full power of Kyubi be obtained. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 14:6. Soul, 7:1. Blackening progress, 64:08. Blackening points, 7,378. Blackened Mall, opened. This month, the progress of blackening has been slightly improved, but there are not many events that can really become nutrients for blackening. If you want to see the Yondaime Hokage, you must use the Ghoul Seal to release the shackles of the soul. Otherwise, you won't be able to harvest the half-body of Kyubi. But if you want to break the Zombie Seal, except for Orochimaru, it may not be possible for anyone else to do it. Regarding this point, Chu Ran still felt a little troubled. Subconsciously, he had been thinking about this matter during this period. According to the current plot, Uchiha Sasuke should have killed Orochimaru. The next step is to seek revenge against Uchiha Itachi and use the 3 Magatama to fight the Manjiki Sharingan. Then came the hunt for the 8 Tails, triggering a war in the ninja world, but Danzo Shimura had been killed by Naruto Uzumaki. Uchiha Sasuke's appearance may not be so important. But only from Uchiha Sasuke can we discover the possibility, which requires Chu Ran to make good use of it. At this moment, on the outskirts of another Akatsuki organization station. Next to the lake, Naruto Uzumaki was sitting on a broken bridge and comprehending the energy of nature. As a person got closer and closer to him, Uzumaki Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Mr. Itachi, what's wrong? Compared to other people in the Akatsuki organization, he and Itachi Uchiha were old acquaintances. The two of them had not spoken to each other in the Akatsuki organization before this. This is probably the first time I've been alone together. Naruto, why did you join Akatsuki? Uchiha Itachi slowly walked to Uzumaki Naruto's side, his voice was very calm. Just like before, when Uzumaki Naruto first met him. Nothing seemed to be able to shake this man's heart. What about you? Why did Mr. Itachi choose to destroy the Uchiha clan to save Sasuke alone? Uzumaki Naruto did not answer this question directly, but instead asked such a question. For him, answering this question made little sense. His goal did not need to be directly explained to Uchiha Itachi. Then you hate Konoha? Itachi Uchiha looked at the lake, and his eyes turned into Manjiki Sharingan at this moment. And Uzumaki Naruto also directly turned on the Sage mode. Yeah, hate. I hate it so much that I want to destroy it directly. Uzumaki Naruto raised the corners of his mouth slightly, he had already felt the murderous intention coming from Uchiha Itachi. He was already very convinced that Uchiha Itachi was about to take action. Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi's attack came without any warning, and in an instant, a layer of black fire ignited wherever he looked. Uzumaki Naruto's figure has long since disappeared. With the blessing of Sage mode, his sense of danger is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Relying on the sense of crisis conveyed by instinct, he immediately distanced himself from Uchiha Itachi. Immortal Technique Super Large Jade Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto threw 2 flying thunder god kunai, and at the same time, a huge Rasengan condensed in his hand. As he rushed towards Uchiha Itachi, his speed became faster. With the blessing of the flying thunder god technique, even Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu could not completely capture it. Susanoo. Facing Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Itachi used his full strength without any hesitation. This power is an ability that he has hidden for several years and has not been used a few times in the Akatsuki organization. It is also the ultimate power of the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. A giant with red chakra rose from the ground, with armor on its body, growing and strengthening based on chakra. Facing Uzumaki Naruto's magic, there was no way to avoid it. Boom! The huge impact and explosion caused intense turbulence in the entire lake. Uzumaki Naruto felt the huge impact coming from his arm and immediately let go of his hand. Burst! Before letting go of his hand, Uzumaki Naruto condensed the wind escape chakra inside and burst it out. As an explosion sounded, Uzumaki Naruto's figure was forced back more than 10 meters by the wind. He is indeed the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan. Uzumaki Naruto let out a breath, released the Sage mode, and directly entered the Ninetales chakra mode. Today, his strongest power is the Ninetales chakra mode. Whether it is the amount of chakra or the recovery power, they are top-notch. Even when facing Susanoo, Uzumaki Naruto is not afraid. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. With a loud shout, a huge fireball broke through the smoke and headed towards Uzumaki Naruto. The speed is so fast, with scorching flames, even if it is a C-level ninjutsu. But under the release of Itachi Uchiha, it was very close to the A-level ninjutsu. The terrifying power was so terrifying that even Uzumaki Naruto didn't want to resist. He immediately dodged away, and at the same time began to condense the wind release and spiral shuriken in his hand. As the spiral shuriken continued to rotate, it made a harsh sound of breaking through the air. Uchiha Itachi also had a solemn expression on his face, even though blood began to fall from the corners of his eyes at this time. But facing Naruto Uzumaki's offensive, he still did not dare to be careless. Wind release, spiral shuriken. Uzumaki Naruto threw the Rasen shuriken in his hand directly. This is his most damaging technique at present, and it is also the only technique that has a chance of breaking Susanoo's defense. Yata Mirror. Uchiha Itachi's expression changed slightly, and a red shield immediately appeared in Susanoo's hand. The Yata Mirror is an incorporeal spiritual weapon that possesses all properties. It can change its own properties according to the opponent's attack properties, rendering it ineffective. Chang. But even though it was the Yata Mirror, it still kept making harsh clanging sounds when faced with Uzumaki Naruto's spiral shuriken. Under the terrifying cutting power of the wind release chakra, the Yata Mirror cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. But just when the Yata Mirror was about to be shattered, the chakra of the Rasen shuriken was also exhausted. At this moment, Pain's 6 paths also stood between the two. Chapter 112. If it's just a discussion. It's about time you two stopped. Tiandao Pain stood between the two of them, and those cold words immediately made them lose their will to fight. Susanoo was lifted, Uchiha Itachi wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes, and disappeared with a teleportation technique, but there were still a few crows circling in the sky. Uzumaki Naruto also unlocked the Ninetales chakra mode, and then walked back in the other direction. What a despicable guy. If I had not prepared in advance, Uzumaki Naruto would have been brainwashed by other gods. He has even planned the appearance of Pain's 6 paths. He is really a scary guy. No wonder in the Akatsuki organization, even Uchiha Obito is extremely afraid of Uchiha Itachi. Subconsciously, Chu Ran couldn't help but admire Uchiha Itachi. There is no doubt that Uchiha Itachi's character is flawless and his intelligence is extremely high. In the battle just now, he did not use all his strength, or the purpose was to draw out Pain's 6 paths. While letting Uzumaki Naruto relax, he used the illusion of other gods in a crow's eyes to make Uzumaki Naruto fall into the illusion of other gods. Without preparation, this opportunity is sure to be seamless. Even Pain's 6 paths might not be aware of it, but unfortunately, Chu Ran was prepared early in the morning. Everything was arranged in advance to absolutely block an illusion, which Chu Ran left behind on purpose. Just to prevent Uzumaki Naruto from being controlled by other gods again. It's just that at this moment, Chu Ran had one more person to be wary of. In terms of combat power, Uchiha Itachi is definitely not the ceiling, but whether it is strength or intelligence, this kind of character has to be guarded against. Thankfully, this guy will die soon. A cold light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes, if Uchiha Itachi didn't die after a while. He might even give him a push. After all, no one would want to keep such a person. Outside, Uzumaki Naruto had already gone to his usual resting place. The figure of Uchiha Obito slowly appeared in front of him. I have a favor that I want to sell to you. How about it, are you willing to accept it? Uchiha Obito sat opposite Uzumaki Naruto and said these words immediately. This not only confused Uzumaki Naruto, but also made Chu Ran feel a little puzzled. What kind of favor? Let's talk about it first. Facing Uchiha Obito, Uzumaki Naruto still felt disgust and hatred in his heart. But I won't have an attack at this time, and I also want to hear what the information is. Pen may want to destroy Konoha village. How about this, is this favor okay? Uchiha Obito crossed his legs and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with interest. But these words did not make Uzumaki Naruto's heart waver much. The destruction of Konoha has nothing to do with me. Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly. He probably felt happy that the Leaf Village was destroyed. He had no idea at all, but soon Uzumaki Naruto felt something was wrong. A face suddenly appeared in his mind, that person was Hinata. If there is anyone in Konoha village that Naruto Uzumaki cares about, it is probably Hinata. It seems you know it too, I'll tell you the good news. He didn't tell anyone else about this. Take advantage of this time to save your little girlfriend. Uchiha Obito stretched his waist, and when he used the space ninjutsu again, it disappeared. If it was something else, he might not want to tell Uzumaki Naruto. It may also be because of what happened to Noara Rin that Uchiha Obito didn't want to see the same thing happen. That's why I told Uzumaki Naruto about this in advance, but at this time, Chu Ran subconsciously felt it was strange. Why do you still choose to destroy Konoha? This should not be consistent with the reason. In the original work, Konoha was destroyed because of the 9 tails in Uzumaki Naruto's body. The 9 tails is now considered to be under the control of the Akatsuki organization, so why bother? Is it because of the 5 Shadows conference some time ago that you specifically issued a challenge to the 5 major countries? Is it still because of what happened with Jiraiya, or because of Pain's 6 Paths body? Chu Ran felt a little strange in his heart. After all, this matter didn't make sense to him. From the time he began to blacken Uzumaki Naruto, everything he did would proceed in a certain pattern. But even so, he couldn't figure out how the current rules worked. Because of his intervention, the world now begins to become a little chaotic, and the plot will not go on like the original. Hinata. The destruction of Konoha is none of my business, but Hinata's. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and probably understood how to choose. As long as we take Hinata out of Konoha village now, the Akatsuki organization cannot bring Hinata in. Then try to arrange it in a safer place. You only need to check it every day. Anyway, it is very convenient to have the Flying Thunder God technique. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique. Back then, just in case, he placed the Flying Thunder God marks all over Konoha. In the blink of an eye, Uzumaki Naruto arrived in the back mountains of Konoha. Directly using Sage Mode, he began to explore Hinata's chakra. But after scanning several times, Uzumaki Naruto still couldn't find Hinata's chakra. How is it possible? Hinata is not in the Leaf Village. Going out on a mission? No, Kiba and Shino, including teacher Yuhi Kurenai, are both in the Leaf Village. Since it's a mission, then the team must be going together. Why is Hinata the only one missing? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but feel something bad in his heart. Subconsciously, Chu Ran also felt that things were not simple. Could it be that he was imprisoned in a place with a barrier? But why did you do this suddenly? Hinata doesn't look like someone who would go into prison. Is it because of me? The voice from Chu Ran appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's heart, just a reminder. This caused the veins on Naruto Uzumaki's forehead to pop out, and his face began to turn cold. The murderous intent in his eyes even caused the pupils to flicker with a slight red light. If this guess is true, then there is no need to wait for Pain's 6 Paths to come to Konoha. Today, Uzumaki Naruto will directly destroy Konoha village. No one will be left alive, and this ninja village that has caused him pain will be completely destroyed. Chapter 113. Calm down, it's not sure yet. After all, Hinata is from the Hyuga clan and has Byakugan. Even if you don't act with your own team, it's justified. First we need to find someone to get some information. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, and his anxious heart gradually began to calm down. Hinata has Byakugan, which can play a specific role in certain tasks. So even if you go out on a mission, it is not something that is incomprehensible. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto also planned to find someone to get information first. But who to look for made Uzumaki Naruto a little hesitant. Nowadays, there is almost no one in Konoha village that he can talk to. Although Jiraiya is in Konoha now, he is recuperating in Konoha hospital. Therefore, Uzumaki Naruto knew very well that even if he went through, he might not be able to obtain useful information, and it might even cause unnecessary trouble. Then the only choice is the Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang. Uzumaki Naruto thought carefully and finally chose Shino Aburame, whom he met last time. Konoha village, the territory of the Aburame clan. Shino Aburame was planning to go out for some training and try out her latest bugs. But just as he walked into the corner, the appearance of a figure startled him and he took a few steps back. Uzumaki Naruto. A large number of dense insects began to appear in the cuffs of Aburame Shino's hands. Around the body, terrifying insect waves formed. Even though he had put some distance between himself and Uzumaki Naruto, he was not sure he could escape. Don't get excited, I don't mean any harm. There's just one thing I wanted to ask you about. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and tried to act as normal as possible. Spreading his hands also showed that he meant no harm. But even so, Aburame Shino was still deeply wary of Uzumaki Naruto. You, a traitorous ninja, came back to Konoha village just to ask me a question. Don't be ridiculous. Compared to the other 12 strong, Aburame Shino is a very calm person. It was also in an extremely fast time that he had clearly judged the situation in front of him. It was definitely impossible for him to reveal Konoha's information to Uzumaki Naruto. Don't worry, I'm not asking you for information about Konoha. I just wanted to ask where Hinata went and why I couldn't find her. Did you go on a mission? There was a hint of anxiety in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and there was even some compromise in his tone. Aburame Shino was obviously slightly startled after hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words. The original defense was slightly lowered, but despite this, he did not withdraw the insects around his body. I don't know, I haven't seen Hinata for a week. I heard from Teacher Hong that he seems to be on a confidential mission. I don't know the specifics. Aburame Shino shook her head, since the other party just asked Hinata a question. And it didn't seem like a lie, but it made Aburame Shino feel a little strange. Secret mission. A chunin. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, having calmed down. He quickly began to deduce the authenticity of this, and it was unlikely that Shino Aburame would lie to him. After all, there is no need to deceive him in this matter. If he was really being held secretly, Aburame Shino's identity would not be known. Even if Hinata was planted with the caged bird curse seal, she is still the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. General secret missions are relatively dangerous missions, and the Hyuga family should not let her go. The Hyuga clan, which has always focused on reputation, will definitely let the elites of the clan go when it comes to completing such a secret mission. Hinata's strength is at the upper middle level among the Hyuga clan, and she doesn't need to make contributions to stabilize her status. Uzumaki Naruto closed his eyes and thought quickly, summarizing it, and he knew it. Hinata, something must have happened, it is definitely not possible that she was performing a secret mission. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto began to be unable to suppress the anger in his heart. The nine-tailed chakra that was about to go berserk all over his body, if Chu Ran hadn't been suppressing it, Uzumaki Naruto might have gone berserk just because he couldn't control the power. Calm down, we haven't found out where Hinata is yet. Since Yuhi Kurenai said Hinata was going to perform a secret mission, she must know something. Chu Ran also began to calm Uzumaki Naruto's emotions at the appropriate time. But at this time, it was not that easy to really stabilize Naruto Uzumaki's mood. Hyuga Hinata is his last reverse scale. If he had not experienced that infinite Tsukuyomi, Uzumaki Naruto might not be so angry. But at this time, before he got the truth, the progress of his darkening had not changed. But Chu Ran also knew very well in his heart that the truth was really as Uzumaki Naruto guessed. Not only will he use the most extreme method to retaliate against Konoha, but he will also tear the person who organized this conspiracy into pieces. Shino, thank you very much. Uzumaki Naruto let out a breath and glanced at Aburame Shino gratefully. A teleportation technique was used to disappear in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at the place where Yuhi Hong lived. Step by step up the stairs, Uzumaki Naruto was not as angry as he imagined, but knocked on Yuhi Kurenai's door very calmly. Squeak. The door was slowly opened, and Yuhi Hong looked at the person in front of her, and she didn't seem to be surprised at all. Instead, he invited Uzumaki Naruto in and made a cup of hot tea. You don't seem surprised that I'm coming over. Uzumaki Naruto sat on the sofa, his expression unexpectedly calm. Looking at Yuhi Hong in front of her, her slightly bulging belly, and a portrait not far away. It was Asuma Sarutobi, one of the Jounin along with Kakashi Hatake. Just like in the original work, he died at the hands of Haiden and Kakuzu. However, Hatake Kakashi and others failed to avenge Asuma Sarutobi later, allowing Kakuzu and Haiden to escape by chance. Well, after Hinata's accident, I had a feeling you would definitely come. Make a deal. Promise me, and I will tell you who took Hinata away, but I don't know exactly where. A glimmer of coldness flashed through Yuri's red eyes, which was hatred. It comes from the same hatred as Uzumaki Naruto, the seeds of hatred produced after the death of relatives. You're going to kill Haiden and Kakuzu, right? Revenge for Asuma-sensei. Chapter 114. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, and he finally understood. Why is this woman in front of me so calmly waiting for him to come over? It turns out that he had already thought about avenging Sarutobi Asuma, so he was so calm. Okay, but you have to tell me the location first. Then after I rescue Hinata, I will help you get revenge. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, but as a deal, he still wanted to take the initiative in his own hands. He is not at ease with others taking control, nor does he want to do so. No, I have to see the heads of those two guys before I can tell you who took Hinata away. I said, I don't know where Hinata was taken, I just know who took her away. Not many people in Konoha know about this matter. You have the Flying Thunder God technique, it's very easy to find Haiden and Kaku. Hinata is not in any danger now, that's all I can say. If you don't let me see the heads of those two guys, then even if you kill me, I won't tell you any information. Yuhi Hong took a deep breath, with a determined look in her eyes. She would not choose to continue to give in or retreat. Kurenai Yuhi knew very well how strong the two people who killed Sarutobi Asuma were. Even though Inoshikacho, Hatake Kakashi, and two Jounin were dispatched at the same time, they still failed to succeed in revenge. If there is anyone who can help Sarutobi Asuma take revenge, it is Uzumaki Naruto, who is also a member of the Akatsuki organization. What if I said, if you don't tell me, I will kill the child in your belly? Teacher Hong, this is the only thought Asuma has left for you. Uzumaki Naruto hated this feeling of being threatened, and his eyes were full of coldness at this time. He is no longer the ignorant child he once was, and his hands have long been stained with countless blood. Although he couldn't bear to kill a child, he would not refuse if it was for Hinata. You wouldn't do that, Hinata is so important to you. You must not want to make Hinata sad. Yuhi Hong smiled slightly, without any nervousness. She knew that the boy in front of her was trying to scare her. But Uzumaki Naruto underestimated Yuhi Kurenai's endurance. How could he be afraid of this if he could become a Jounin? Although this child was her last counterscale, she also had reason to believe that Uzumaki Naruto would not dare to do this. Okay, I accept the deal. But you have to know one thing, that is, if you cheat on me, you will end up in a terrible situation. Uzumaki Naruto slowly stood up and carved a Flying Thunder God mark on the table. The moment the words fell, his figure also disappeared. When he reappeared, he had returned to the Akatsuki organization's base. Here, Uzumaki Naruto remembered that Haiden and Kakuzu had just returned 2 days ago. The two of them were usually together, and the two who had just captured the Vulpix must still be resting. Naruto Uzumaki didn't hesitate and walked towards the cave where they lived. After walking for a while, he saw Kakuzu suturing Haiden's wound. Kyubi brat. What are you doing here? When Kakuzu saw that the person coming was Uzumaki Naruto, he also put down what he was doing, frowned and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. Haiden just snorted and ignored it. He didn't have a good impression of people who used genjutsu, including Uchiha Itachi. It's time to change the location of the base, let me take you there. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the two of them calmly, and then slowly walked forward. Putting his palms on their shoulders, he immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear. On weekdays, the Akatsuki organization will often change the temporary location of the base. This was not the first time that Uzumaki Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to take them away, so the two of them had no defense. But just when the environment in front of them changed, they both felt that something was wrong with the situation in front of them. Because the place in front of you is a plain and among mountains. And it doesn't seem like a location where a base will be established, from a geographical point of view. It's more like in the Land of Fire. Usually when their base changes location, it will be near the tailed beast they are about to hunt. For example, their last base was at the junction of the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Thunder. Just to facilitate the capture of the Six-Tails Jinchuriki. What kind of place is this? Do you have to look at the scenery when choosing a base now? Haiden has a big brain, and apart from conveying the teachings of the evil god cult and killing people, his brain has no other use. On the contrary, Kakuzu felt something was wrong and was about to turn around and ask. However, Uzumaki Naruto came to Kakuzu in an instant and directly used the 5-sense genjutsu. Haiden's eyes, which were originally bright, became dull and dull. He stood there, motionless, and the red sickle in his hand fell to the ground. After being stunned for a moment, Kakuzu immediately removed the black thread on his arm. Separating the wrist from the arm, a thick black thread was released from the arm, shooting towards Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto's body was flexible and he could avoid being caught by the black thread with just a few flips. "You brat, you betrayed the organization, haven't you? You dare to do such a thing, I'm afraid you don't want to live anymore." Kakuzu narrowed his eyes slightly, and was already sure that Uzumaki Naruto was now their enemy. But they were brought here by the Flying Thunder God's technique, but they had no way to contact other people. It was obvious that Naruto Uzumaki had prepared it in advance. "I'm sorry, someone has offered you a price for your heads. The offer was too high and I couldn't refuse." Uzumaki Naruto looked at Kakuzu with an indifferent expression, showing no fear in the face of an S-class rebellious nin. He is no longer the little brat he was back then, and now his strength is among the Akatsuki organization, except for maybe Pain and Uchiha Itachi. No one else could be an enemy of Naruto Uzumaki. 9 llamas, lend me your power and fight quickly." Uzumaki Naruto closed his eyes and began to communicate with Chu Ran subconsciously. The moment Chu Ran mobilized the 9-tailed chakra, Uzumaki Naruto's body surface also lit up with a dazzling golden light. His whole body was wrapped in golden chakra, and the aura contained in it made Kakuzu slightly startled. He has lived a long time, so he naturally knows the terror of the 9-tails chakra. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his secret technique. Secret technique Earth Resentment. Kakuzu's clothes began to fall into pieces, and 3 strange masks moved to his shoulders. This was the first time that Kakuzu took action, and Uzumaki Naruto was not in a hurry to test it immediately. Chapter 115. Every member of the Akatsuki organization is very powerful. As an S-class trader, no one is simple. Perhaps they have the special ability to kill shadow-level powerful people, and it is precisely because of this that Uzumaki Naruto will not be careless. As his power grew stronger, Uzumaki Naruto realized that this world was not simple. Especially the 3 strange masks on Kakuzu's shoulders in front of him. After turning on the 9-tails chakra mode, Uzumaki Naruto can also clearly perceive the chakra changes in attributes. Those 3 masks all have different colors and different chakra attributes. No, it seems there are more than 3 masks. He should be hiding 2 more secret techniques that possess 5 nature changes at the same time. If that's the case, there's nothing to be afraid of. Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly and was able to clearly judge the opponent's strength. But even so, he still did not choose to take the lead. On the contrary, Kakuzu was looking for the right opportunity at this time. What a cautious kid. Earth release Earth Spear. Thunder escape pseudo-darkness. Wind escape press. Kakuzu didn't waste much time and just formed a seal, triggering 3 different ninjutsu to be released directly. The 3 masks on the shoulders directly erupted with ninjutsu of different attributes. Wind and Thunder Earth is a ninjutsu with 3 changing properties, and its power is close to that of an A-level ninjutsu. It can be regarded as a mobile fort. If it were an ordinary ninja, he would definitely have trouble defending himself. But Naruto Uzumaki's speed was like a golden light, spinning back and forth on the plane. Even high-density and wide-range ninjutsu cannot harm Uzumaki Naruto at all. But under such a dense attack from Kakuzu, it was difficult for Uzumaki Naruto to get close. He could only throw out several Flying Thunder God kunai first. But he was soon seen through by Kakuzu, and another mask appeared behind him, making his firepower even greater. Whenever Uzumaki Naruto throws a kunai, a terrifying heat wave will hit directly. The heat wave of fire escape that could melt even kunai pushed Naruto Uzumaki further and further away. Wind release, Spiral Shuriken. While Uzumaki Naruto was forming the seal, the Spiral Shuriken appeared in his hand. The harsh sound of breaking through the air, accompanied by the constantly rotating wind, suddenly hit the front. In just an instant, he passed through Kakuzu's offensive and continued to approach. But the first Spiral Shuriken was dodged by Kakuzu. It was just a wipe on the abdomen, but even though it was just a wipe on the abdomen, the terrifying power almost cut him in half. This kid can actually do such a terrifying wind escape. Kakuzu's pupils continued to tremble, and the contempt in his eyes immediately dissipated and was replaced by solemnity. At the same time, after the wound on his abdomen appeared, what flowed out was not blood. Instead, a mask composed of black lines fell out of it. There are some blue lines in it, which obviously represent the changes in the nature of water escape chakra. Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, and he could already basically judge what Kakuzu's abilities were. There are 5 chakra changes in total, which means you have 5 lives, right? When all the masks on your shoulders are scattered, it will be your death. Uzumaki Naruto raised the corners of his mouth slightly and approached Kakuzu again. Kakuzu snorted coldly and did not reply, but continued to release various ninjutsu. You brat, don't think that I only know these ninjutsu. Composite ninja technique, flame, wind and waves. A cold light flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. This was the first time someone dared to despise him like this. He immediately used his unique skill, which was compound ninjutsu. Used the wind escape mask and the fire escape mask to perform relatively complex ninjutsu at the same time. Adding together is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. A large sea of raging fire rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto with a huge heat wave. It's like a terrifying wave, extremely spectacular. But Uzumaki Naruto just smiled slightly, and his figure disappeared instantly. Disappeared? Where did you go? Did you escape? Kakuzu looked at Uzumaki Naruto who had disappeared, and began to look for Uzumaki Naruto everywhere. While he was searching, a chill suddenly appeared in his heart. Before he could turn around, a large gash had been opened in his back by the kunai in Uzumaki Naruto's hand. The earth escape mask continued to flow out from the wound, accompanied by dense black lines. Uzumaki Naruto, on the other hand, immediately dodged away after succeeding in one blow. When? Did you place the mark of Flying Thunder God on me during the teleportation? Damn it! What a cunning little devil! Kakuzu endured the pain in his body and glared at Uzumaki Naruto. But he had no choice. In the battle, the time and space ninjutsu was too shameless. Especially the agile Flying Thunder God technique is even more difficult to figure out. Kakuzu, on the other hand, became even more difficult to deal with at this time. He could only silently tear the clothes off his shoulders. He was relieved to see that it was just the mark of the Flying Thunder God on the clothes. He still has 3 grievances, which is equivalent to 3 more lives. But Kakuzu knew very well that he had no chance to escape. Uzumaki Naruto is a person with the Flying Thunder God technique, so he cannot be given a chance to escape. Kid, why did you do this? Logically speaking, Hayden and I have no grudge against you. If you were to ambush Deidara like this, I would be able to think clearly. Kakuzu frowned, and now he could only try to delay as much time as possible. When the time delay is complete, he can find an opportunity to kill Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Asuma, to be honest, he was kind to me at the beginning. After all, he still gave me some pertinent advice when I was learning about the changes in the nature of wind escape chakra. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, his expression very calm. Of course he wouldn't tell the truth, after all, no one knew the guy in front of him. Do you know any other secret techniques? Maybe you can still pass on information. Humph, do you think you are lying to a child? Don't really think of yourself as a good person who values friendship, you are just like us. They are all war criminals and S-class traitorous ninjas. Our hands are stained with the blood of countless people. Kakuzu sneered, facing Uzumaki Naruto's answer, he couldn't believe it at all. But without Uzumaki Naruto telling him, he had no way of knowing the reason. Don't you always say that money comes first? Money didn't work for me, but someone came up with something that worked for me. Come and buy your 2 heads, I don't want to repeat the same thing a 3rd time. Chapter 116. Uzumaki Naruto's heart erupted with fierce murderous intent. Faced with Koharu's move, he could understand it, after all, this was the nature of Konoha's top brass. But Uzumaki Naruto still couldn't accept it, couldn't agree that someone wanted to hurt the people he valued in his heart. Thank you, Teacher Hong. I hope you can forgive me for being rude before. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, and then used a teleportation technique to leave here. Konoha village is not very big, and it is definitely not difficult to find Koharu who will be sleeping there. Uzumaki Naruto immediately started wandering around Konoha village, and finally found traces of Koharu who was sleeping outside the Hokage's office building. When Xiaochun came out of the office building, he didn't realize that someone was following him all the way. Uzumaki Naruto's understanding of natural energy is far greater than that of Jiraiya, and he also has an excellent command of breath. Following Koharu who was sleeping all the way to the outskirts of Konoha. This is a stronghold of the ANBU, and not only the Hokage can command the ANBU. The Hokage advisor also has certain rights, but they are much different from the Hokage commanding all ANBU. But the Hokage advisor can also command 1 or 2 ANBU teams. It's inside this one, with a barrier set up around it. Not only to prevent the Flying Thunder God's technique, but also to prevent me from using Sage Mode to explore. In the shadows, Uzumaki Naruto's figure gradually appeared, looking at a stronghold not far away. The anger in my heart could hardly be suppressed. But he did not choose to explode immediately. Instead, he suppressed his anger and calmed down. After all, now it is not enough to just go in and kill everyone, but to rescue Hinata. But Uzumaki Naruto knew almost nothing about the situation inside. After some thought, I decided to break in directly and immediately turned on the immortal mode to enter. Just as he entered the barrier, Uzumaki Naruto felt something was wrong. Earth escape. Seismic core. As the ground continued to rise, Uzumaki Naruto's pupils trembled slightly. He didn't realize that there were several jounin hidden underground on both sides. Ninja technique. 4 purple yang formation. With the appearance of 4 purple lights, Uzumaki Naruto was immediately blocked by a huge barrier. The barrier of restrained time and space ninjutsu plus the 4 purple sun formation can activate a trap of this scale. There is no doubt that almost most of the jounin in Konoha were dispatched. Sure enough, in the corner of Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, he saw a familiar face. Hatake Kakashi, Metkai, and several other Konoha jounin. That woman. It turns out everything was a trap. They all know that I will go to Yuhi Kurenai, so are they ready? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes gradually turned blood red, and the blue eyes disappeared. The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed and burst out directly. But he could also feel Hinata's chakra inside. Even though he knew it was a trap, he still had to move forward. Just before entering the cave, Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and glanced at those faces, memorizing them one by one. Hatake Kakashi felt Naruto Uzumaki's murderous gaze, and he was also shocked. Ding! The blackening progress increases by 2. Ding! The blackening progress increases by 1. As the sound of the system sounded, Uzumaki Naruto burst into anger and murderous intent after falling into the trap. It also made Chu Ran directly gain some progress in blackening. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 16:1. Soul, 8:5. Blackening progress, 67:08. Blackening points, 10,895. Blackened Mall, opened. Chu Ran looked at the progress of the blackening in front of him and knew that the progress of the blackening would become slower and slower as he went to the back. I know very well in my heart that if it were in the past, something like this would have happened. Uzumaki Naruto's blackening progress will definitely increase faster than it is now. But after all, the things he faced had increased, and Uzumaki Naruto's temperament had also become darker. Looks like things are far from over. This time, it seems that I can gain more than I imagined. Chu Ran looked at Uzumaki Naruto outside with a gloomy expression. The smile on his face couldn't help but show up. Inside the cave, Chu Ran walked in. Soon they found Hinata who was imprisoned in the prison. Looking at Hinata's scarred body, Uzumaki Naruto's heart couldn't help but shrink. He used kunai to cut open the cage, and then stepped inside. He gently stroked Hinata's face with his palm and untied all the restraints on her body. The exhausted Hyuga Hinata slowly opened her eyes and saw Naruto Uzumaki with a hint of apology in his eyes. Naruto, let's go. Hyuga Hinata, who was considered a victim by Konoha, knew exactly what was about to happen. Without hesitation, he wanted Uzumaki Naruto to leave first, but Uzumaki Naruto just smiled softly, and then hugged Hinata. Just as he was about to leave, Koharu, who was sleeping not far away, came over with several ANBU. Uzumaki Naruto, let's talk. Facing Uzumaki Naruto who was about to become furious and filled with murderous intent, Koharu didn't have any panic when he went to bed. That old face was more calm and calm. Hinata, wait for me. After I kill these bastards, I will take you out of here. Uzumaki Naruto supported Hinata and sat down beside the mountain wall. Just when he was about to take action, Hinata grabbed Uzumaki Naruto. The little girl is quite smart. I told you that I wanted to talk to you and advise you not to be impulsive. After turning to bed, Xiaochun raised the corners of his mouth slightly, as if he had everything under control. This made Naruto Uzumaki very unhappy, so he immediately formed seals with his hands. Immortal technique wind chaos breaks wildly. Countless wind blades appeared directly around Naruto Uzumaki's body. With the blessing of magical chakra, the speed and sharpness of these wind blades have been greatly improved. He rushed directly towards the guys in front of him. Not only was he fast, but he was also so sharp that it was difficult to resist. The 5 Umbu immediately used their own moves to resist, while Koharu, who was transferred to bed, stood still, motionless. When all the wind blades disappeared, the sound of flesh being cut by the wind blades was heard from the opposite side. But what Uzumaki Naruto didn't expect was that there was no painful wail from Koharu who was sleeping. On the contrary, Hinata behind him screamed in pain, and there was an extra wound on his shoulder. His body was shaking in pain. Hinata. How is this going? Chapter 117. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became serious. The speed suddenly increased, and it was like a golden flash of light rushing towards Kakuzu. Jiaodu, who had only 3 earth resentments left, did not dare to be careless and released a large number of black threads to cover himself. While defending the moment in front of him, he also jumped into the air. The black line extended in the direction of Naruto Uzumaki and fell directly to attack, accompanied by ninjutsu of various nature changes. It's just that it still can't hit Uzumaki Naruto. It's such a terrifying speed that even a shadow-level expert can't catch it directly. What's more, Kakuzu is a non-Kage level. Kakuzu's strength can only be said to be above the elite Jounin and below the Kage level. Is this to see whose chakra is exhausted first? Damn it, this guy is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he must have more chakra than me. It won't do any good if you waste it. Kakuzu's face was solemn, and his mood sank to the bottom as he looked at the smoke and dust that kept coming out from both sides. He can play a great role in war, but in this case. In a battle where the single target's combat power is the strongest, he is not even as useful as Haiden, who is hit by an illusion spell at his feet. Wind release, spiral shuriken. Uzumaki Naruto's voice sounded from the smoke, and Kakuzu was immediately startled. He turned his body away and fell to the side, successfully dodging the spiral shuriken. Damn it, can this guy release such powerful ninjutsu continuously? Kakuzu was a little unbelievable. He didn't expect that Uzumaki Naruto could use this kind of S-level ninjutsu continuously in a short period of time. That is simply a bug. Uzumaki Naruto, who has the nine-tailed chakra, is not afraid of chakra depletion at all. It's equivalent to being able to attack him directly with spiral shurikens. But soon, Kakuzu realized that something was wrong, because Uzumaki Naruto's Raisin Shuriken grazed his shoulder. I thought I would be affected by some wind escape chakra, but Kakuzu's injuries did not increase at all. Instead, there was a chill behind him. Just as he was about to turn his head, another big gash was opened in his back. At the same time, a big golden hand grabbed him directly and smashed him to the ground. The severe pain almost made Kakuzu faint. Instinctively, I wanted to escape, but I couldn't escape from the big hand transformed by this golden chakra. You bastard, did you use a transformation technique just now? Kakuzu looked at Uzumaki Naruto with hatred in his eyes, while his whole body continued to struggle. It also caused his body to endure more pain. Otama Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto looked indifferent, and the big jade Rasengan began to condense in his hand. Without talking nonsense to Kakuzu, he hit him directly in the chest. The huge impact made Kakuzu start to feel dazed, and his consciousness gradually weakened. Twice in a row, Kakuzu fainted. Uzumaki Naruto also cut off Kakuzu's head and walked towards Haiden to get it step by step. He stretched out his hand to release the genjutsu released by Haiden, and at the same time punched a big hole in the side. Haiden, who suddenly came out of the genjutsu and was awakened by the loud noise, immediately planned to distance himself from Uzumaki Naruto. But facing Haiden, who only knew taijutsu, Uzumaki Naruto didn't give him this chance at all. Uzumaki Naruto knew Haiden's secret technique and had the chance to see it once. As he stepped forward, he directly activated his kunai to burst out the wind escape chakra. He quickly cut off Haiden's right arm, leaving him unable to hold the scythe. Then it turned into a golden flash of light and tore Haiden into pieces, but despite this, Haiden was still not dead, even though there was only one head left. His limbs, body, and head could all move. I heard before that you were immortal. I thought they were joking. I didn't expect that you are actually immortal. They are worthy of being called the immortal duo. Uzumaki Naruto knelt down and put down Kakuzu's head, and Haiden's pupils trembled slightly. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief, he didn't understand that they were called the strongest two people in the Akatsuki organization. It was so easy to be tricked by Uzumaki Naruto. You bastard kid, you gave Mr. Kakuzu to you. Haiden's mouth continued to curse Uzumaki Naruto, but Uzumaki Naruto ignored it. He just threw the other parts of Haiden's body into the pit, and then threw several detonating charms into it. It was directly detonated, causing smoke and dust to spread everywhere, and Haiden's broken limbs were almost invisible in the original deep pit. Uzumaki Naruto didn't have time to bury Haiden's body separately. He was just a person who would not pose any threat. Apart from being immortal, he doesn't have any useful abilities. You bastard, I'm going to bite your throat out. When Uzumaki Naruto finished his work and walked up to Haiden, Haiden was still cursing. Uzumaki Naruto also released the Nine-Tails chakra mode, and using the Flying Thunder God technique, he carried the two heads and returned to Yuhi Kurenai's residence. Before and after, it only took half an hour. Even Yuhi Kurenai was slightly startled, not expecting Uzumaki Naruto to come back so soon. It was these two people who killed Asuma-sensei. I have brought their heads, the undead duo of the Akatsuki organization, Haiden and Kakuzu. Teacher Hong, it's time to fulfill your promise. Uzumaki Naruto raised his head and looked at Yuhi Kurinai, his eyes becoming sharp and sharp. Yuhi Kurinai didn't say anything, she just looked at Haiden who was still moving and cursing the two of them. He slowly reached out his hand, picked up Haiden's head, and threw it into the fish tank next to him. The painful suffocation immediately silenced Haiden, and Yuhi Kurinai placed Kakuzu's head under the portrait of Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma, someone has already helped you take revenge. Rest in peace, I will definitely raise our daughter well. There was a trace of tears in Yuhi Hong's eyes, and she gave Sarutobi Asuma a stick of incense. At the same time, he sat next to Uzumaki Naruto, took out a pen and paper, wrote a name on it, and handed it to Uzumaki Naruto. Konoha Hokage Advisor. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the words on the note, and his eyes became cold. There are only two people occupying the position of Hokage Advisor. One is Mito Katabu who once died in his hands. The second one is Koharu, who was transferred to the same dormitory at the same time as Mito Menyen. Generally speaking, it is difficult to replace the position of Hokage Advisor, and it is also difficult for someone to make up for it. Their role is generally to assist the Hokage and serve as the liaison with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. In other words, the person who kidnapped Hinata was undoubtedly Koharu. Chapter 118. Seeing the sudden wound on Hinata's shoulder, Uzumaki Naruto's pupils continued to tremble. I started to think about what had just happened, but there really wasn't a wind blade that could approach Hinata just now. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was thinking, the smoke and dust behind him also dispersed. The 5 ANBU members who originally protected Koharu have all fallen down, leaving only Koharu who is still standing. But there was the same wound on her shoulder. Uzumaki Naruto's brain began to think wildly, and he immediately knew what was going on. Hinata must have been planted with some kind of secret technique, and this secret technique must be able to jointly link the injuries between the two. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes burst out with crazy anger. If it weren't for this hateful secret technique, Uzumaki Naruto would definitely kill the old woman in front of him immediately. How about it, can you talk to me now? If you still want to continue fighting, I promise, old lady, you will never fight back. A smile appeared on Koharu's face when he went to bed. This look of inevitable victory made Uzumaki Naruto's eyes show a chill. Uzumaki Naruto didn't speak, he just looked at Koharu who was sleeping coldly. Come back from the Akatsuki organization, Konoha village needs your power. At any rate, you grew up in Konoha village, and I didn't treat you badly. After turning to bed, Koharu spread his hands and said to Uzumaki Naruto calmly. Although the young man in front of her killed two of her friends, for the sake of the overall situation, she could only endure it. After all, the power of the Nine-Tails, not to mention a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who was given the name of a genius. For Konoha village, it is indeed too important. Can I take this as a threat? So, just for such a boring thing, you have to arrange such a situation, right? Naruto Uzumaki suppressed the anger in his heart, and at this time he could only deal with the sleeping Koharu in front of him. After all, now, there is the 4 purple sun formation outside, and he will not be able to break out in a short time. And Hinata has become the opponent's hostage. Even Uzumaki Naruto's amazing fighting power can't change anything. You can take this as a threat and don't try to get out. You can't escape the formation outside, and Hinata has a curse mark like a caged bird on her head. Even if you rescue Hinata and unlock my secret technique, there is still a caged bird that you cannot undo. You don't have much time to think about it. Koharu said calmly as he went to bed and took out a kunai from behind. Slowly aim at your arm and move directly over. A trace of bright red blood flowed from his arm. Such self-mutilation made Uzumaki Naruto slightly startled. The other party was obviously forcing him to make a choice immediately, otherwise he would continue to torture Hinata. I said you don't have much time to think about it. Hinata has suffered a lot because of you, do you still have the heart to continue to watch her suffer like this? After turning to bed, Koharu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and this look made Uzumaki Naruto even more annoyed. But now there is no way. Apart from anger, there was no expression left in his eyes. Just when Uzumaki Naruto didn't know what to do. The sleeping Xiaochun in front of him had an inexplicable blood splatter on his chest. Naruto Uzumaki and Koharu, who was sleeping, were slightly startled. It was obvious that they did not react to the current situation. He just slowly turned his head and looked in the direction of Hinata. A kunai had already been pierced into Hinata's chest. Along the kunai, blood continued to flow out, and Hinata also showed a look of relief on her face. Uzumaki Naruto walked tremblingly step by step to Hinata's side, tears unable to stop rolling from his eyes. This scene reminded him of many years ago. The scene when Izumi Uchiha died in front of him, he had sworn secretly at that time. He must be so strong that no one can control him, but even so, he still won't be let go by others. It was obvious that he had already spared Konoha and did not kill Konoha at any special moment. But because of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, he will never be forgiven. He will never be given up by Konoha village at will, but will continue to plot against him until he regains the Kyuubi. Hinata. Uzumaki Naruto's voice was trembling a little, even looking at the blood that was constantly flowing out. My eyes felt blurry, and my consciousness was about to fade away. Naruto, sorry. I really don't want to drag you down because of me and make you make things and choices you don't want to do. You once asked me if this was the right thing to do. I said at the time, just follow your heart, and that's how I am now. As long as Naruto feels happy, that's fine. Don't cry, I just went to find Sister Kwan to help you take good care of Sister Kwan. Is this a relief? As Hinata spoke, the look in her eyes gradually dimmed. The rapid loss of blood also brought Hinata closer to death. Uzumaki Naruto knew this and just held Hinata slowly. There was no emotion in his eyes, as if they were angry beasts before. The current Uzumaki Naruto is closer to the demon climbing up from the abyss of hell. If I had done Zetsu, Konoha would not have had the ability to trap me. In short, whether it is Izumi-san or Hinata. It's all because of me, it's all because of Konoha. Subconsciously, Chu Ran also knew that now was the best opportunity. The plan to destroy Konoha that he has been secretly planning will finally be revealed today. Although now, Uzumaki Naruto has not yet progressed in his darkening process. But the calmer he is now, the clearer Chu Ran is about how terrifying the explosion will be. Naruto Uzumaki held Hinata's body and slowly walked out of the cave. The caged bird curse mark on Hinata's forehead has dissipated. The caged bird curse seal will only be lifted after the person dies. Hinata, there is no longer a seal for the caged bird. Don't worry, I will definitely make these guys pay the price. Let them spend their whole lives in hell for you and Sister Kwan, repent. Uzumaki Naruto slowly lowered his head and kissed Hinata's forehead. That smooth forehead without the seal of the caged bird may have been what the girl in his arms had been thinking about. Uzumaki Naruto, who reached the highest point, looked down at the Konoha ninjas below. Chapter 119. It's them, they are responsible for everything. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, created a shadow clone, and entrusted Hinata to the shadow clone. He took a step forward and looked at the four purple yang formation in front of him, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. With just this kind of thing, do you think you can trap me? A layer of golden light shimmered on Uzumaki Naruto's body, and the Nine-Tails chakra mode was activated directly. The moment Naruto Uzumaki was turned on, the atmosphere around him was completely changed, and Naruto Uzumaki's aura also changed completely. 9 Lamas, lend me all your power. Don't keep it to yourself at all. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were filled with endless killing intent, and a large jade Rasengan began to gather in his hand. While facing the four purple yang formation, the chakra in his body was also being continuously replenished. Naruto, don't be too forced. Be careful of dying here, it's better to break the barrier and escape first. Chu Ran, who was pretending to be the Kyuubi, certainly didn't want Uzumaki Naruto to fight fiercely with everyone in Konoha. But he knew very well in his heart that Uzumaki Naruto would never listen to him. The more I say things that hinder Uzumaki Naruto, the less Uzumaki Naruto will listen to me. Shut up, you stinky fox. All you have to do is lend me your chakra. Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly, his eyes instantly turned cold, and the big jade Rasengan in his right hand had completely condensed. He rushed forward without mercy and hit the four purple yang formation hard. Originally, as a super powerful barrier ninjutsu, it was not that easy for Uzumaki Naruto to break it. But with the help of Chu Ran's huge amount of chakra, the four purple yang formation was broken through just one encounter. Endless wind and waves erupted and swept below, and the Chunin-level ninjas below were blown away directly. Only the main Jonin lineup was still holding on. Uzumaki Naruto, on the other hand, showed some dignity when facing these Jounin. Naruto, stop it. While things are not too troublesome now, there is still some hope for a turn. Hatake Kakashi slowly opened his forehead protector, and the Sharingan transformed directly into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although he was trying to persuade Uzumaki Naruto, he was condensing chakra. Call out. Uzumaki Naruto's entire body turned into a golden light and rushed towards Hatake Kakashi. The speed is so fast that it can even compare to the teleportation technique, even for Hatake Kakashi who has a kaleidoscope. It was just barely possible to capture Naruto Uzumaki's figure, but at this time, he could only defend passively. With one punch, Naruto Uzumaki was knocked away. Kamiway. The moment Hatake Kakashi was knocked away, he immediately locked eyes with Uzumaki Naruto. It's just that the activated sight of Kamui is similar to Amaterasu, but the release speed is far slower than Amaterasu. Not even Amaterasu could hurt Uzumaki Naruto, let alone Kamui. When Amaterasu was about to fall, Uzumaki Naruto's figure dodged and went far away. The two kunai in his hands have sharp wind escape chakra. Under constant control, blood will fly every time his body flashes. After several Chunin fell to the ground, the Jounin who had been motionless on the side also immediately started to move. With lightning speed, Uzumaki Naruto was double-teamed. Don't hold back. Tsunade-sama said, it doesn't matter even if you're not alive. Metkai took the lead in opening the fifth gate and could already keep up with Uzumaki Naruto's speed. He was the first to launch an offensive against Uzumaki Naruto, and was the #1 taijutsu person in Konoha and even the ninja world. Metkai's attack was what troubled Naruto Uzumaki the most. After all, Naruto Uzumaki can see through other people's ninjutsu attacks or taijutsu. But Metkai's attack was not sloppy at all, and there was no unnecessary movement at all. Streamlined yet powerful strikes are often the most overwhelming. Because of this, Uzumaki Naruto was constantly being oppressed. Even if his speed continued to increase, Metkai could still catch up. Coupled with the attacks of other Jounin, Uzumaki Naruto quickly fell into a disadvantage. As Metkai's powerful fist continued to hit himself, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Naruto Uzumaki's mouth. Today, the art of Flying Thunder God is still blocked. Simply using the Nine Tails chakra and the wind release ninjutsu was not enough to break out of the dozen or so Jounin. What's more, the current Uzumaki Naruto doesn't want to break out at all. Naruto, try to turn on Sage Mode at the same time. Chu Ran looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was gradually falling into disadvantage, and immediately opened his mouth to give a direct reminder. It has to be said that although Uzumaki Naruto is now considered a genius, but in fact, he has never tried to fuse the two powers together. After all, from beginning to end, the opponents he encountered were not that difficult to deal with. But it was different now. After hearing Chu Ran's prompt, Uzumaki Naruto immediately turned on the Sage Mode. In Nine Tails Chakra mode, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes also turned into frog eyes. Naruto Uzumaki began to control the strongest power of the Nine Tails from the head of the fairy fox. This is also the strongest strength he can currently display. Drink! Uzumaki Naruto shouted, and punched Tsunade hard. A huge impact fell from the sky, under the control of Uzumaki Naruto, although it was somewhat different from Tsunade's strange power. But with the terrifying chakra blessing, the power is far superior. Boom! The huge impact caused bursts of violent smoke and dust, and the entire Konoha was devastated. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, was also knocked away, just when Uzumaki Naruto was about to continue taking action. The demon fox transformed with the nine-tailed chakra broke instantly. As if the space was directly distorted, the right leg was broken directly, and the remaining chakra was scattered. Psychic Roof Collapse Technique. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was about to target Kakashi Hatake, a huge figure suddenly appeared in the sky, pressing the nine tails transformed by Uzumaki Naruto onto the ground, unable to move. A huge toad pressed on the transformed nine tails. After completely transforming into a tailed beast, despite a huge increase in strength, Uzumaki Naruto's strength is still far behind Pain's 6 paths. And facing the complete strong men of Konoha village, he could not crush them with his own strength. Hateful! Uzumaki Naruto roared angrily, and his unwillingness made Chu Ran help him. The chakra of the nine tails was extracted and condensed into a huge tailed beast jade in his mouth. After the tailed beast jade was formed and chakra was continuously injected into it, the tailed beast jade also began to be continuously compressed. Kakashi! Don't let him unleash that move. Metkai felt the terrifying power in the tailed beast jade, and immediately prepared to activate the 8 gates Duinjia without hesitation. In a short period of time, opening 8 gates of Duinjia in a row, even just 5 gates, would consume a lot of his physical strength. Hatake Kakashi was also under great pressure when he saw this, such terrifying chakra. Even if he uses his divine power, he may not be able to directly interrupt. We just have to try. Hatake Kakashi took a deep breath and immediately activated his divine power. But it was too late now. Chu Ran was not Uzumaki Naruto. He could directly judge all the situations around him and immediately did not wait for the tailed beast jade to completely condense. It spit out directly and exploded directly in the center of Konoha village. The terrifying power immediately enveloped most of Konoha village. Although it is not the tailed beast jade in its heyday, it is powerful enough to destroy most of the Leaf Village. The terrifying explosion, accompanied by a dazzling white light, immediately enveloped everything around it. The complete Nine Tails transformed by Naruto Uzumaki had its neck broken by Kakashi Hataki's direct use of divine power. The aftermath of the huge explosion enveloped everyone in the battlefield. Including Uzumaki Naruto, everyone was swept into it by the aftermath of the explosion. I don't know how much time has passed, but Konoha village has turned into ruins. A ruin slowly made a sound, and Naruto Uzumaki stood up from the ruins dragging his exhausted body. Looking at everything around him, a smile appeared on his face. Ding! Blackening progress increased by 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 70 blackening progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blackened treasure chest X1. As the sound of the system sounded, a smile appeared on Chu Ran's face. The system panel was opened immediately. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 19-1. Soul, 9-8. Blackening progress, 77-08. Blackening points, 14,924. Blackened Mall, opened. Now it has reached 77 of the blackening progress. There is no doubt that Uzumaki Naruto is very close to the time when he will truly turn black. At this time, the destruction of Konoha was far from over. For the sake of safety, Chu Ran immediately opened the blackened treasure chest. Ding! The blackened treasure chest is open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the optimized version of 8-Gate Doinjia. Chu Ran knew very well what kind of terrifying physical skill 8-Door Doinjia was. In the entire Konoha village, the only person he was afraid of was Metkai. Even though he has the power of the 6 paths immortal, he is still very afraid of Metkai in his heart. If Metkai opens the last door of the 8 gates of Doinjia, it will be extremely lethal to Chu Ran. But things are different now. Even if Metkai activates the 8-Gate Doinjia, he cannot be Chu Ran's opponent. 8-Gate Doinjia, it has been optimized. The time to open the death door is 1 minute. It can be opened once a day without any side effects. Things have developed to this point, even if there are still 3 blackened treasure chests behind. But for Chu Ran today, 1 minute is the strongest mode. It was enough for him to destroy everything. Uzumaki Naruto. It should be very satisfying to destroy Konoha. The next thing is, you may have to suffer. Subconsciously, Chu Ran couldn't help but smile as he looked at the situation outside. Outside, in the surrounding ruins, a figure slowly stood up from the ruins. His face was solemn, but his thick eyebrows and big eyes revealed deep anger. This was Metkai, who was the first to wake up from the explosion. The rest may have been blown elsewhere by the aftermath of the explosion. Chapter 122. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the thick eyebrows in front of him, and a look of solemnity appeared on his face. He instinctively took a step back. His strength now is far less than that in his heyday. The immortal mode has fallen into the cooling time, and now it will take a long time for him to accumulate natural energy. There is definitely not enough time these days. 9 Llama, lend me some chakra. Hurry up. Uzumaki Naruto panted heavily, and the expression on his face became much more serious. He knew that he had no way to continue to fight against Metkai, and relying on his own strength alone was not enough. I don't know since when, he has begun to rely on the power of Kyubi. Even in the original work, after leaving the power of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto is just an ordinary shadow-level strongman. It is not Uzumaki Naruto who is powerful, but the power of the Nine Tails. Naruto Uzumaki has always been helped by chakra from Kyubi. This time, he didn't get any response, and Uzumaki Naruto's expression became a little panicked. There is no Senjutsu chakra, no Kyubi chakra. He began to no longer be as confident as before, when facing someone stronger than himself. He no longer had the usual mood to resist directly. I can't lose. Even without the chakra of the Kyubi, I can't lose. I still want to resurrect both Hinata and Izumi-san, and I also want to create a world that I like and that accepts me. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils trembled slightly as he looked at Metkai, who was approaching in front of him. His hands stretched out and began to tremble slightly, but faced the scene in front of him. There was even more unwillingness in his heart. He had too many things that needed to be done. No matter what, he can't fail, he has too many things on his back. Naruto Uzumaki, suffer death. Metkai looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, and there was no mercy in his eyes. He knew that the young man in front of him had no tricks left. He who destroyed Konoha village does not deserve sympathy and should be punished accordingly. 8-Gate Doinjia. Open. Sixth Scenery Gate. Open. Metkai's body began to become congested and turned red, and his pupils had turned white. Veins popped up all over his body, and in the shortest possible time, he rushed straight towards Uzumaki Naruto. With that speed and power, it seems that the current Uzumaki Naruto is unable to resist. Uzumaki Naruto, whose physical energy was exhausted, could only block himself in front of him with his arms. Boom! Under the huge impact, Uzumaki Naruto's arms were directly fractured and shattered. The whole person was like a cannonball, quickly ejected towards the rear. It hit a ruins heavily, and its consciousness gradually began to weaken. The pain transmitted from all parts of the body made Uzumaki Naruto several times unconscious. If it weren't for the strong desire to survive in his heart, Uzumaki Naruto would have fainted long ago. Towards the peacock. Metkai flew into the air and opened the scenery gate in order to avoid any trouble. He also displayed one of the advanced physical techniques he could use. Under the high-speed punch blows, the flames were generated by constant friction with the air. Use the shock waves and flames formed by hitting the air to cause continuous blows to the bottom. The flames generated by the high-speed attack formed a scene like a peacock spreading its tail in the air. Damn it! Move! Move quickly! Uzumaki Naruto looked at the flames that were so close to the ruler and wanted to move. But even a simple teleportation technique cannot be used. Everything around him was destroyed, not only the Leaf Village, but the chakra in his body was also exhausted. Even if you want to cast a Flying Thunder God technique or a teleportation technique, you can't do it. A hint of instinctive fear flashed across Uzumaki Naruto's pupils. He knew very well that he might die this time, and might go to Huangquan to meet Izumi Uchiha and Hinata. Slowly, Uzumaki Naruto stopped resisting and slowly closed his eyes. Ninjutsu. Needle Jizo. Just when Uzumaki Naruto closed his eyes, a voice suddenly sounded. What followed was the tall figure standing in front of him. The long silver hair that was constantly changing began to harden and wrap around his entire body. That tall figure was none other than Jiraiya, the mentor of Naruto Uzumaki. This move is Jiraiya's secret defense technique. If you just protect yourself, you can definitely resist the peacock. But most of the needle Jizo is in Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto felt his body being wrapped in long silver hair, and his originally cold body felt a warmth. Jiraiya, who was standing in front of him, was spitting out blood from his mouth. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils continued to tremble, and his attack on the peacock continued. With a smile on his face, Jiraiya endured the attack on the peacock, and every bombardment seemed to hit Uzumaki Naruto's heart. At this time, he completely let down his guard and let go of his guard against Jiraiya. Naruto, no matter what happened. I won't even blame you. If you haven't experienced other people's pain, you have no right to blame them. But you have to remember that no matter what happens in this world, there will still be people who love you. Minato is like this, Kushina is like this too, Master, I am like this too. Jiraiya raised the corners of his mouth slightly, then slowly stopped facing the peacock. He also stretched out his hand and hugged Uzumaki Naruto into his arms, with a calm and loving voice. Let Uzumaki Naruto stay in place, his mind going blank. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he felt nothing. The lustful fairy. The tall figure in front of him fell on him, very heavy. It was so heavy that Uzumaki Naruto had no extra strength to move away. He didn't know why the other party wanted to protect him like this. Is he repaying the favor for rescuing Jiraiya from the people of the Akatsuki organization? But even so, one should not use one's own life to repay this kindness. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the blue sky, and the bits and pieces he had spent with Jiraiya appeared before his eyes. His eyes began to blur, not because of tears, but because of the pain. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto felt a heartbreaking pain in his chest. He is powerless, resentful, and complaining. People who are unable to care about them die before their eyes. Resenting Konoha for being constantly aggressive. Complaining that his strength is so weak. Gradually, Uzumaki Naruto slowly closed his eyes. Ding! Blackening progress increased by 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 80 blackening progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blackened treasure chest. Chapter 123. As the sound of the system sounded, Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness finally slowly dissipated. Jiraiya, who fell on top of him, also completely lost his breath. He, who had borne most of the power of the explosion, used his last bit of strength to protect Uzumaki Naruto. This man, at the last critical moment, not only protected everyone in Konoha village. Adhering to the forbearance in his heart, he blocked the last disciple in front of him. At this time, Metkai had already discovered that Jiraiya was standing in front of Uzumaki Naruto. But the peacock has been sent, and even he can no longer take it back. In order to prevent Uzumaki Naruto from still being alive, he did not lift the 8-gate armor, but just stood there. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya, he couldn't help but sigh. Just when he was about to lift the 8-gate Duinja, Metkai suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. His body quickly retreated backwards in an instant, and several golden chains rushed towards him. The speed is so fast that it is difficult for ordinary people to dodge. If Metkai hadn't noticed it quickly, he would have been tied up instantly. What's going on? Do you still have some energy left? There was a solemn expression on Metkai's face as he looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who slowly stood up. He was also a little confused in his heart. After all, what Uzumaki Naruto showed just now was that he was already very weak. How could he still have the energy to perform such a ninjutsu? And this technique should be the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, King Kong Blockade. Is it because of Lord Jiraiya's death that he was stimulated? So you have understood this secret technique? Even though he had the advantage, Metkai still did not underestimate the enemy, but looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a solemn expression. What he didn't know was that Uzumaki Naruto had lost consciousness at this moment. The person who took over this body was a man he could not defeat even if he opened all 8 gates. I really didn't expect that Jiraiya would come out. But this can be considered a good thing. Chu Ran twisted his body, which was already a little tired. Because of Chu Ran's magical chakra and the power of the 6 paths, he quickly began to regain his physical strength. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 20-21. Soul, 10-06. Blackening progress, 80-08. Blackening points, 15,368. Blackened Mall, opened. Now that the blackening progress has reached 80, it can be said that Chu Ran basically has nothing to worry about. The remaining 20 will be blackened according to the plan. On the contrary, it would be much smoother, but it was precisely because of this that Chu Ran appeared at this time. 8 gates of Duinjia. The 7th gate of surprise. Open. Metkai felt a dangerous aura from Uzumaki Naruto. Nowadays, it can be said that he is the only effective combat power left. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates Duinjia. Terrifying blue chakra steam began to erupt continuously with Metkai as the center. His entire strength also skyrocketed crazily at this time. Even Chu Ran couldn't help being slightly shocked, only when he faced Metkai's power. Only then can you feel the terrifying strength of this man. It is worthy of giving an ability to a person who is constantly improving and improving. As expected of you, blue chakra steam. But it's just the 7th door. It's a bit too underestimated. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly and took a deep breath. Immediately, the power of the 6 paths began to pour into the body, along with the tailed beast chakra. At this time, Chu Ran truly became the state shown by Uzumaki Naruto when facing Madara Uchiha of the 6 paths in the original work. It's just that the current 6 paths sage mode is more powerful than the original Uzumaki Naruto. At that time, Uzumaki Naruto was just borrowing the power of the 6 paths sage. Chu Ran, on the other hand, made these things completely his own. Just the number of Dao-seeking Jade behind him increased, and there was also an extra black stick in his hand. Facing Metkai who opened the 7th door, Chu Ran didn't have much expression on his face. I didn't expect you to know the 8 gate Duinjia so well. But if you want me to open the door to death, maybe you are too arrogant. Bang! As soon as Metkai finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Chu Ran and punched out. With a terrifying air wave, even though Chu Ran had already reacted, he used the Taoist Jade to attack Metkai. But Metkai's terrifying power can even slightly affect space. Xiao Daoyu's trajectory actually deviated like this. By the time Chu Ran reacted, Metkai had already punched him. Boom! The huge impact caused Chu Ran's body to retreat quickly. It slid several tens of meters away before finally stopping. But Metkai's attacks did not stop, but became more and more intense. The constant punching pressure brought up strong winds, making it difficult for people to resist. What a terrifying power. Immortal Technique Magnet Release Rasengan. Immortal Technique, Melting Release, Spiral Shuriken. 2 Rasengans with different blood succession limits appeared on Chu Ran's left and right hands. On one side is the chakra of one-tailed Shikaku, with a sealing effect. On the other side is the melting chakra of the 4-tailed Sun Wukong, which is not only powerful in destructive power but also has a burning effect. He knew that Metkai's speed was astonishing, but Chu Ran's reaction was at this time. And with the control of the Six Paths Sage's chakra, he can even directly predict Metkai's attack patterns. Although the physical body may not be able to keep up sometimes, Chu Ran predicts it in advance. With the 3 attack routes and methods, Chu Ran didn't feel that he was so unlucky. There is a 1/3 chance of not winning. Sure enough, when 2 spiral pills were thrown at the same time, Metkai's figure stopped instantly and stamped his right foot on the ground. In an instant, the ruins of Konoha village began to tremble. Even Chu Ran was shocked by this terrifying power and looked at Metkai with praise. Hiratora. Metkai continuously compressed the air in front of him with his fist, and then spread it directly in one breath. The shape of the air cannon is like a tiger, with a terrifying shock wave. The entire ground was shaken and a long ravine was deeply shaken. The terrifying blue chakra steam also carries a hot aura. When Chu Ran saw this, he didn't dare to be careless, knowing that Metkai had used his true strength. Immediately he activated the Fairy Fox mode. Compared to the Fairy Fox mode used by Uzumaki Naruto, the golden light shone brighter. And the degree of chakra concentration is much higher than that of Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 124. Immortal Technique Tailed Beast Jade. A complete tailed beast jade began to form in front of Chu Ran. With the influx of chakra, there is continuous compression and expansion. In the shortest time, Chu Ran burst out and rushed directly towards Metkai's Day Tiger. Boom! The moves between the two collided, and the explosion of the tailed beast jade drowned Hiratora in just a moment. The heat wave of the explosion brought up a terrifying mushroom cloud, and storms swept through the ruins of Konoha. The ruins also turned into a clearing, and Chu Ran stared closely at the explosion cloud in front of him. 8 doors of Duanjia. The 8th door of death. Open. With a loud roar, the mushroom cloud was instantly blown away by a stronger wave of air. The blue steam that originally existed on Metkai's body finally turned into red steam at this time. It is also the strongest door of death among the 8 gates of Duanjia, after it appears at such a moment. Even Chu Ran narrowed his eyes slightly and did not dare to be careless at all. Even he now controls the 8-gate Duanjia formation, and it is more complete than Metkai's 8-gate Duanjia formation. But his physical skills were never a match for Metkai. Unable to reach the height of Metkai, there is still a certain gap between the two. Chu Ran also directly released the Fairy Fox mode and slowly stopped in midair. 8 gates Duanjia formation. The 8th door of death. Open. Chu Ran let out a breath, slowly closed his eyes, and the same red steam burst out from his body. In the shortest amount of time, chakra continued to flow crazily toward the acupuncture points on his chest. I originally thought that if the 8-gate armor formation also applied, I might not be Metkai's opponent. But it's different now. After Chu Ran opened the 8-gate Duanjia, he felt deeply. He felt that it was impossible for him to lose, and after fully understanding it, Chu Ran knew very well that the quantity and quality of his chakra were completely unmatched by Metkai. Therefore, in the shortest time, the power that Chu Ran burst out had even reached the pinnacle of this world. It even vaguely surpasses this peak. Call. Is this the power of the last of the 8 gates of Duanjia? This is really an exaggeration. It is indeed a super powerful secret technique that almost brought about the finale with one kick. Chu Ran looked at the bloody steam wrapped around his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. In the distance, Metkai had just dispersed the smoke from the explosion. Seeing that Chu Ran's body was covered in the same red steam as his own, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This is obviously the same power as the 8-gate Duanjia. Why, how could you also be able to do the 8-gate Duanjia? Even Kakashi doesn't know this technique, and there's no way he can teach it to you. Metkai looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, or Chu Ran. He asked with a look of disbelief, but Chu Ran did not answer him. In the original work, Hatake Kakashi himself can also open the first 2 doors of the 8 gates of Duanjia. But later on, if there is no special method to practice, it will not be possible to open it at all. After all, the physical body cannot withstand such a violent influx of chakra. But Chu Ran relied on the power of the immortal and the 6 chakras to constantly stabilize his physical condition. He was still able to exert all his strength, and his expression did not change at all when facing Metkai. 8-gate Duanjia, is it difficult? Chu Ran spread his hands and disappeared in mid-air in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Metkai and punched him without any politeness. It hit Metkai's arm that was quickly defending, and the huge force swept through Metkai's body. Metkai was thrown heavily, causing ravines and thick smoke. Metkai couldn't believe the secret technique he had worked hard to cultivate day after day. In the eyes of the other party, it turned out to be so easy to learn, and this power was even stronger than him. Is this genius? God is really unfair. Metkai slowly stood up from the ruins, knowing that he didn't have much chance now. But at the same time, he is no longer afraid of the future situation of Konoha village. Now, he has nothing to worry about. Uzumaki Naruto, who also opened the 8-gate dungeon, believed that he would also not be able to survive. Naruto, let me teach you. How terrible this technique is, so terrible that you will regret using it. Shi Xiang. Metkai raised the corners of his mouth slightly, took a deep breath, and began to lift with all his strength. After disappearing out of thin air, a deep pit exploded on the ground, and Metkai was able to move quickly in mid-air by hitting the air. The red steam produced at the expense of burning blood became his trump card for victory at this time. The constant burst of speed caused the space to become slightly distorted. Following the roar of Shishiang, Metkai rushed directly towards Uzumaki Naruto. With one punch, the air cannon alone was unstoppable. Don't underestimate people. A cold light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes, and he clenched his fist and punched out as well. Two red air pressure cannons hit each other, and bursts of air explosions erupted as they continued to collide. Everything around him began to become sometimes dark and sometimes bright and dazzling. The attack moves between the two are equally powerful. But only Metkai knew in his heart what the gap between himself and Uzumaki Naruto was. His strength relies on physical skills, the strongest physical skills that he has continuously honed. But Uzumaki Naruto was just punching the simplest and using the simplest power moves to fight against him. Between the two, one uses skills and the other simply uses strength. They are not comparable at all, not to mention that they are now in the state of 8-gate Dunjia. Damn it, if this continues, I can only use that trick. Even Shishiang can't do any harm to this guy, so you can only rely on that one move. There was a trace of hesitation in Metkai's eyes. If the death door was unlocked at this time, he may still have the possibility of survival. After all, the 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade can be said to be the best medical ninja in the world. But Uzumaki Naruto will definitely not survive, but this is just Metkai's conjecture. Taking a breath from his mouth, Metkai's eyes became firm. Even if I die, I will protect Konoha at this last moment. The village can no longer bear any damage. Metkai glanced at the surrounding Konoha village that had long been in ruins, and the determination in his eyes became stronger. Chapter 125. This move is the strongest move I can use currently. They are already dying anyway, so I'll let you see. Metkai slowly leaned forward, slowly grasped the ground with his hands, and leaned forward with his right foot. Even though he hadn't exerted his strength yet, Chu Ran had a solemn look on his face. This is Metkai's strongest blow in the original work, a blow that uses his strongest strength to completely achieve the most explosive power. Uchiha Madara, who once almost killed Uchiha Madara with this blow, still activated the power of the Six-Path Sage. Call. Yikai. Metkai's body suddenly erupted with terrifying red steam, and in just a moment, he was approaching Chu Ran. Such a terrifying speed makes it difficult for people to react at all. Chu Ran's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that someone could actually compress and deform space just by relying on physical skills. At this moment, Chu Ran's brain began to spin rapidly. It is impossible to avoid this blow, because it is difficult for him to burst out with such power in an instant due to his speed. Both of them were strong men who had opened the door to death, and were completely incapable of evading. Can we only defend passively? Chu Ran's face gradually became a little ugly, ever since he came to this world. This was the first time he was so passive. No matter what kind of moves he used, they had no effect at this time. Then we just have to see who is more lucky. Chu Ran shouted coldly, and then used all his power. Whether it's Senju Hashirama's Sage mode or the power of the Six-Path Sage, including the Samsara Eye mode. All of them were activated directly under Chu Ran's urging, and their full strength exploded in the shortest time. Chu Ran breathed out a puff of white air from his mouth, and all the chakra began to condense in his arms. The ultimate secret of Metkai is to burn life at the cost of causing the countless red vapors to begin to form a dragon shape. The superpower that exploded directly distorted the space in front of Chu Ran. Although the powerful distortion could not hurt Chu Ran, it also made Chu Ran's complexion change slightly. Go to hell. Metkai threw a horizontal kick, the speed was only the blink of an eye. After Chu Ran prepared all his defenses, the two collided directly. It completely burst out and collided directly with each other in the shortest time. Boom! The huge impact pushed Chu Ran into the depths of the ground, and the terrifying power was accompanied by endless red steam. It almost made Chu Ran's consciousness blur, and his whole body began to convulse uncontrollably. And all of this slowly stopped after Metkai's power disappeared. After Chu Ran slowly stood up, his hands were almost useless. Blood kept pouring out of his mouth, but even so, Chu Ran was still the victor. The red steam on his body slowly dissipated, and Chu Ran also looked at Metkai, who was covered in charcoal. He is worthy of being called the strongest man. If it weren't for the power of 8 Door Duanjia and 6 paths, he might really be dead. Sorry, just in case, your body cannot be left behind. Chu Ran's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. As someone with the power of the 6 paths, he is also able to skillfully use yin and yang escape, and yang escape is the creation of life. Coupled with various powerful recovery methods, Chu Ran can almost be called an immortal existence in this. Slowly taking a step forward, a layer of black flames lit up in his right hand. With a wave of his hand, Metkai's body began to burn. When there was no trace of ashes left, Chu Ran returned to Hinata's body with a flying thunder god technique. It's really dangerous, but it's enough to destroy Konoha to this extent. The specific details will be left to Uzumaki Naruto in the future. Chu Ran slowly leaned against the big tree and looked at Hinata who passed away with a smile beside her. He slowly closed his eyes and went back to his subconscious to rest. The heavy rain started to fall continuously, I don't know when it started. Pain 6 Paths was already standing beside Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, I really didn't expect that he could do this. Tendo Pain looked at Uzumaki Naruto who had fainted, with a look of surprise on his face. Immediately let other Pain pick them up. A group of people moved quickly in one direction until they arrived in front of a towering tree. As the skin of the big tree peeled off little by little, it turned out to be a camouflage formed by pieces of white paper attached to it. After arriving inside, Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness slowly recovered. The first image that came to mind was Jiraiya dying in front of him. Uzumaki Naruto slowly sat up and looked at everything around him, with a trace of confusion on his face. Until he saw a thin man with red hair and the same samsara eyes. This man is in a certain machine. There are many pinholes on both sides of his arms, and nutrient fluid is being transported into the body. Beside him, Pain Ludao and Xiaonan stood on both sides of him. Who are you? The chakra has not yet recovered, and the power has not yet reached its peak. Uzumaki Naruto was wary of anyone, even if the man in front of him might have saved him. But his pair of samsara eyes made Uzumaki Naruto feel extremely wary. I am Uzumaki Nagato, speaking of which, you should call us senior brothers. You should know Conan's name, but you just know him as Pain. But you don't know his name, now I tell you, his name is Yahiko. There was not much expression on Uzumaki Nagato's face, which made people feel that this man was very weak. But that seemingly harmless look also made Uzumaki Naruto slightly less defensive. Instead, he picked up Hinata and raised his chakra to prepare to leave at any time. Don't be so nervous, I brought you here to help you. I can help you resurrect this woman, but there is one condition: in the future, you must unconditionally help the Akatsuki organization achieve its goals. And by letting this woman stay here, you can understand it as being a hostage, or observing you for a period of time. Because, I don't think you are the kind of man who will abide by the agreement and depend on others for the rest of his life. When our goal is achieved, this woman will be returned to you. Uzumaki Nagato looked at Uzumaki Naruto who was still very wary, and directly told him the reason why he rescued the two of them. But Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed slightly. After all, what came out of Uzumaki Naga's door was the word resurrection. Chapter 126. Although Uzumaki Naruto has long known that the Rinnegan is a very terrifying power. It represents the power that the 6 Paths Sage, the originator of the ninja world, can control. If someone else had said that they wanted to resurrect Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto would definitely not believe it. But things are different now. The person who said this is the real leader of the Akatsuki organization. Looking at the man in front of him who claimed to be his senior brother, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but start thinking. What exactly does the other party need him to do? He has obviously agreed to it regarding the Kyubi matter. Could it be that there is anything else that I can use for the other party? You are in a very similar situation to us, it's just that your growth experience is different. Only when you truly experience pain can you have a new perspective on the world. You are different from other people in the Akatsuki organization, I don't have much time to live. In the future, you can definitely inherit the ideas of the three of us and create a truly peaceful world. Uzumaki Nagato looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said calmly and slowly. In his opinion, he was observing Uzumaki Naruto from the time he joined the Akatsuki organization. It wasn't until Uzumaki Naruto truly destroyed Konoha that he felt that Uzumaki Naruto was the most likely person to inherit his ideas. He knew very well that this body, which had exhausted most of its strength, would not be able to support his life for much longer. And after his death, Yahiko would definitely not be able to survive, relying solely on Conan. It is far from enough to realize their ideas. The other people in the Akatsuki organization are all a group of rebellious ninjas, and they all have their own crazy ideas. No one is really going to help them realize their ideas, it's just a bunch of guys working on their own. Is that the reason? Then what exactly do you need from me? The vigilance in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes slowly faded away, and he looked at Uzumaki Nagato with some confusion. Probably he also had some understanding of Uzumaki Naruto Nagato's purpose. It is nothing more than the need to suppress other people in the Akatsuki organization and then implement the philosophy of the Akatsuki organization. Just to help these three people in front of me realize their dreams. For some reason, Uzumaki Naruto felt that these guys in front of him were a little pathetic. If it is idealistic, it is unrealistic. But the three of them relied on their own abilities to gradually stir up a bloody storm in the entire ninja world. And they keep saying that they want to create a peaceful world without war. But what they sacrificed was enough to cover up everything. You should know everything, Xiaonan will tell you when the time comes. Now let me help you resurrect this woman. Heretic, the natural art of reincarnation. Uzumaki Nagato shook his head feebly, with a look of pain on his face. As he formed seals with his hands, a Yama rose from the ground and released Hinata's soul. The blue light of the soul continued to float, and Uzumaki Naruto's face showed a hint of joy. But soon, he thought of something and looked directly at Uzumaki Nagato, but before he could say anything, Konan took a step forward. The art of reincarnation is not a simple ordinary ninjutsu. This requires Nagato's life force, his body can't bear it. Don't think about resurrecting others, your sister has been dead for too long and it is impossible to resurrect her. Konan stood in front of Uzumaki Naruto and directly said what Uzumaki Naruto wanted to say. Just this sentence of impossibility made Uzumaki Naruto feel a little disappointed. But when I think about the ability of the Samsara Eye, if people who die can be resurrected at any time, it would be too buggy. Soon, the blue soul entered Hinata's body. Uzumaki Naruto saw Hinata's eyelashes trembling slightly. A happy look appeared on his face immediately, but Uzumaki Naruto did not wake Hinata immediately. Just looking at Uzumaki Nagato, he knew that the other party must have something to say to him. Xiaonan, take this woman there. I have something I want to talk to Uzumaki Naruto alone. Uzumaki Nagato looked at Konan and spoke slowly. Although there was still some worry in Konan's eyes, she thought that Hinata was in their hands anyway. It wasn't that worrying anymore, but what no one expected was that Uzumaki Naruto guessed it right. Soon, there were only two people, Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Nagato, in this huge tree hole. Tell me, what do you want to say to me alone? Uzumaki Naruto slowly sat on the stool next to the tree hole and asked Uzumaki Nagato. And Uzumaki Nagato didn't speak, just sighed deeply. After a long while, he spoke. Uchiha Madara, you should know, he is the masked man in the organization. He may not be the real Uchiha Madara, there should be a big conspiracy involved. And the center point of this conspiracy is my pair of eyes. I can't live much longer, my life is just hanging on for a breath. Uzumaki Nagato laughed at himself, with deep fear in his eyes. He is not a fool, on the contrary, he possesses everything that a wise man possesses. It is just because of physical difficulties that it is hidden in this place. He didn't dare to trust anyone except Konan and Yahiko beside him. So, what do you want me to do? After you die, will you protect Xiaonan? Or take over the Akatsuki organization for you and kill that bastard? Uzumaki Naruto raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and he had already guessed that the guy was not Uchiha Madara. He even secretly consulted the Uchiha family tree when the Uchiha clan was exterminated. After a comparison, he had roughly guessed who that guy was. Yes, I want you to help me protect Xiaonan. At least let her not be persecuted by that guy, as for things in the Akatsuki organization. This is the joint efforts of the three of us, and I don't want it to go to waste. But after this, I can't just give up, I have to let you take over. It just so happens that you and that guy also have quite a personal feud, right? Uzumaki Nagato slowly leaned back and said to Uzumaki Naruto with a particularly relaxed look. It was as if all of this was under his control. But he didn't expect that when he said these words, Uzumaki Naruto already had a basic choice in his mind. All this may not be what he expected, but he can understand what these guys are thinking. Chapter 127. Is Nagato Uzumaki a good person? Uzumaki Naruto would not agree with him like this. In his opinion, the other party just felt that he was valuable. Otherwise, how could he possibly waste his limited life force to help himself? As for the guy pretending to be Uchiha Madara, in the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto, he is the most hateful person. Nowadays, there is basically no possibility of a deal between him and that guy. At least for now, it seems that the conditions proposed by Uzumaki Nagato are more acceptable to Uzumaki Naruto. Deal, I promise you. If you die, I won't let that masked bastard get your eyes and kill Konan. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and directly agreed to Uzumaki Nagato's words. But at this time, Uzumaki Naruto had another idea in mind. It's just this idea that he won't say out loud at this time. The two immediately reached an agreement, and Uzumaki Nagato didn't say anything, just asking Pain Tiandao to take Uzumaki Naruto to Hinata. Soon, we arrived at the tree hole below. Uzumaki Naruto saw Hinata who had just woken up. Naruto! Hinata looked at the scene around her and shouted in disbelief. He slowly stood up and rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto. Is this hell? Hinata's eyes became red, and tears continued to flow from the corners of her eyes. In her opinion, she should have died, but to appear here again must have gone to hell. Otherwise, it would be impossible to see Uzumaki Naruto again. Fool, of course it's not hell. You're not dead, I got rid of all the guys who threatened us. Hinata, stay here first and don't go anywhere. I'll come back to pick you up after I've settled everything. Uzumaki Naruto had a smile on his face and gently stroked Hinata's hair with his hands. You know, from his point of view, no one can stop him at all. Naruto Uzumaki plans to take the lead in attacking all the conspiracy of the Akatsuki organization. Rather than being passive and letting others influence you, the most effective way is to take the lead. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto's face showed a smile. Where is this place? And that person? Are you also from the Akatsuki organization? Hinata couldn't help but feel a little scared when she heard Uzumaki Naruto wanted to leave her here alone. She guessed that it would not be that simple to be resurrected. Uzumaki Naruto must have made some kind of agreement with others, and when he thought about it, he was dragging Uzumaki Naruto down again. Hinata's face couldn't help but show a look of disappointment. She had been hurting Uzumaki Naruto like this all along. Yeah, that's Xiaonan. Don't be afraid, logically speaking, I should still call her senior sister. Here, she will protect you, Hinata just listen to her. It won't take long and I'll be here to pick you up. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and shook his head, trying his best to calm Hinata's mind and calm her down. This introverted girl would definitely blame herself if she knew the truth of the matter. Uzumaki Naruto would definitely not let Hinata blame herself, but just turned his head and glanced at Konan. Humph, don't worry. She wouldn't have been harmed if she were here. Konan snorted coldly and turned away, obviously unhappy when Naruto Uzumaki called him senior sister. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't pay much attention, only when Hinata was in a daze. He lowered his head slightly and kissed Hinata's lips slowly, just lightly. Okay, I'm leaving. Hinata, wait for me to come back. As soon as Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, he used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to disappear. He has more important things to do, and staying here is just a waste of time. Don't be stunned, even if he is not the strongest in the ninja world. But if he doesn't want to die, no one in the ninja world can kill him. Konan couldn't help but smile when she looked at Hinata, who had her head lowered and a look of worry and shyness on her face. He patted Hinata on the shoulder and took her to the room where Uzumaki Nagato was. Soon, he first brought Hinata and Uzumaki Nagato to meet, and then arranged a place for Hinata to live. Konan also immediately went to Uzumaki Nagato. Can Uzumaki Naruto really believe it? Konan still felt that Uzumaki Nagato might be a little impulsive because he was a person who was not very trustworthy. And told Uzumaki Naruto most of the things. So at this time, Xiaonan still felt that Uzumaki Nagato might need to think about it. It's okay, Uzumaki Naruto is at least more worthy of our trust than that guy. Besides, I didn't think Uzumaki Naruto would be so obedient as to listen to my words. He is not a man who will keep his promises honestly, let's see what surprises he can bring to us. Uzumaki Nagato smiled slightly and looked outside the tree hole. He was not a fool, and he naturally knew that Uzumaki Naruto would not just wait for him to die. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization is now basically out of his control. Among the members of the Akatsuki organization, Deidara, Kakuzu, and Haiden are all dead. Uchiha Itachi is currently fighting Uchiha Sasuke, and nearly half of the members of the Akatsuki organization are basically finished. The rest are just some thorns with their own ideas. Now Uzumaki Nagato only needs to watch quietly like this, as long as his lifespan can be longer. Then he can become the final winner, at least he has now restrained Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Obito. If the two of them could fight each other, that would probably be what Nagato Uzumaki wants to see the most. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto returned to a stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. Here, we first begin to recover the chakra in our body and the natural energy of magic. The Kyubi in his body hasn't responded to him yet, maybe it's also recovering. What happens next is not so easy to solve. The enemies he needs to face are not as easy to deal with as Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto knew very well that what he was about to face might be the most difficult guys in the world to deal with. Uzumaki Nagato, Uchiha Obito, and other tailed beast Jinchuriki. It seems that now, we still have to have a showdown with Uchiha Obito first. There is no need for me to give any hints. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Naruto has already begun to have plans for the Rinnegan. It's really an unexpected development. It should be okay to have the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Chapter 128. What's more, I can also give him some cells from Senju Hashirama. No matter what, there will definitely be no problems with transplanting the Samsara eye. Subconsciously, Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He originally planned to let Uzumaki Naruto have some connection with the Rinnegan, after all, he has the cells of Senju Hashirama. It would be a pity not to do such a thing, but there have never been any good opportunities. Now that this opportunity has come, it must be enough for Chu Ran to control it. What's more, whether it is Uzumaki Naruto or Uchiha Obito, the subsequent situation revolves around the Rinnegan. But now there is one most important thing, that is, there is a blackened treasure chest that Chu Ran has not opened. There was no hesitation immediately, and he directly opened the blackened treasure chest that he hated last time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the blackened treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining all the yin-yang escape techniques. As the system sounded, the gift was not something that surprised Chu Ran. They were just some relatively common yin-yang escape techniques, and in the eyes of Chu Ran now, they were nothing more than rubbish. Then he stopped looking carefully and just looked at Uzumaki Naruto outside his subconscious. Among the outside world, Uzumaki Naruto has basically returned to his peak condition. All the injuries in Chu Ran's body were healed when he used the Ninetales chakra. After the chakra was restored, Uzumaki Naruto did not stay where he was and just walked outside. Just saw Baiju and Black Ju coming over with someone. The person in front of him was not a stranger, or rather someone whom Uzumaki Naruto felt very familiar. Sasuke. Looking at the person being carried by Baizetsu, Uzumaki Naruto's brows immediately wrinkled. But he had no intention of saving Uchiha Sasuke, and just walked slowly to the side. What's wrong, aren't you excited to see your friend? Baizetsu's joking voice immediately appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's ears, and it was not Uzumaki Naruto who responded to him. Instead, it was a kunai with sharp wind escape chakra. In just a moment, Ling Baiju didn't react, and a big hole was cut in his chest. You'd better be careful what you say, you're in such a weird mood. I'm afraid I might be tempted to kill you. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he looked at the black and white Zetsu in front of him. He might take action at any time, and black and white Zetsu was also startled by Uzumaki Naruto who suddenly took action. They knew very well that Uzumaki Naruto had the ability to kill them, so they immediately took a few steps back. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him with some fear, but did not act rashly. Calm down, Naruto. Just when the atmosphere was extremely tense, Uchiha Obito's voice sounded from the side. Uchiha Obito, who gradually emerged from the alien space, made people feel more fearful than before. If Uchiha Obito was a person hiding in the dark before, now he is in the light. Perhaps it made people feel more fearful, but Uzumaki Naruto would not listen to what he said. Naruto, there is something strange inside you. Using magical chakra, you can force those things out. Chu Ran knew that the two would definitely fall out at this time, so he immediately spoke to Uzumaki Naruto. It was the same as when White Zetsu was planted in Uchiha Sasuke's body. Uzumaki Naruto's body was still planted with the White Zetsu that was watching over him. Kyubi, are you awake? I see. Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, condensed Senjutsu chakra in his right hand and slowly put it into his chest. In just an instant, four white masses appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's body and were squeezed out of his body. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito's eyes became sharper. How should I call you, Faye? Uchiha Madara? Or Uchiha Obito? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, the moment the four white Zetsu were separated from his body. He just took action and directly eliminated these four Baiju, his eyes filled with murderous intent. When Uchiha Obito heard this name that he had not heard for a long time, his pupils trembled slightly. How did you know about this? Logically speaking, no one should know. Even Pain and the others have no way of knowing. Uchiha Obito slowly looked at Baizetsu on the side, but then gave up the idea. He knew very well that it was impossible for Black and White to tell Uzumaki Naruto his true identity. Actually, it's not difficult to guess that your story is covered in the Uchiha family tree. What really made me sure was not these, but when I attacked Konoha. Kakashi Hataki's pupil technique is the same as your pupil technique, they are both time and space ninjutsu. And one has a left eye and one has a right eye, even the kaleidoscope looks the same. I'm not a fool, combined with the fact that he obtained the Sharingan, you are the only one who fits the bill. Uzumaki Naruto raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke out what he was thinking without hesitation. All this time, he didn't believe that the guy in front of him was Uchiha Madara. Before that, he had tried to find out who might be alive in the Uchiha clan. With such strength, he would definitely not be a nobody. In the end, two people were selected, one was Uchiha Shisui and the other was Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Shisui is a genius even more famous than Uchiha Itachi, a man named Shunshin Shisui. But before the Uchiha clan was exterminated, he was suddenly killed, and it was rumored that he committed suicide. Moreover, no corpse was seen, and one eye was taken away, which fit the image of the masked man in front of him very well. But one thing is that when his parents died, Uchiha Shisui was not too old to be able to do such a thing. On the contrary, there is another one, Uchiha Obito, who is only a mediocre talent among the Uchiha clan. But it can fit everything, whether it is the lost Sharingan or death without finding the body. I really didn't expect that my identity would be guessed by a young boy like you. It seems that I still underestimated you in the end. Uchiha Obito slowly took off his mask, under the supervision of Baizetsu. He already knew that Uzumaki Naruto had seen Uzumaki Nagato, although he could not find it now. But Uchiha Obito was very curious about what Uzumaki Naruto was thinking now. Tell me your plan completely. You should know who I met not long ago, I can't guarantee that I will switch sides. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Unlike before, he was now the one in control. Chapter 129. If Uchiha Obito didn't give a satisfactory answer, Uzumaki Naruto would not give him any more chances and would take revenge directly. White Zetsu, take Uchiha Sasuke in first. I have something I want to talk to him alone. Uchiha Obito looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and his expression hidden under the mask began to become serious. The two of them are using each other. Perhaps from this point of view, few people can completely escape from all this. Just after Black and White Zetsu left, Uchiha Obito also took off his mask. Revealing his true face, Uzumaki Naruto frowned as he looked at Uchiha Obito's half-deformed face. Although somewhat disfigured, his face is still basically the same as the one recorded in Konoha. It's Nagato, what did I tell you? What do you want, or do you want a new deal? Uchiha Obito breathed out lightly, and the expression on his face began to become calmer. As far as the current situation is concerned, his strength is actually not as good as Uzumaki Naruto's. If his Sharingan is intact, he may still be able to fight Uzumaki Naruto for a while. I want you to tell me what the truth is about the Samsara Eye. What is your plan? Why do you have to bear the name of Uchiha Madara to approach Uzumaki Nagato? A cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. During this period, he understood more and more about things. He also knew clearly that there must be a secret under the eyes of reincarnation. After all, the ninja has been around for so long, and I have never heard of anyone being born with such a thing as the Samsara Eye. What's more, he appeared from among the descendants of the Uzumaki clan. There must be something weird in this, and the special nature of the Uzumaki clan also made Naruto Uzumaki very concerned. Why do you have to ask so clearly? Don't you know one thing? Knowing too much may not be a good thing. Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes slightly, and the chakra in his body was already flowing rapidly. It seemed as if he was about to take action at any time, but at this moment, he had no idea that he could win Uzumaki Naruto. All I know is that I have everything under control. Your plan is nothing more than to collect the tailed beasts, and then put the power of the tailed beasts into that strange statue. I'm afraid the plan for infinite Tsukuyomi is the same as what you are doing now. Think carefully before answering me, Uchiha Obito. Otherwise, I don't mind, I will avenge my relatives here. Uzumaki Naruto pulled out a flying thunder god kunai and slowly held it in his hand. At the same time, Sage Mode was turned on, which would not give Uchiha Obito any chance to escape. As long as Uchiha Obito wants to activate the time and space ninjutsu to escape, he will definitely stop him directly. That's called the Heretic Demon, it's a container that can contain the power of all tailed beasts. You can also call him the Ten Tails, it is a form that requires gathering the power of all the tailed beasts to activate it. Uchiha Obito was a little entangled in his heart, and finally told him about the sacred tree, which is the Ten Tails. After hearing about the plan of infinite month reading, I need to make preparations. Uzumaki Naruto also had a look of shock on his face. He did not expect that the strange statue turned out to be a heretic demon statue, and it turned out to be the Ten Tails. But thinking about what happened during this period, Uzumaki Naruto was surprised. But he still knew that what Uchiha Obito said was true. Why, you obviously gave the Sharingan to Hatake Kakashi voluntarily. And he sacrificed his life for his companions, why would he do such a thing? Uzumaki Naruto thought about it carefully and did not feel that Uchiha Obito was lying. But he knew that Uchiha Obito was still hiding something. For example, what should we do if Nagato Uzumaki dies? In other words, what is the purpose of Uchiha Obito doing this? This issue has nothing to do with the transaction between us. I don't want to say it out, now it's time for you to make a choice, help Uzumaki Nagato get rid of me. It's better to continue our deal. Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed slightly, and at this moment, his mood suddenly became unhappy. If Naruto Uzumaki continues to be aggressive, he will definitely use all means without hesitation. Even if hidden means are used, Uzumaki Naruto must be killed. Don't be so excited, it seems like you don't have a good relationship with Kakashi-sensei. You can tell me if you need anything. I can help you get your other eye back, but the price will be more expensive. After all, with only one eye, you are far from my opponent. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand, with a smile on his face, and walked slowly past Uchiha Obito. But that last sentence seemed like a joke. To Uchiha Obito's ears, it sounded more like a warning. What an arrogant brat, it looks like the plan may have to be moved forward a little earlier. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes, and he slowly put on the mask. But at this moment, his voice began to become colder. Half a month later, Uchiha Sasuke, who was brought back by Uchiha Obito, also woke up. He was about to go blind in both eyes, but Uchiha Itachi's eyes had been transplanted. And the three Magatama also successfully evolved into the Manjiki Sharingan, although the talent is not as good as Uchiha Itachi. But he is still the second protagonist after all, even if he does not suffer the same fate as Uzumaki Naruto. However, Uchiha Sasuke's growth has never been slow, and he still traces the progress in the original work. As of today, Uchiha Sasuke has controlled all the power of the Sharingan. Just looking at it now, his strength has completed its transformation. And Uchiha Sasuke also found Uzumaki Naruto who was practicing Senju Chakra not far away. Naruto, long time no see. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the former opponent in front of him with a smile on his face. This is the self-confidence that comes from his own strength. At this time, he wants to try his own strength. And Uzumaki Naruto is the best candidate to try, so at this time Uchiha Sasuke will not feel that he will lose at all. Sasuke. Why, you suddenly came to me, is it because your strength has increased? You are still as confident as before. Uzumaki Naruto slowly opened his eyes, and there was also a confident look in those eyes. The two have been rivals for a long time, and neither one wants to lose to the other. Uchiha Sasuke is confident in his own strength, and Uzumaki Naruto is also extremely confident in his own strength. Chapter 130. A battle between the two was about to begin without any warning. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Uchiha Sasuke quickly formed the seal after this life and death battle with Uchiha Itachi. His strength has improved a lot, and this time the fireball technique is even more intense than the last time the two of them fought. Aren't there some new moves? Wind Escape Big Breakthrough. Uzumaki Naruto raised the corners of his mouth slightly and formed seals with his hands at the same time. A blast of wind release, Great Breakthrough was sent out directly, and a violent storm collided with a huge fireball. In an instant, a shocking heat wave erupted, forming a whirlpool of flames that erupted in the forest. Everything he passed turned into an endless sea of fire. But this is just a warm-up for the two of them, when they really start to fight. It was Uchiha Sasuke who pulled out the Kusanagi sword from his waist, and rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto with a flash of lightning on the blade. Uzumaki Naruto did not hesitate, pulled out a kunai, and activated the wind release chakra. Chang! The weapons in their hands collided, emitting a burst of dazzling white light. The constant clanging sound also proves that neither of them is letting go, they are all using their full strength. But Uchiha Sasuke relied on the advantage of Sharingan to suppress Uzumaki Naruto in taijutsu after several rounds of fighting. What's wrong? Is this just such an improvement? In this case, you will definitely die in my hands. A flash of cold light flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, his palms were raised slightly, and the roar of thousands of birds pierced the sky, attacking Uzumaki Naruto's blind spot very quickly. But it had been dodged by Uzumaki Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique prepared in advance. Fire Release, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. At the moment when Uzumaki Naruto escaped, Sharingan captured Uzumaki Naruto's figure. Uchiha Sasuke also used large-scale ninjutsu without hesitation. Countless shurikens were wrapped in fire, showing a surrounding force and shrouding Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that there was no way to avoid it. 9 Lamas, lend me your chakra. Uzumaki Naruto directly borrowed the Nine-Tails chakra from Chu Ran. In an instant, the complete golden-tailed beast clothes completely wrapped him up, and his whole body turned into a golden color. Such ability also made Uchiha Sasuke slightly startled. He did not expect that Naruto Uzumaki had such a new ability, and a solemn look immediately appeared on his face. Rasengan. Several golden hands and spiral pills appeared instantly from behind Uzumaki Naruto. He continued to strike at the phoenix fairy fire that was scattering down towards him in the sky, and the predicament was soon resolved. But at the moment of contact, a loud bird song and the flashing light of thunder and lightning appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Chidori. An unexpected blow hit Naruto Uzumaki's chest hard. With the enhanced speed of thunder release, Uzumaki Naruto, whose sight was blocked for a moment, did not feel it. In other words, even if you feel it, you can't avoid it in the first place. He could only concentrate the Nine-Tails chakra at the attacked place, and quickly blocked Uchiha Sasuke's attack. But the impact of the Chidori caused Uzumaki Naruto to still take several steps back. Uchiha Sasuke did not stop because of this, but directly threw the Kusanagi sword with lightning. He used the Sharingan's ability to the fullest without any sloppiness. Under a set of attacks, if it were an ordinary person, he would have been beaten to death without any resistance. But with the help of Nine-Tails chakra, Uzumaki Naruto's defense is no worse than Uchiha Sasuke, who has activated Susanoo. Sage Mode. After being attacked by a series of fierce attacks, Uzumaki Naruto also immediately turned on the Sage Mode. After a large amount of natural energy poured into the body, the power in Naruto Uzumaki's body also rose to its peak at this time. At the last moment, Uchiha Sasuke approached. Uzumaki Naruto found the right opportunity and hit Uchiha Sasuke directly in the abdomen with his frog hand. The power used between the two was not the same. Uzumaki Naruto's palm directly broke one of Uchiha Sasuke's ribs. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body suddenly fell back. They are really difficult and annoying eyes. Immortal Technique, Daima Rasengan. The moment the frog hand touched Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto put down the mark of the Flying Thunder God. At this moment, a Flying Thunder God technique came directly in front of Uchiha Sasuke. The terrifying pressure of the Otama Rasengan made Uchiha Sasuke's expression change immediately. He just used his trump card, Susanoo. A purple armor rose into the sky and blocked Uchiha Sasuke. Boom! The Otama Rasengan hit the Susanoo, the impact caused by the terrifying pressure. It immediately destroyed everything around it, and even Susanoo was smashed into the ground. Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly felt a dangerous aura. He immediately dodged a few meters away, but Uchiha Sasuke in front of him was wrapped in a strange armor. To say it is armor, it is better to say it is a strange monster. It was basically the same as Uzumaki Naruto using Fairy Fox mode, but despite this, Uzumaki Naruto still felt an ominous aura from it. Is this your hidden trump card? It doesn't look very good, have you not mastered it yet? Uzumaki Naruto had a sneer on his face. He could clearly feel that Uchiha Sasuke was not very skilled in using this ability. But despite this, Uchiha Sasuke didn't say anything. He just covered his abdomen with a ferocious smile on his face. Combined with the blood flowing from the corners of both eyes, the whole person looked scary and crazy. If you are stubborn, you can only do it now. Naruto, go to hell. As soon as the ferocious smile appeared on Uchiha Sasuke's face, Susanoo began to solidify. And on his right shoulder, a giant arrow appeared, accumulating power in the crossbow in his hand. At this moment it was launched directly towards Uzumaki Naruto. Not only the speed, but also the destructive power is extremely terrifying, causing ravines wherever it goes. 9 Lamas. Uzumaki Naruto didn't want to dodge at this time, he wanted to use his real power to crush Uchiha Sasuke. He shouted Chu Ran directly in his heart, and then the huge chakra directly surrounded him. Compared to Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, the Fairy Fox mode released by Uzumaki Naruto is more terrifying. In terms of body shape, it is even stronger and larger than Susanoo, and the tailed beast jade starts to accumulate instantly. Chapter 131. Go to hell. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke shouted angrily as the arrows flew. The terrifying chakra aura also began to expand and burst out. The tailed beast jade released by Uzumaki Naruto is also not weaker than Uchiha Sasuke's attack. The super powerful moves released between the two quickly collided. In an instant, a white light that was so dazzling that people couldn't look directly began to spread from the center of the collision between the two people's moves. Uzumaki Naruto immediately unlocked the Fairy Fox mode, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge into the distance. He is not an idiot, and he will not use his body to catch the shock wave of this explosion. But Uchiha Sasuke was not so lucky. He was already injured, and it was even more difficult for him to escape from the center of the explosion. In an instant, he was engulfed in white light, and Susanoo began to dissolve little by little in the white light. After about a few minutes passed, the remnants of the explosion completely disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto also arrived near the center of the explosion. Using Sage mode, he could easily sense Uchiha Sasuke's weak chakra. Just when he was about to go find Uchiha Sasuke, a figure stopped in front of him. This person was none other than Uchiha Obito, whose identity he had just exposed. "What, do you want to stop me again?" Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly, with an extremely unhappy expression on his face. He has long had resentment towards this guy in his heart. If he could, Uzumaki Naruto would definitely take action against Uchiha Obito immediately. "Could it be that you really think you can test my bottom line again and again without dying?" Uzumaki Naruto slowly held the kunai, his eyes becoming extremely cold in an instant. At that time, it was different from the fight against Uchiha Sasuke. This was a complete murderous intention. He had many reasons why he had to kill Uchiha Obito. Even if Uchiha Obito had time and space ninjutsu, he would definitely use his whole body to kill him here. "Don't be so excited, Uchiha Sasuke can't die yet. I'm afraid you don't know yet, but the Hokages of the major countries are already holding a 5-Kage conference. You are a smart man and should be able to guess who this incident is targeting." Uchiha Obito waved his hand, not paying much attention to Uzumaki Naruto's threat. Not long ago, Pain's 6 Paths took action and captured the 8 Tails himself. Different from the situation in the original work, it was not Uchiha Sasuke who went there. Because Naruto Uzumaki's Flying Thunder God technique is very convenient, the process of capturing the tailed beast can be said to be very smooth. Therefore, the 5 major countries specially held a meeting in advance, with the purpose of wiping out the Akatsuki organization in one fell swoop. "They are targeting us, right? So by keeping him, are you planning to increase our combat power? But with the strength of us people, it shouldn't be enough to defeat all the 5 major countries." Uzumaki Naruto frowned, took back the kunai in his hand, and began to think about a plan. If it is said that during this period of time, he must unblock the 9 tails in his body, and then put it into the heretic demon statue, then his combat power can be said to be greatly reduced. Facing the encirclement and suppression led by the 5 shadows, it would have absolutely no fighting power. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto felt a little regretful and felt that he could not take out the 9 tails. Otherwise, it is unlikely that he will be the opponent of Pain's 6 Paths and Uchiha Obito in front of him. For a long time, Uzumaki Naruto, who was originally in control of the initiative, would begin to fall into passivity. If the Kyuubi is not handed over, Sister Quan will not be able to be resurrected. What I have been doing is useless. There was a trace of hesitation in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and his heart was still quite tangled at this time. At the same time, he also thought about what would happen if he didn't have the 9 tails in his body. Then for the Akatsuki organization, it is equivalent to having no use value. Whether the other party will abandon him completely, or directly choose to turn against him. "Naruto, everything you have considered is what you should do. But I have a solution. If you can do it, these won't be problems." Chu Ran also immediately spoke to remind Uzumaki Naruto at this time. Now, according to Uzumaki Naruto's temperament, he probably would not be willing to hand over the 9 tails. After all, without power, he would be like fish on the chopping board, and could only be slaughtered by others. The 9 tails chakra is currently the main source of his strength. Any solution? "Wait, if you know what I'm going to do, why are you helping me? I want to seal you into the heretic demon." Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly, and he couldn't help but start to have doubts in his heart. At the same time, he also started to be wary of Chu Ran. After all, he didn't believe that Kyuubi would help him like this. The me now is not the complete me. Your father, Nanake's Minato, split me in 2, half sealed in your body, and half sealed in your father's body. Even if half of my body enters the heretic demon statue, I will not die. If it were my complete body sealed in your body, you would have died when you were a child. According to the situation in the original work, Chu Ran directly explained the facts of the matter. Uzumaki Naruto also quickly accepted the facts stated by 9 lamas. "Then what should I do, hand you over first, and then go look for the half-body?" Uzumaki Naruto was not sure what to do, and wanted to resurrect Uchiha Izumi. But he didn't want to leave his fate to those bastards from the Akatsuki organization who had their own agendas. Hand over the half-body first, and then find a way to use the dirt reincarnation to resurrect the fourth Hokage. In this case, I can regain half of my body from the Yondaime Hokage's body. And after Uchiha Izumi was resurrected, you also had my power. The corners of Chu Ran's mouth raised slightly. According to the current situation, he was already very convinced. Uzumaki Naruto has taken the bait, because of a very simple reason. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes are on Uchiha Sasuke. Reincarnation from dirty soil is a secret technique created by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama of Konoha village. In the entire ninja world, there is probably only one person who can use it, and that is Orochimaru, who defected from the Akatsuki organization. He was also the guy who taught Sasuke Uchiha how to grow up, and he was named the Sannin along with Jiraiya. I understand, thank you very much, 9 Lamas. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, and then walked directly past Uchiha Obito. He walked straight towards Uchiha Sasuke who was lying on the ground, and at this moment, 3 more figures appeared next to Uchiha Sasuke. Kiden Suigetsu, Koro, and Yugo were all brought out from Orochimaru's secret base. Chapter 132. The 3 of them are all Uchiha Sasuke's trusted companions, unlike beings like Uzumaki Naruto. If Uzumaki Naruto is Uchiha Sasuke's only friend and opponent in his life, the 3 of them have another kind of mutual trusting relationship, more like members of a team. Asshole, if you dare to attack Sasuke again, I won't spare you. Minato Suigetsu was the first to stand in front of Uchiha Sasuke with a decapitating sword. With that posture, he seemed ready to rush forward and fight Uzumaki Naruto at any moment. But only he knew in his heart that his strength might only cause some trouble to Uzumaki Naruto. But he wasn't the only one. Zongo and Yugo were also standing next to Kiden Suigetsu. Although he didn't speak, the appearance of the curse seal clearly expressed his thoughts. On the other hand, Xiang Lian was on the side helping Uchiha Sasuke recover his strength and injuries. It's really an interesting combination, half-finished magic and a special physique. Don't worry, I won't attack Sasuke again. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, and then came to Uchiha Sasuke's side with a teleportation technique. He stretched out his hand and slowly injected the 9-tailed chakra in his body directly into Uchiha Sasuke's body. After having the healing effect of 9-tails chakra, Karen, who was originally worried about how to wake up Uchiha Sasuke, also showed a hint of joy on his face. Asshole. Take your hands off. It was the first time for Minato Suigetsu and Yugo to appreciate Uzumaki Naruto's speed. With a look of surprise, he turned around and immediately attacked Uzumaki Naruto. Stop. You too. He didn't mean any harm, he was helping to save Sasuke. Just when the two were about to take action, Xianglong stood in front of them and explained to Uzumaki Naruto. As more and more chakra was injected into him, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but groan. After slowly opening his eyes, the people he looked at were all people he knew well. Uchiha Sasuke didn't speak, he just looked at Xianglong. Koro immediately understood what Uchiha Sasuke meant and rolled up his sleeves to reveal his arms full of bite marks. Placed it in front of Uchiha Sasuke bit it down without any courtesy. As chakra is restored faster and faster, physical strength is gradually replenished. Uchiha Sasuke's face also regained a little energy, and Uzumaki Naruto stopped sending chakra upon seeing this. He just stood aside and watched Uchiha Sasuke recover. Why didn't you just take the opportunity to kill me? Aren't you afraid that I won't show mercy next time? Uchiha Sasuke stood up slowly with Yugo's help and said to Uzumaki Naruto with a cold expression. Uzumaki Naruto just glanced at Uchiha Sasuke and did not speak. Xiang Lu, Shueiyu, Chong Wu, please step aside first. I have something to say to this guy alone. Uchiha Sasuke understood what Uzumaki Naruto meant and immediately asked the 3 of them to leave first. Then he walked towards the forest in the distance alone, and Uzumaki Naruto immediately followed. The 3 of them looked at each other and went to the side to wait for Uchiha Sasuke. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke came to the depths of the forest. Having just defeated Uchiha Itachi and regained his power, Uchiha Sasuke didn't know the truth of the matter. Uzumaki Naruto did not know at this time that Uchiha Itachi was already dead and had been killed by Uchiha Sasuke. What's the matter, you need to tell me alone. Don't tell me that you saved my life because of friendship or something like that. Uchiha Sasuke slowly leaned against a big tree, his body still not fully healed. At this time, he still felt pain everywhere in his body. I want to make a deal with you, I want to find Orochimaru. I think if it were you, you should be able to do it for me. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and directly stated his needs. Finding Orochimaru is the most critical part of resurrecting past Hokage, and only Orochimaru can do it. Resurrect Orochimaru? What for? What good will it do me to help you? When Uchiha Sasuke heard that annoying name, he frowned visibly. Having gained strength at this time, he also had few goals. Instead, I became blind and didn't know how to go next. I can tell you the truth about the Uchiha clan. Everything about the night of genocide, after you defected, I almost figured it out. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and directly revealed his only bargaining chip. As soon as these words were spoken, Uchiha Sasuke's face was slightly startled. It was obvious that he didn't realize what Naruto Uzumaki meant when he said this. Is there a secret behind the night of genocide? In an instant, Uchiha Sasuke, who had been overwhelmed by hatred, began to calm down. He even started to think calmly about the night of genocide. At the same time, he thought of the scene where his own brother, Itachi Uchiha, repeatedly let loose when fighting with him. He had clearly turned on the kaleidoscope, so why was he defeated miserably by himself? Why did he help seal Orochimaru before he died, and why did he do that to himself and say those words? Tell me the truth about the night of genocide. I will find a way to help you find Orochimaru, and let Orochimaru help you. Uchiha Sasuke knew very well that Uzumaki Naruto not only needed him to resurrect Orochimaru. Uzumaki Naruto must have had some purpose in resurrecting Orochimaru, and he would not tell him this purpose. But at this time, Naruto Uzumaki had a smile on his face. Your brother is indeed a sinner of the Uchiha clan, but he is not someone you can hate. Back then, the Uchiha clan planned to rebel and capture me, preparing to release and control the nine tails in my body. But it's a pity that the third Hokage found out, and your brother Uchiha Itachi got the order to get rid of the Uchiha clan. But in the end, I kept you. It was the deal your brother made with the third Hokage. The purpose is to allow you to grow up intact in Konoha village. It is precisely because of this that you were not killed. Uchiha Itachi defected from the village and became Konoha's internal agent in the Akatsuki organization. Uzumaki Naruto told everything very briefly. The truth about the night of genocide made Uchiha Sasuke slightly startled, and he even couldn't accept it for a while. His hands began to tremble slightly when he finally defeated Uchiha Itachi. At that time, I felt excited and happy that a great revenge had been avenged, but it was different now. Chapter 133. His purpose of revenge has always been questioned by himself. Uchiha Sasuke's heart suddenly collapsed. He personally killed his brother, who had committed heinous crimes to protect him. For my own life. Elder brother. Uchiha Sasuke's face gradually became ugly, and he felt very hateful for a moment. He hated everything about Konoha, and began to hate Konoha in his heart for causing the Uchiha clan to be exterminated. The 5 major countries have already planned to encircle and suppress us. All the tailed beasts have also been collected. Pain and that masked bastard want to use the power of all the tailed beasts. Open infinite Tsukuyomi and create a new world. I can't quite believe them. Sasuke, please cooperate with me, our hatred is the same and our goals are the same. The final goal of the Akatsuki organization is up to us. It's almost time for Naruto Uzumaki to see him, and it's time to convince Uchiha Sasuke. Just like when Uchiha Obito persuaded him, the man in front of him had already begun to feel excited. Just as Uzumaki Naruto said, other people are not worthy of his trust. If possible, he would only trust Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Obito and Uzumaki Nagato both have their own ideas. It is no exaggeration to say that. It is very likely that when he was separated from the Nine Tails, he would be poisoned by the two of them. And at this time, there is Hinata as a hostage on Uzumaki Nagato's side. This makes it even less likely that Uzumaki Naruto will be reassured about them. What's your plan? Don't think you can fool me with just a few words. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath and his expression became serious. He has deeply understood that he will never be able to solve everything so easily. Only by cooperating with Uzumaki Naruto can we most effectively revenge Konoha. The goals between the two are the same, and cooperation is inevitable. Uzumaki Naruto also had a smile on his face, and immediately began to explain his ideas to Uchiha Sasuke. On the other side, in the secret base hidden by Uzumaki Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato, who was already very weak, became even weaker after resurrecting Hinata. But despite this, he still insisted on his body and controlled the 6 paths of pain every day with his willpower. Now, all the tailed beasts except Kyuubi have gathered. Only the 9 tails in Uzumaki Naruto's body are left. As long as the 9 tails are stripped out, he can activate the 10 tails. Transform this world into the world he desires. On the side, Konan also walked in front of Uzumaki Naruto after changing his medicine. What should we do now? All we have left is the Kyuubi. While Konan was checking the instruments, he also raised his head and looked at Uzumaki Nagato. Their goal is this last thing. Yeah, just inform Uzumaki Naruto directly. The plan is to gather everyone together in 3 days, as long as the Ninetales is controlled. Itachi Uchiha is dead, and Sasuke Uchiha was also taken into the Akatsuki organization by Madara Uchiha. As long as you have the Mangekyo Sharingan, you will definitely be able to control the Ninetales. Uzumaki Nagato nodded and said to Konan very weakly. The reason why Hinata was rescued was because of insurance. Putting Hinata by their side is also such an insurance. After all, it is impossible for Uzumaki Naruto to strip away his strongest power like this without any hope. Otherwise, he would have no trump card to be on an equal footing with the rest of the Akatsuki organization. Even what he did before may have caused him to suffer the hatred of many people. For example, Uchiha Obito, even Uzumaki Nagato wanted to get rid of Uzumaki Naruto. The last conversation was just between Chaos Uzumaki Naruto. But it was this goal that made Uzumaki Nagato so confident. Now that Hinata is in his hands as a hostage, Uzumaki Naruto must hand over the Kyuubi. I understand, I will inform you immediately. Konan nodded, then glanced at the room where Hinata was. Then he turned around and flew out, and soon flew outside. 3 days later, near the Akatsuki organization headquarters. All members of the Akatsuki organization have gathered here. The Eagle team formed by Uchiha Sasuke includes Red Sand Scorpion, Uchiha Obito, Black and White Zetsu, and Pain's 6 Paths. What they didn't let these two people know was that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke had already reached an agreement. Both of them are people who are unlikely to trust the Akatsuki organization in front of them. On the contrary, if the two of them trust each other, that is the best option. Let's begin, Uzumaki Naruto. Tendo Pain looked at Uzumaki Naruto and was the first to speak. In order to avoid wasting time and to prevent Uzumaki Naruto from suddenly escaping, Konan specially brought Hinata over. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto completely understood that the other party was threatening him. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes immediately, but at the same time, he was really hesitating in his heart. If the Kyuubi is not handed over, there will be no chance of resurrecting Uchiha Izumi, but if it is handed over. If he couldn't break out in the shortest time, he and Hinata might die here. Uchiha Sasuke's strength is not enough to help him fight against the entire Akatsuki organization. Naruto, don't worry. I will leave you a part of the chakra, enough for you to use Ninetales mode 3 times. But remember, each time is only 3 minutes at most. This is the last time I can help you. The next thing will depend on my half. Seeing that Naruto Uzumaki was still a little hesitant, Chu Ran immediately made a trap without any hesitation. 3 times of Ninetales mode was enough for Uzumaki Naruto to solve all his troubles. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled when he heard Kyuubi's words. Thank you, 9 llamas. Don't worry, I will release half of your body right away. Naruto Uzumaki nodded, then opened his clothes and slowly placed his right hand on the seal. As the chakra lit up in his hand, a faint blue fire appeared in his hand. The moment the palm turned slowly, the door that blocked the 9 llamas was also opened. Uzumaki Naruto's body immediately lit up with a burst of orange light, and as this light turned into a huge amount of chakra. The figure of Ninetales also gradually turned into an entity in the void, and a roar came from it. But the Akatsuki group had already been prepared, and Kyuubi was subdued in an instant. Chapter 134. Kyuubi originally planned to come out and kill Uzumaki Naruto first. Not only is it affected by gravity, but it is also affected by Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan. Being controlled was a matter of seconds. As the outsider demon began to rise from the ground, the last-tailed beast was captured and entered. The original statue also glowed with a light that was different from other times. Uzumaki Naruto immediately knelt on the ground with a look of pain on his face. When the 9 tails were peeled off, he felt as if his body had been hollowed out in an instant. The chakra in the body even began to fade away, and with it, there was even life force. If Chu Ran hadn't reacted quickly and started to help Uzumaki Naruto recover. I'm afraid that even if Naruto Uzumaki doesn't die at this time, he will definitely be seriously injured and lying on the ground. Good chance. Uchiha Obito looked at the weak Uzumaki Naruto, and without hesitation, he came to Uzumaki Naruto with a teleportation technique. With a kunai in his hand, he immediately planned to stab Uzumaki Naruto. But before it collided with Uzumaki Naruto, the decapitating sword was the first to slash towards Uchiha Obito. With a smile on his face, Kido Suigetsu planned to cut off Obito Uchiha's head in just a moment. But Uchiha Obito was extremely calm, and the decapitating sword instantly passed through his neck and penetrated him. Chang! Just when Uchiha Obito thought he might succeed like this, the Kusanagi sword blocked his path to kunai. Thanks, Sasuke. I owe you a favor. Uzumaki Naruto slowly opened his eyes, and the Sage mode was activated directly. The Rasengan in his hand hit Uchiha Obito in the chest the moment he didn't react. The huge impact caused Uchiha Obito's body to fly backwards. But it was not over yet. Uzumaki Naruto's figure flashed and came to Konan. Xiaonan's expression changed immediately, and she was about to take a few steps back. Hungry Ghost Dao Pain came to Uzumaki Naruto and was about to punch him, but he was dodged by Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto's target is Hinata. Senfa, Spiral Shuriken. After Uzumaki Naruto took a few steps back, he directly released his strongest ninjutsu. The Spiral Shuriken flew in the direction of Pain's 6 paths with a constant sound of breaking through the air. But the Hungry Ghost path appeared directly and absorbed the Rasen Shuriken directly. Want to take it all in? Dream. Uzumaki Naruto raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He already knew part of Pain's abilities. He immediately controlled the Rasen Shuriken, causing it to explode in advance. The huge explosion power caused a fierce storm to rise in the surrounding area. Uzumaki Naruto also took this opportunity to directly pick up Hinata, and then quickly came to Uchiha Sasuke's side. Sasuke. Just by shouting, Uchiha Sasuke knew what Uzumaki Naruto was thinking. Immediately everyone put their hands on Uzumaki Naruto's shoulders. Don't let him go. When Pain Tiandao saw Uzumaki Naruto trying to escape, he immediately clasped his palms together and prepared to release his ability. But in front of the Flying Thunder God's technique, it was not fast enough. In just an instant, Uzumaki Naruto took everyone away directly. And this is no other place, it is the place outside Konoha village. After the previous destruction of Konoha by Uzumaki Naruto, Konoha village was also rebuilt. He had discussed it with Uchiha Sasuke a long time ago and immediately gave the idea of the Nine-Tails Queen. That is to directly rescue Hinata as soon as possible so that the second step of the plan can be carried out. Let's go and resurrect Orochimaru. Uzumaki Naruto's body was still a little weak, but he also put Hinata down at this time. Hinata held Uzumaki Naruto's hand tightly. Looking at the people in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Don't panic, if you want to find Orochimaru, you have to find Mitate Anko. According to the information I have collected, she has not returned to Konoha village yet, let's wait. It just so happens that you can recover a little bit. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head and sat down directly to rest. As early as 3 days ago, the two of them discussed the plan, and Uchiha Sasuke began to ask Anato Suigetsu to collect intelligence. Soon he learned that Mitarashi Enko was not in Konoha village for the time being, and he just had to wait for her to come back. Uzumaki Naruto's plan is also very simple. First, obtain the half-body of Nine Tails to regain his power. And summoned all the previous Hokages to let Uchiha Sasuke know the origin of the Uchiha clan. After taking back half of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto was about to take revenge. The first thing is to kill Uchiha Obito, and then Black and White Zetsu. After getting to the back, it is to capture the reincarnation eye of Uzumaki Nagato. According to Uzumaki Naruto's guess, if you want to open the infinite Tsukimi, you must gather the Rinnegan and Manjiki Sharingan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Uzumaki Nagato to keep a dangerous guy like Uchiha Obito. Therefore, it was left to Uzumaki Naruto to transplant the Rinnegan eye. At that time, the two of them can directly start the unlimited monthly reading together. It is not difficult to kill these two people, as long as Uzumaki Naruto wants to. After all, he still had a trump card on Uzumaki Nagato's side. On the other side, just after Uzumaki Naruto and his group escaped, the expressions of Pain Tiandao and Uchiha Obito became not so pretty. At this time, in the Akatsuki organization, Black Zetsu, Ingaki Kisame, Red Sand Scorpion and others also didn't understand. Why did the two people who had just joined the organization immediately launch a rebellion? Uzumaki Naruto cannot be kept, Faye. You go look for traces of Uzumaki Naruto and the others, I will activate the heretic demon in the nearest days. Kisame and Scorpion will also go with them. Now Uzumaki Naruto does not have the power of the Nine Tails. It probably won't be possible for you two to be your opponent, but remember to be careful with Uchiha Sasuke. Under the command of Uzumaki Nagato, Tendo Pain quickly made a decision. Now that Uzumaki Naruto has no Nine Tails, he can no longer be called a powerful fighting force in the Akatsuki organization. Those who can be used must be eliminated immediately after using them. Otherwise, troublesome guys like Uzumaki Naruto will definitely affect their plans later. It's really troublesome, although I don't quite understand why I do this. But it's the boss's order after all, Mr. Scorpion, it looks like we have to form a temporary team. Kisame Inukasaki is not a thorn in the side, on the contrary, he can be said to be the most conscientious person in the Akatsuki organization. On the contrary, the red sand scorpion just snorted and did not reply. Chapter 135. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Are these two brats already prepared? What is their goal? What can make them cooperate? Compared to Uzumaki Nagato, Uchiha Obito seems to be much calmer. Just start thinking about what might happen next, and in the simplest case, start making decisions. He always felt that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke would definitely not join forces over trivial matters. Since the two of them had joined forces in advance and handed over the Nine Tails. Then there must be some purpose, and this purpose will definitely threaten them. Obito, what should we do next? Are you going to deal with Naruto Uzumaki first? Or? Black and White Zetsu was already far away from Uchiha Obito at this time. So without any consideration, he asked directly. No, let's ignore it for now. Let's see which side will reveal the flaw first. Uzumaki Nagato's lifespan can't last much longer. As long as he dies, Pain's 6 paths will have no effect. Uchiha Obito knew very well what should be done now, compared to Uzumaki Naruto. Pain's 6 paths and Uzumaki Nagato were the people he feared the most. As for Uzumaki Naruto, we just want to get rid of Uzumaki Naruto just in case. I also have a white Zetsu on Uchiha Sasuke. When the time comes, they will be found soon. Once I find them, I will give the information to Kisame and Scorpion. The corners of Heiju's mouth raised slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Uzumaki Naruto is not a big problem, but it is the other side, Uzumaki Nagato, that is the most important. Without the Nine Tails chakra, that guy is just a loser. You don't need to put in any extra thought, just do what you want. Uchiha Obito nodded and immediately agreed to Black Zetsu's proposal. After all, these matters are usually handled by Black Zetsu. His main target is still on Uzumaki Nagato. In order to be wary of them, Uzumaki Nagato has exhausted all his thoughts. But there is no way to prevent Uchiha Obito from detecting some clues. About 2 days later, in the outskirts of Konoha village. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were also waiting for Mitarashi Enko, who had returned from the mission. At this time, Mitarashi Enko was accompanied by 2 Chunin, under the combined attack of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. He was quickly defeated and fell under Uchiha Sasuke's illusion Tsukimi. What to do next? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Mitarashi Enko, who was already stunned, and turned to ask Uchiha Sasuke. Evil Seal. Uchiha Sasuke recalled Kakashi Hitaki's evil seal and used it in reverse. At the same time, he also placed his palm on the cursed seal on Mitarashi Enko's neck. As Uchiha Sasuke took 2 steps back, a big snake began to appear in the cursed seal. The big white snake began to slowly open its mouth, and Orochimaru's figure was spit out. The mucus that kept flowing out, and Orochimaru's weird smile. The 3 people behind Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but take a step back. They were all instinctively afraid of Orochimaru. I'm afraid only Yugo is slightly better. Koro and Anato Suigetsu were more afraid of Orochimaru. I didn't expect that I could be resurrected by you. Besides, we will see so many familiar faces one after another. As soon as Orochimaru was revived, he set his sights on Uzumaki Naruto. This young man was probably the one who frightened him the most at this time. At the same time, Orochimaru also saw that there was no Kyuubi in Uzumaki Naruto's body. Stop talking nonsense, I have something for you to do after resurrecting you. Uchiha Sasuke is more eager to resurrect all past Hokages than Uzumaki Naruto. He wanted to know the secrets of the Uchiha clan and why the Leaf Village was so afraid of the Uchiha clan. If it were another person, Orochimaru would have killed him long ago. But after falling under Uchiha Itachi's illusion, his thoughts changed just like in the original work. In other words, at this time, he wanted to see what kind of whirlpool the 2 strongest people of the younger generation could stir up. What about you? Do you have the same purpose as Sasuke? Or do you just simply want to see your father? Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, his eyes never stopping on Uzumaki Naruto. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't pay attention to this guy for the first time. Instead, he turned around and left directly. He didn't have a good impression of Orochimaru. He is really an impatient guy. If you want to resurrect the past Hokage, I'm afraid you have to go somewhere first. Come with me. Orochimaru slowly stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The group of people quickly went to the Uzumaki clan's territory, and then picked up the death mask. Consistent with the process in the original work, the previous Hokages were soon summoned. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, who gradually appeared in front of him, and his eyes became a little wet. The man in front of him was his father, whom he had not seen for a long time. Come and ask me anything you want. These are the Hokages of the past. Orochimaru looked at his masterpiece in front of him, with an excited look on his face after regaining his body. It has to be said that he is probably the only person who has fully developed the ninjutsu of the Earth reincarnation. Namikaze Minato didn't say much when he came out, but instead focused on Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto? Sasuke? What's wrong with the clothes you two are wearing? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke in front of him. His expression also changed instantly, and even Orochimaru, who killed him, was ignored by him. Because in front of them, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were wearing clothes from the Akatsuki organization. Obviously, being accommodated by the Akatsuki organization is equivalent to becoming a rebel ninja. Naruto? Are you Naruto? Have you grown this big? Namikaze Minato's expression changed slightly when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief, he also felt uncomfortable in his heart. He obviously hopes that his son can become the hero of Konoha village. But now he turned into a rebellious ninja. What exactly happened, Namikaze Minato didn't know. However, he could feel that his son definitely did not have a very good childhood. Dad. Uzumaki Naruto showed a somewhat forced smile, and felt a little bitter in his heart. Chapter 136. He had obviously promised Namikaze Minato in the dream. I will definitely become Hokage and follow in my father's footsteps step by step. But despite this, he didn't have any chance. Now he has become a traitor and is already the object of everyone's hatred. There is no turning back. Sasuke, my father and I will go outside first. I'll come in when you've sorted it out. Uzumaki Naruto turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke after finishing speaking. Then he took Namikaze Minato to the location outside alone. The two walked together for a long time, and it took about 7 or 8 minutes before Uzumaki Naruto stopped. Namikaze Minato still had that gentle smile, and slowly stretched out his hand to Uzumaki Naruto and held him in his arms. Dad, don't you blame me? Obviously you wanted me to be Konoha's hero, but I became a traitorous ninja. Moreover, it destroyed the Leaf Village. Destroying the position you were so protective of. Uzumaki Naruto had a look of hesitation on his face, he knew exactly what he had done. He also knew clearly that even if Namikaze Minato didn't forgive him, there was nothing he could do. It's okay, maybe you have your own reasons. The person who should be sorry should be me, it's because of me that you have gone through so much. If I were here, you would definitely be no worse than me. Namikaze Minato smiled slightly, and the gentle smile on his face once again touched Uzumaki Naruto's heart. But this was not enough to make him change his mind. He just wanted to create a perfect new world, which was even more important. Naruto, do you need Dad to help you with something? Namikaze Minato also knew very well that it was so troublesome for his son to summon him. There must be a certain reason, and this reason must have forced Naruto Uzumaki to do this. I want the Kyuubi inside Daddy. The 9 tails that was originally sealed in my body has been extracted by people from the Akatsuki organization. I need the power of 9 tails to make me stronger, I still have important things to do. Strength is absolutely indispensable. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and directly stated the purpose of his visit this time. After hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded, then reached out and patted Uzumaki Naruto's head. He took out several Flying Thunder God kunai from his waist and threw them in all directions. Okay, but it might take a while. Namikaze Minato smiled slightly and turned to look to the left. Suddenly a huge water dragon rushed towards him. Namikaze Minato slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, orange and black chakra lit up on his body. It is the Kyuubi mode, and he can directly use it when he sees his father. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes also showed a glimmer of light, and he looked at the man's back with some reverence. At this time, not far away, Uzumaki Naruto also saw the man who had just used the water dragon bomb. As for the water dragon bomb that should have been extremely lethal, it was teleported to another location by Namikaze Minato. 2 people walked out slowly from the left. They were none other than Kisame Iniki and Akasaka from the Akatsuki organization. This person is a bit strange, do you know Mr. Scorpion? Kisame Kisaki raised his big sword Samahata with a puzzled look on his face. When he became famous, the 4th Hokage had already died, so he did not know the legend of the 4th Hokage. Even though he had heard of it, there was no way to recognize the Yondaime Hokage immediately. On the contrary, the Red Sand Scorpion clearly remembered the name of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. You are really ignorant, haven't you even heard of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato? The Crimson Sand Scorpion snorted, and then started to laugh. But at the same time, hiding under the puppet, he also felt a little troublesome. Not only have to face Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, but also the 4th generation Hokage. And from Namake's Minato's eyes, he could tell that Namake's Minato was resurrected by someone using filthy earth reincarnation. In other words, the caster must be nearby, and that caster must be a difficult target. The Yondaime Hokage? Yellow Flash. Kisame Kisaki was slightly startled and asked in disbelief. At the same time, there was a solemn expression in those eyes. How could one not treat such a person with dignity? That's right, so don't be careless. This kind of opponent is not an opponent that you and I can solve by being careless. Kisame Kisaki breathed out lightly, and couldn't help but nodded when he heard the words of the Red Sand Scorpion. The two people immediately began to move slowly from both sides, trying to keep a certain distance from Namake's Minato as much as possible, and they were also very careful about the Flying Thunder God Kunai around them. After all, he is the man who has perfected the art of Flying Thunder God, and is known as Yellow Flash. It is a nightmare for all countries on the battlefield. Compared to Uzumaki Naruto using the Flying Thunder God technique, Namake's Minato is the truly terrifying guy. Naruto, wait for me here. I'll take care of them soon. Namake's Minato looked at the two people in front of him with a smile on his face. Facing the two S-class rebel ninjas in front of him, he didn't panic at all. He threw a kunai from his hand and took the lead. This kunai also rushed towards the Red Sand Scorpion. But he was quickly knocked away by the Crimson Sand Scorpion using a puppet. However, Namake's Minato's figure was also lost by them in an instant. But before the two of them could react, Inokigaki Kisame was the first to sense Namake's Minato. The large sword Shirak in his hand slashed directly towards the back. But after Namake's Minato nimbly dodged, he threw several more kunai. While Kisame was avoiding it, he also found the right opportunity to kill him directly. Rasengan. Namake's Minato condensed the Rasengan in one hand and held a kunai in the other hand and charged directly at Gigangaki Kisame. While approaching Kisame Kisaki, he threw the Flying Thunder God kunai high in his hand. Succeeded. The Yellow Flash looks nothing more than that. Inkigaki Kisame looked at the big sword Samahata that was about to be chopped off, and a smile appeared on his face. But just when he was about to chop it off, the large sword Samahata was about to land on Namake's Minato's neck. Namake's Minato disappeared in front of him, and when he appeared again, he was already behind him. The Rasengan hit him hard on the back. The huge impact caused a burst of air explosions, and Kisame Inokigaki was severely injured after only one round of fighting. The body flew away fiercely in the distance, and even the large sword Sharky in his hand was released. Chapter 137. Namake's Minato doesn't know any very lethal ninjutsu, and basically uses the Flying Thunder God jutsu to fight. Compared with ordinary ninjas, Namake's Minato's reaction speed and grasp of the battle situation. They are all top-notch beings, and even Inokigaki Kisame is far behind in terms of combat consciousness. Even in terms of strength alone, Namake's Minato doesn't seem that scary. However, with the blessing of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Namake's Minato's control over the battle was beyond the reach of any ninja. Is this the Yondaime Hokage known as Yellow Flash? What a scary guy, it's really an unwise choice to fight against such a guy. But if he is made into a puppet, it will definitely be a very exciting work. The Red Sand Scorpion hiding among the puppets also had a smile on his face. But it is a pity that even if he defeated Namake's Minato at this time, he would not have Namake's Minato's body as a puppet. The Red Sand Scorpion knew the current situation very well and did not hesitate too much. The puppet that wrapped his body was opened directly, and the Red Sand Scorpion ran quickly in the direction where Kisame was knocked away. At the same time, he was also immediately alert to the surrounding area for the sneak attack of the 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato. Dad, stop chasing me. They are not worthy of our pursuit, we still have business to do. Seeing that the two of them had no fighting spirit, Uzumaki Naruto immediately asked Namake's Minato to stop chasing him. After all, inside, Uchiha Sasuke might be dealt with soon. Therefore, Uzumaki Naruto must let Namake's Minato give him half of the nine tails while it's still early. Yeah, I get it, Naruto. Namake's Minato turned his head and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, then stretched out his hand and placed it on Uzumaki Naruto's abdomen. With the chakra of the nine tails, the familiar power continued to pour into Uzumaki Naruto's body. The nine tails chakra in the body quickly returned to its original position, perhaps a little less powerful than before. But for Uzumaki Naruto, he couldn't feel it, but he felt that the moment in front of him was still very comfortable. Because his strength was once again able to reach its peak and he was able to implement his own plan. Call. Uzumaki Naruto exhaled a puff of white air from his mouth, and then disappeared in front of Namake's Minato. Namake's Minato was slightly startled, but before he could react, Uzumaki Naruto appeared in front of him again. And there was a girl following him. It was Hinata who was hidden in a small village by Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, who is this girl? Byakugan. He's from the Hinata family, right? Namikaze Minato looked at Hinata in front of him with a smile on his face. But Hinata hasn't realized what kind of situation this is. Yeah, Dad, she is Hinata. She is my girlfriend, and she is the one who has never hated me. Dad, I am living a good life, and I am also moving forward towards my goals. Although I didn't become Hokage like my father, I don't regret it. I am also fighting for the people I love and the people who love me. Uzumaki Naruto took Hinata's hand, slowly stepped forward, stretched out his hand and hugged Namikaze Minato. This was an apology, and it was also a way to express to Minato Namikaze that he was doing well. Even though he was spurned by thousands of people, Uzumaki Naruto still felt that he was not wrong. Well, as long as Naruto can grow up healthily, that will be fine. Kushina will definitely be very happy too. Naruto actually has a girlfriend. If there is a chance, I really want Kushina to see it too. Namikaze Minato nodded and said to Uzumaki Naruto with a look of relief. He is a dead man now, and even if he wants to take care of Konoha's affairs, he is powerless. He had lost his life for Konoha, and now he no longer wanted his son to be like him. Namikaze Minato hopes that Uzumaki Naruto will take the path of his own choice, even if this road is full of thorns. He also hoped that Uzumaki Naruto could go on without regrets. Neither father nor son spoke, they just went back the way they came. As he was going back, a powerful chakra burst out from inside. When Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Minato entered it, they found that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking at him with an angry look. Naruto, do you hate Konoha like Sasuke? No matter what happens, won't you change your mind? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, and the expression on his face became serious. If he hadn't been controlled by the reincarnation of the Dirty Land at this time, he might even want to take action directly to capture these two juniors. Yes, I will definitely destroy Konoha. Grandpa third generation, you are no longer a match for me and Sasuke. Since he is already dead, don't worry about it so much, I have already sent all your friends down. Now that I have rescued you from the hands of death, you should thank me even more. Uzumaki Naruto smiled like that when he faced Namikaze Minato, but when he faced other people. What's more, the Sandaime Hokage, who has always regarded him as a tool, will not have any good impressions. At this time, it was natural that he would not show any good looks to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, he really wouldn't mind killing Sarutobi Hiruzen once. You bastard brat, just like the brats of the Uchiha clan. They are all born evil brats. When Senju Tobirama heard Uzumaki Naruto saying that he wanted to destroy Konoha, a look of anger immediately appeared on his face. Just when they were about to explode their chakra, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke immediately made preparations for battle. However, with Orochimaru's restraint, Senju Tobirama didn't make any moves. Forget it, do you two have anything else to do with the four of us? Senju Hashirama slowly closed his eyes and took 2 steps forward to block the second generation and the third generation. Even though Senju Hashirama's words were gentle, no one could hear the anger in his voice. But that momentum, the momentum coming from the god of ninja, made Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke take a step back. There was deep fear on both of their faces. Everyone knows that among the 4 Hokages in front of them, the first Hokage is probably the most terrifying in strength. After all, he was the man who founded Konoha village and ended the First Great War. The strength is absolutely unfathomable, even making Uzumaki Naruto feel that he cannot be his opponent. If nothing happens, let's untie the reincarnation of the Dirty Land. Chapter 138. The hatred will never stop, but you two need to know that. Maybe Konoha didn't do anything wrong, maybe if it were you, you would have done the same thing. Senju Hashirama sighed lightly and did not take action against Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. And Orochimaru also directly solved the reincarnation of the Dirty Land under Senju Hashirama's words. He was also afraid of this ninja god in his heart. As the figures of the 4 Hokages began to slowly turn into ashes, Uzumaki Naruto also saw the soul of Namikaze Minato. The two looked at each other and smiled, and the father and son did not have any unnecessary words. Let's go, just follow our plan. When I was outside just now, I met Scorpion and Kisame, but they had already escaped. Our position must have been exposed, Sasuke, you know what to do. After Naruto Uzumaki watched the 4 Hokages in front of him disappear, he also turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke. He knew very well what their goal was now. There is only one thing left, which is to split into 2 groups. The first goal is to capture the Samsara Eye. The second goal is to influence the Five Shadows meeting and make the Five Shadows completely determined to destroy the Akatsuki organization and buy them time. Uzumaki Naruto was the first to capture the Rinnegan Eye, after successfully capturing the Rinnegan Eye. Then he would go to Uchiha Sasuke and help Uchiha Sasuke and others escape. I understand, but you don't want to die. Uchiha Sasuke glanced sideways at Uzumaki Naruto, and then left directly with the people after saying that. Orochimaru did not follow Uchiha Sasuke, but slowly retreated with a sinister smile on his face. Uzumaki Naruto took Hinata back to the small village at that time. In the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization, Pain's 6 paths except Tendu Pain are not there. The rest of the pens are guarding Uzumaki Nagato, and Uzumaki Nagato's body is getting worse day by day. At this time, his face was even paler and weaker than before. Every time he coughed, even the corners of his mouth would overflow with blood. Xiao Nan, who was standing aside, felt extremely uncomfortable when she saw her friend in such distress. Nagato, please forget about it. According to your current body, it is difficult to directly turn the heretic demon into the Ten-Tails. Even if the Ten-Tails appears, your body may not be able to become a Jinchuriki. Xiao Nan couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She had already lost a close friend and relative. She didn't want to lose her only remaining friend, and if possible, she even had some selfish thoughts in her heart. I just want the Uzumaki Nagato in front of me to live the rest of his life peacefully. Stop working for world peace and creating a world without war. No, this is Yahiko's and ours lifelong wish. Even if I die, I must let the Ten-Tails appear and the infinite Tsukimi appear. Uzumaki Nagato didn't have much energy to speak. Now he had to maintain Pain's 6 paths of chakra. You also need to activate the Ten-Tails to make yourself the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails. It is precisely because of this that Uzumaki Nagato finds it extremely difficult. However, these things are not something Xiao Nan can understand. She can only know that Uzumaki Nagato is very hard. But I don't know how determined Uzumaki Nagato is to do this. If it's hard, then don't do it. Just die properly and that's it. I will help you open the infinite Tsukimi. Just when Konan was about to leave to prepare medicine for Uzumaki Nagato, a figure walked in from outside the tree trunk. The pupils of both of them suddenly trembled. They didn't expect that someone could come here. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Nagato's eyes showed a vigilant look, and he immediately activated Pain's 6 paths. Even Tiandao Pain, who was far away, was immediately recalled. A group of 6 people launched an attack on Uzumaki Naruto without hesitation. Konan immediately planned to evacuate directly with Uzumaki Nagato, but just as he was about to evacuate, Uzumaki Naruto has already started fighting with Pain's 6 paths. Although he was deprived of the Nine-Tails chakra, Uzumaki Naruto was still able to enter the Nine-Tails mode at this moment. This made Uzumaki Nagato very surprised, but he quickly evacuated with Konan. If Pain's 6 paths fights Uzumaki Naruto, the area covered will definitely be very wide. His current body can hardly even move forward if he is affected by the residual power of the battle. There is definitely no way to escape directly, and you might even die. Driven by the desire to survive, Uzumaki Nagato left the weird medical equipment for the first time in several years. He put on some clothes and quickly fled the place under the escort of Xiao Nan. Senfa, Spiral Shuriken. Uzumaki Naruto didn't hesitate and fired a spiral shuriken directly. The sharp sound of breaking through the air caused a series of explosions, which directly impacted towards Xiaonan's back. But Hungry Ghost Road quickly stepped forward and took the lead in blocking the Rasen Shuriken. With the ability to absorb ninjutsu and chakra, he quickly absorbed the Rasen Shuriken. Kill the Hell Realm first, and the Hell Realm can summon the King of Hell to resurrect other Pain. The most difficult solution to the Heavenly Path should be put last. Solve the Hell Path and the Hungry Ghost Path first. Chu Ran also directly gave Uzumaki Naruto a hint at this time. After integrating the information from Pain's 6 paths, Naruto Uzumaki knew exactly what to do. But after all, with the cooperation of Pain's 6 paths and the shared line of sight, it is indeed difficult to create an effective offensive. Shadow Clone Technique. Uzumaki Naruto didn't hesitate and immediately transformed into a large number of clones and rushed around. Uzumaki Naruto's body has been staring at the Hell Realm. Even on the battlefield, all means of recovery for the enemy must be cut off. Uzumaki Naruto's current plan is to take the lead in destroying Pain's Hell Realm. The remaining 6 paths of Pain surrounded the Hell Path and Animal Path and began to continuously fight back against the Shadow Clone. Upon seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto didn't hesitate, he immediately transformed into Fairy Fox mode and started to take action. The formation of Pain's 6 paths was soon interrupted, and the Hell Path and the Hungry Ghost Path were also separated. A shadow clone appeared behind Hell Road. Hell Road understood that it was just a shadow clone and did not hesitate. He directly solved it with taijutsu, but when the smoke dissipated, the shadow clone had a kunai that did not dissipate. The mark of the flying thunder god on the kunai is also proving to Pain's 6 paths that the next danger is coming. Uzumaki Naruto's fairy fox mode was instantly released, and his body had arrived in front of the Hell Realm. With the kunai held in his hand, the sharp wind escape chakra directly split the body of the Hell Realm into 2 halves. Chapter 139. Not good. Tendo Pain's pupils trembled slightly, clearly seeing Uzumaki Naruto's intention. Immediately he clapped his hands, and the huge repulsive force launched Naruto Uzumaki away. But it was too late, so he had to gather all the 6 paths of pain again. But now there are only 5 of them, which means that the fighting strength is getting smaller and smaller, which also means that it is more disadvantageous for them. Psychicism. Zhu Xingdao clasped his hands together and directly summoned several psychic beasts. Begin to encircle and suppress Uzumaki Naruto deep in the forest. Uzumaki Naruto looked around and found that the psychic beasts did not scare him. With the help of the Flying Thunder God's technique, he quickly got closer to Pain's 6 paths again. Nowadays, it is necessary to rely on will battles and a series of tactics to solve the 6 paths of pain. As long as the 6 paths of pain are solved, the next thing will be much easier. Several pains flew into the air at the same time, and the black sticks in their hands stabbed directly towards Uzumaki Naruto. Not to mention the speed, even the shots are so smooth, among the benefits of shared vision. There was nothing unnecessary about their actions, and they had even blocked all Uzumaki Naruto's escape routes. But Uzumaki Naruto only threw a few Flying Thunder God kunai, which made their offensive slightly stunned. With just this moment of confusion, Uzumaki Naruto's face already showed a smile. As the kunai flew past, the 2 kunai collided together, and one of the kunai came to the back of the human path. This is the second stage of Flying Thunder God. The great Jade Rasengan in Uzumaki Naruto's hand has been condensed. Without hesitation, he hit Renjiandeo hard on the back, compared to several other pain. The ability of the human being is relatively not that powerful, but he is good at close combat and obtaining intelligence. But the more pains that are eliminated, the easier it will be to eliminate all the other pains. However, just when Uzumaki Naruto solved the human world, a figure also appeared directly behind him. It was Shuradao who was the main attacker among pain. A punch with terrifying power struck directly at Uzumaki Naruto. Even if Uzumaki Naruto turned around in time and used his arms to block it, the terrifying strange force still caused Uzumaki Naruto to be hit hard and fly out. Boom! It hit the ground hard, creating a deep pit. Uzumaki Naruto felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart. But it only took a moment for the Nine-Tails chakra to help him recover. The moment Uzumaki Naruto came to his senses, countless missiles rained down on him. The Flying Thunder God technique was activated immediately, putting a certain distance between Pain and the remaining 4 people. All things are attracted by heaven. After Tendo Pain discovered Uzumaki Naruto's figure, he immediately stretched out his right hand. The huge gravity caused Uzumaki Naruto's body to fly directly in the direction of Tendo Pain involuntarily. The other 3 Pain began to wait near the mark of the Flying Thunder God. As long as Uzumaki Naruto appears elsewhere, he will immediately stop him. And there are several powerful psychic beasts, so it can be said that Uzumaki Naruto's escape route is also blocked. There is no truly most powerful ninjutsu, it only depends on the level of the ninja who uses this ninjutsu. Uzumaki Naruto knew this very well, so when facing the all-seeing Tenin, he basically did not plan to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Wind release, spiral shuriken. A cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and he looked towards the Hungry Ghost Road not far away. The distance between Hungry Ghost Path and Tiandao Pain is relatively close. As long as he dares to absorb his own spiral shuriken, the 10,000 elements can be directly eliminated. He can also directly escape from the predicament in front of him, even if the Hungry Ghost cannot escape. Uzumaki Naruto was also confident and killed Tendo Pain directly. And at this moment of thinking, in the subconscious, Uzumaki Naruto was pulled into it. Chu Ran transformed into Kyubi and looked at Uzumaki Naruto below. 9 llamas. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the slightly different Kyubi in front of him, and couldn't help but frown slightly. It was obviously a critical moment in the battle, and he didn't understand what 9 llamas were doing. Naruto, your fighting methods are too low level. Leave your body to me and I will help you deal with these guys. Otherwise, you may die. This was the first time Chu Ran actively asked to take over Uzumaki Naruto's body. Before, he always stayed indifferent and only came to the rescue when Uzumaki Naruto couldn't handle it himself. But it's different now, his blackening points are enough. Being able to exchange for something he has always wanted, this thing allows him to freely switch physical control with Uzumaki Naruto in a short period of time. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't understand this, and there was a wary look in his eyes. What do you mean, do you want my body? Don't get the wrong idea, 9 llamas. I do need your power, but that doesn't mean I have to give my body to you just to gain power. Uzumaki Naruto frowned tightly as he faced Chu Ran's conversation. He was extremely disgusted in his heart, but thinking that he needed Nine-Tails chakra to enhance his strength, Uzumaki Naruto could only hold back. I think you made a mistake, Naruto. Tailed beasts are just chakras with consciousness, and we are all created by the Sage of Six Paths. You have also seen that the chakra of each tailed beast has its own characteristics. But haven't you noticed that you can't control the characteristics of the Nine-Tails chakra? Chu Ran knew that it was impossible to directly let Uzumaki Naruto hand over control of his physical body. On the contrary, it is better to use another method to induce Uzumaki Naruto to hand over his body. Because the current Uzumaki Naruto's strength can no longer keep up. Even if Uzumaki Naruto controls the Nine-Tails chakra and enters the Nine-Tails mode, he will also be able to master the Sage mode. But there is still some gap with the strength in the original work. After all, the chakra of Nine-Tails mode is directly supplied by Chu Ran. Uzumaki Naruto's strength will not be the same as in the original work. The characteristics of chakra. Is it the same as other tailed beasts? Uzumaki Naruto fell into thinking, and at the same time recalled the time when he captured the 4 and 5 tails. The chakra characteristics of the 4 tails are like melting away like molten lava. They all have special properties, but the amount of chakra is not as good as the Kyuubi. To put it this way, Uzumaki Naruto only controlled the huge chakra of the 9 tails. In fact, there was not much he could do to directly control the tailed beast's true power. When he thought of this, Uzumaki Naruto instantly figured it out and was no longer so disgusted with handing over control of his body. Chapter 140. How can I trust you? In other words, what should I do to make me feel that you are not lying to me? Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, and his face became calmer. The person who has been silently helping him all this time can be said to be the Kyuubi the most. No matter which battle it was, without Kyuubi's help, he might have died long ago. But the matter was so important that Uzumaki Naruto did not dare to agree to Chu Ran's words easily. You can replace your consciousness with me at any time. I must get your permission to replace your consciousness. So you don't need to worry, and if you don't give your body to me, you cannot control the characteristics of my chakra. It can be said that you will definitely die in this battle. Chu Ran knew that Uzumaki Naruto had taken the bait, and it was almost time to hand over the 6 Paths Sage mode to Uzumaki Naruto. Without the 6 Paths Sage mode, it would be absolutely impossible to beat Pain's 6 Paths, which has the various abilities of the Samsara Eye. Okay, then I'll listen to you. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, knowing that he had no choice now. It was because he underestimated the strength of the Pains too much, otherwise he would not have fallen into such a passive situation. If you don't choose this way at this time, it won't take 2 days for the 6 Paths of Pain to be restored, and they will be topped by the corpses of others. And next time, he would not have such a good opportunity to approach Uzumaki Nagato. Remember to understand this power carefully. My power is closest to that of the immortal of 6 Paths. The characteristics are different from other tailed beasts. They are not normal attributes, but yang escape chakra. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly and directly took over Uzumaki Naruto's body. At the same time, these words made Uzumaki Naruto become serious immediately. The moment he took over the body, the scene in front of Chu Ran also changed. It was no longer the cage where Kyuubi was imprisoned, but the Tiandao Pain in front of him. Shinra Tenjing. Feeling that something was wrong with the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, Pain Tiandao immediately frowned and used another of his abilities. The huge repulsive force seemed to crush Chu Ran, and even the big jade Rasengan that Uzumaki Naruto had accumulated in his hand dissipated instantly. But if this trick is used on Uzumaki Naruto, it will definitely be effective. To Chu Ran, it was equivalent to being of no use at all. A cold light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes. Putting his hands together, the color of his chakra coat changed instantly. Not only does it have the gold color that represents the Kyuubi chakra and Senjutsu chakra, but it also has a little bit of black. Especially the chakra emerging from Chu Ran's body made Pain Tiandao feel a little scared. Several Dao-seeking jade appeared behind him instantly, came to Chu Ran and directly blocked Shenluo Tianjing's offensive. Tailed Beast Jade. A cold light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes, and chakra continued to emerge in his palm, forming a small black ball. But the terrifying power contained in it made the 4 of them immediately move away for dozens of meters. But it was too late. Chu Ran pushed slightly with his palm, and the tailed beast jade burst forward with a sound of breaking through the air. Just the simplest compressed tailed beast jade created a terrifying mushroom cloud. Naruto, watch carefully, my chakra is not meant to be used like you. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly, slowly raised his hands, and two more tailed beast jade appeared from his hands. Even though the hungry ghost path was still there at this time, facing such a terrifying tailed beast jade, it couldn't be said that it could absorb two at once. With Chu Ran's energy and savings, the two-tailed beast jade were also thrown out. But only one tailed beast jade exploded, but that was enough. The psychic beasts around him that were originally summoned by the beast path have all disappeared at this time. The beast path has also been directly killed by the aftermath of the tailed beast jade, and now there are only 3 people in the 6 paths of pain. The most difficult one is Pain's heavenly path. There is also the hungry ghost path that can absorb chakra, and the Shura path that can use special psychic techniques to transform itself into a weapon. It can be said that they are the 3 most difficult people in Pain's 6 paths. But for Chu Ran, it would not be any problem at all, if Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness was not still there at this time. He estimated that it would only take a few minutes to deal with these 3 guys. But despite this, Chu Ran tried his best to suppress his own strength. Immortal Technique, Magnetic Release Rasengan. Immortal Technique, Melting Release, Spiral Shuriken. Chu Ran breathed out a puff of white air from his mouth, and 2 spiral pills of different colors appeared directly in his hands. Under Chu Ran's control, he flew directly in different directions on both sides. In 6 Paths Sage Mode, Chu Ran can use the chakra of various tailed beasts. The Magnetic Release Rasengan is the chakra of Ichibi Shikaku and possesses the characteristics of sealing techniques. Chu Ran specially prepared it for Hungry Ghost Road, and the Melting Spiral Shuriken was the chakra of the Four-Tailed Sun Wukong. With the characteristics of melting chakra, it can explode the moment it is attacked by Shinra Tianjin, preventing the actions of other Pain's 6 paths. Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously saw Chu Ran's terrifying strength, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. I didn't expect that Kyubi would have so much combat experience. Does the Nine Tails chakra have to be used like this to be powerful? Uzumaki Naruto swallowed. In the past, he only used the great power of the Nine Tails chakra. But for the almost endless amount of Nine Tails chakra, it was completely unused. Equivalently speaking, with the Nine Tails chakra, the Jinchuriki is basically equivalent to an infinite fort. The frequency of using ninjutsu alone is enough to exceed that of all ninjas. Just like Chu Ran's current frequency of using ninjutsu, generally speaking, just one will probably consume all the chakra of a jounin. But under Chu Ran's control, the loss of chakra was controlled to the most precise level. Naruto, don't be surprised, the Jinchuriki's power is far from what you think. The real Jinchuriki have the closest relationship with the tailed beasts. We are one. I won't feel better if you die, and the stronger you are, the more you can inspire my power. Chu Ran knew that Uzumaki Naruto must be very shocked, so he explained to Uzumaki Naruto immediately. This general explanation also made Uzumaki Naruto unconsciously find a trustworthy person in his heart. Just as Chu Ran said, the Nine Tails had not done anything wrong since it was in his body. The ones who are really wrong are those who are afraid of the power of the Kyubi. Chapter 141. Ordinary people will be afraid of the terrifying power of the Nine Tails, that's for sure. Because their power is so different compared to Kyubi. Naruto Uzumaki has long known the truth about the Nine Tails riot more than 10 years ago. But Kyubi has never explained it in these more than 10 years, and has always been wronged by him. Being imprisoned in the body, Kyubi also had a certain amount of resentment in his heart. But Kyubi didn't say anything. He had been doing his best to help Uzumaki Naruto. Therefore, Uzumaki Naruto was very aware of this matter in his heart, and at this moment, the palms of his hands were slowly clenched. 9 Lamas, I'm sorry. It was my fault that I hated you so much before. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and solemnly expressed his apology to Chu Ran. And Chu Ran didn't speak, he just looked in the direction of the Hungry Ghost Path. After the magnetic release spiral pill was absorbed by the Hungry Ghost Path, Chu Ran could no longer feel the aura of the Hungry Ghost Path, and knew that the Hungry Ghost Path must have been sealed. The melting release spiral shuriken also exploded directly at this time. Chu Ran knew very well that this was the best time to get rid of the Hungry Ghost, and he disappeared in a flash. When he showed up again, he was already in front of Hungry Ghost Dao, and the kunai with the Ling Lai Wind Escape Chakra in his hand slashed directly into Hungry Ghost Dao's body. With the 4th pain eliminated, now only Shura Dao and Tian Dao pain are left. Except for Tian Dao pain, other pain did not pose much of a threat to Chu Ran. Wind Escape Dancing in the Wild Wind. Chu Ran looked at the smoke and dust in front of him that had not dispersed for a long time. He formed a seal with his hands and instantly spit out a storm from his mouth. As the smoke and dust were blown away by the storm, Tiandao Pain clapped his palms 10 times, and all phenomena were directly sent out. And Shuradao was not far away, using his own ability to turn into countless missiles to attack Chu Ran directly. As his body was controlled by gravity, a smile appeared on Chu Ran's face. The art of Flying Thunder God. A cold light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes, and he used the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge all the attacks. Several kunai were thrown out directly, and Chu Ran's figure also appeared next to Shuradao. Go to hell. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Nagato's voice appeared from Shirado's mouth, and the moment Shirado's body changed instantly. Countless black ropes tied Chu Ran together, and they still suppressed the Nine-Tails chakra. Because of the black rod in his body, Chu Ran's chakra began to become chaotic. But it was only for a moment. A cold light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes, and he directly used the Fairy Fox mode. The terrifying chakra directly enveloped the Shuradao. Before the Shuradao was about to explode, it smashed the Shuradao into pieces. Tailed Beast Jade. Chu Ran formed a seal with his hands, which was compared to the Tailed Beast Jade he issued before. This Tailed Beast Jade that is about to take shape is even more terrifying than before, and the terrifying energy contained in it is even more frightening. With the continuous influx of chakra, the Tailed Beast Jade also began to compress. Pain Tiandao looked at the Tailed Beast Jade that was about to rush towards him, and his expression became ugly. Super. Shinra Tenjing. Tiandao Pain knew that this Tailed Beast Jade was charging towards him and would definitely not give him a chance to dodge. The chakra contained in it is enough to cause the aftermath of an explosion hundreds of meters in radius. Even he would definitely be involved. A huge impact centered on Pain Tiandao and spread crazily around. Wherever it went, it pushed the entire forest and even the ground deeply. A huge hole appeared directly after this move was performed. And Chu Ran's Tailed Beast Jade was also controlled in the peripheral direction by Shinluo Tianjing. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and the Tailed Beast Jade released by Chu Ran exploded directly. Directly absorbing the surrounding impact, this mushroom cloud even vaguely destroys all the impact. This aura of destruction even affected Pain Tiandao, the center point of the impact. But facing this terrifying blow, he was not necessarily without the power to resist. It's just that Pain Tiandao, who was close to the explosion point, couldn't evacuate as quickly as Chu Ran. If you evacuate at this time, I am afraid that the aftermath of the explosion will be even more terrifying. Damn it! When did Uzumaki Naruto become so strong? And what's going on with that chakra that scares me? Tiandao Pain looked at the terrifying explosion spray in front of him, and his expression was extremely ugly. At this time, we can only try our best to use the chakra in our body to block it. Uzumaki Nagato, who was controlling everything in the distance, also spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the huge chakra consumption, he is probably the most uncomfortable. The already weak body was even more dizzy due to the overdraft of chakra, and the brain kept making a buzzing sound. If it wasn't clear, if I didn't stop it at this moment. It is estimated that after a while, he will be caught up by Naruto Uzumaki and killed directly. Near the center of the explosion, Tendo Pain's Shinra Tenjing had been involved. Upon seeing this, Chu Ran immediately retreated a long distance before starting to observe from a distance. When he felt that Pain Tiandao's chakra was obviously weaker, there was no hesitation. Just rush forward and kill him while he's sick. Wait a minute, 9 llamas, the remnants of the explosion haven't disappeared yet. Seeing that the remnants of the explosion had not disappeared, Uzumaki Naruto actually wanted to step forward. His expression also changed immediately. There was concern for Chu Ran in his words. It also means that Chu Ran doesn't want to take risks with his body. Don't worry, the tailed beast clothes can simply ignore these injuries. I won't make fun of your body, Naruto. We must defeat him when he is weak when he unleashes this trick. Otherwise, his abilities are still very tricky. Chu Ran quickly analyzed the situation in front of him. For him, the sooner it was resolved, the better. After all, Pain Tiandao is not something that can be solved so easily. If you give him time to breathe, you can only use your strength to crush him. This is not what Chu Ran wants to see, or in other words, he wants to awaken Uzumaki Naruto with a new way of fighting. He also gained the trust of Naruto Uzumaki as the nine-tailed nine llama. If Uzumaki Naruto's trust is gained, then Uzumaki Naruto's subsequent darkening process will be much smoother. It was with this intention that Chu Ran proposed to take over Naruto Uzumaki's body. Chapter 142. I see, then be careful nine llama. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, with a look of realization on his face. At this moment, I finally truly believed what Chu Ran said and didn't say anything anymore. Outside, Chu Ran had already broken through to the inside. The aftermath of the explosion and the heat wave couldn't hurt him at all, and he quickly discovered the figure of Tiandao Pain among them. Buzz! As the kunai in his hand began to erupt with a burst of sharp chakra, Chu Ran's speed increased by 3 points. As the Chiodao Jade was thrown, he quickly rushed forward. In the shortest possible time, he had already approached Tiandao Pain. Upon seeing this, Tiandao Pain found that he was no longer able to use the Shinra Tensei at this time. Half kneeling on the ground, looking at Chu Ran who was getting closer, his face became extremely ugly. I regretted even more in my heart, why didn't I get rid of Uzumaki Naruto earlier? Chang. Following the fight with Tiandao Pain, the toughness of the black stick was also very impressive. But it's obvious that Tiandao Pain is just at the end of his game. Even though it was a puppet, made from Yahiko's corpse, the amount of chakra and the ninjutsu were flawed. Tiandao Pain's combat power has been reduced to that of an ordinary ninja in just a few rounds. He was directly suppressed by Chu Ran, and he also cut off one of Tiandao Pain's arms. Finally, with the use of a Flying Thunder God technique, Chu Ran ended Tiandao Pain's life. After all of Pain's breath disappeared, Chu Ran also directly handed over control of his body. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the ruins in front of him and couldn't help but take a deep breath. All along, he thought he was already very powerful. But compared with the situation in front of me, it is quite different. Ku-Lama, there must be someone stronger than Pain in the ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto slowly clenched his fists and his expression became serious. There is no doubt that Tiandao Pain is definitely the strongest enemy he has ever encountered. His strength is simply not enough to fight against. There should be none now, but back then, there would have been quite a few. For example, the first generation Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Of course, with your current strength, you are already a shadow-level powerhouse. But facing multiple film levels, it is definitely not enough. Chu Ran thought for a while and answered Naruto Uzumaki's question directly. For Naruto Uzumaki, this was not a sad fact. On the contrary, according to a normal person's thinking, Uzumaki Naruto is already good enough. It is an existence that many ninjas can't match, even if they don't have the Nine Tails chakra. After turning on the immortal mode, he was still barely able to reach the shadow level strength. Next, we have to go find Uzumaki Nagato. Uzumaki Naruto let out a breath, released the Nine Tails mode, and directly turned on the Sage mode. While exploring the characteristics of chakra in Sage mode, he soon sensed the chakra of Uzumaki Nagato. Subconsciously, Chu Ran's eyes were slightly startled. Both he and Uzumaki Naruto felt that in the distance, there was not only the chakra of Uzumaki Nagato and Konan. There were two other people whose chakra was felt by the two of them. It is the chakra of the people Uzumaki Naruto hates the most, Uchiha Obito and Black and White Zetsu. Damn it! That bastard got the better of you. Uzumaki Naruto used his fastest speed and kept approaching the location of Uzumaki Nagato. But no matter how he increased his speed, he felt that Uzumaki Nagato's chakra was getting weaker and weaker. He also knew that he might not be able to catch up. After about a few minutes passed, Uzumaki Naruto arrived at the location of Uzumaki Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato had no breath and lay on the ground exhausted. Konan, on the other hand, looked at Uzumaki Naruto with tears in his eyes and a strong murderous intent in his eyes. It seems that it is still a step too late, and that guy Uchiha Obito got the better of him. That guy seems to be not only spying on other members of the Akatsuki organization, but also Pain and Uzumaki Nagato. Chu Ran was also feeling a little unhappy at the moment. He originally thought that Naruto Uzumaki would be able to transplant the Samsara Eye soon. But he didn't expect that Obito Uchiha would take the lead. But there was nothing we could do about it. Chu Ran had already tried his best to solve Pain's 6 paths as quickly as possible. Uchiha Obito has been in the dark, waiting for Uzumaki Nagato to become extremely weak before taking action directly. It's really troublesome. Forget it, let's go. Uzumaki Naruto sighed softly, and his face became a little ugly at this time. The murderous intention towards Uchiha Obito in his heart became more and more intense. He has even decided that when he meets Uchiha Obito next time, he will kill that bastard directly. Careful. Chu Ran's sudden reminder made Uzumaki Naruto slightly startled, and his body instinctively moved to the right. As an explosion sounded, thick smoke followed. Countless detonating symbols around him were led by pieces of white paper and wrapped towards Uzumaki Naruto. The art of the paper wielder of God. Naruto Uzumaki. It's all your fault. Along with Nagato and Yahiko. Buried with him. Xiao Nan stood up, his expression became extremely ferocious. Amidst the hysterical shouting, dense waves of detonating talismans were swept towards Uzumaki Naruto like a tidal wave. I'm afraid even a ninja who is proficient in speed would have a hard time escaping from such a terrifying wave of detonating symbols. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto was about to be wrapped in it, Conan also had a smile on his face. It was relief, the feeling of relief after seeing a friend die and avenging his friend. This kind of pleasure made Xiao Nan activate the detonating talisman without any hesitation. Use the Flying Thunder God's technique quickly. Chu Ran looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was already deeply shocked, and immediately reminded him. As long as one detonating talisman explodes, subsequent explosions will continue. The impact force and the damage caused by the explosion will affect the surrounding space, and even the time and space ninjutsu may not be able to be used. In the original work, Obito Uchiha had half of his body blown up. Uzumaki Naruto also knew the seriousness of the situation, and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to prepare to escape to Uchiha Sasuke. But at this time, the explosion had already sounded, and the hot wave of fire still swept half of Naruto Uzumaki's body. And Xiao Nan, Pain's Six Paths, and Uzumaki Nagato. The three people who first founded the Akatsuki organization were forever buried in the fire wave of this terrifying detonating talisman. Starting from this day, from being captured by Uchiha Obito to the Rinnegan Eye, the Akatsuki organization gradually began to believe in the subsequent plot of the original work. But this is not a bad thing for Chu Ran. Chapter 143. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto was attacked by half of his body. Soon he came out of the transmission of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and slowly landed next to Uchiha Sasuke. As soon as the body appeared, it was supported by Zhongwu and Guidang Suigetsu on the side. Hey, are you okay? You also said you would come to save us, but I didn't expect you to be so seriously injured yourself. Ghost Light Suigetsu looked at the half of Naruto Uzumaki's body that was swept away by the explosion, with a hint of bitterness on his face. If you look carefully, the person in front of them is no ordinary person. There were 4 shadow-level experts, except for the oldest Tsuchikage who didn't come out. The other Reikage, Hokage, Kazekage, and Mizukage had already appeared, along with their accompanying Jonin. Naruto Uzumaki, bite me quickly, you can quickly recover from your injuries. Then leave here immediately, Sasuke is also seriously injured. At this time, Xianlan also stretched out his arm covered with tooth marks to Uzumaki Naruto. The current scene is obviously not that easy to deal with, if there is no Uzumaki Naruto. They will most likely all die here. Unnecessary. Uzumaki Naruto slapped away Xianlan's tooth-marked arm and slowly stood up. He walked to Uchiha Sasuke's side and looked at the somewhat familiar faces in front of him. The three of them, Ghost Light and Suigetsu, also discovered one thing, that is, Uzumaki Naruto's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. How's it going? Was it successful? It is now difficult for Uchiha Sasuke to stand, and he relies on the Kusanagi sword to barely stand up. It was obvious that he had already fallen into a hard fight. No, that masked bastard beat me to it. We have to evacuate now, we can't continue like this. We have to go find that bastard first, otherwise he will have captured the Ten Tails. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, and a golden light slowly lit up on his body. He directly entered the Six Paths Sage mode, after Chu Ran taught him once and redeemed it for Uzumaki Naruto. It can be said that Uzumaki Naruto has been able to quickly adapt to the Six Paths Sage mode. And it's also clear what the Six Paths Sage mode can do. I saw Uzumaki Naruto put his right hand on Uchiha Sasuke's shoulder, where the wound was still flowing with blood. He was recovering quickly, and Uchiha Sasuke's bleeding eyes were feeling better. All the injuries in the body were recovered directly, which was even more terrifying than the recovery method of Xiang Phosphorus. I don't have much chakra left. Suigetsu, Yugo, come here. Uzumaki Naruto extended his palms to the two of them, and after the two were slightly startled, he also extended his palms. As Uzumaki Naruto was put down, the injuries in the two men's bodies recovered instantly. At the same time, a layer of Ninetales chakra lit up on both of them. What is this? No, your body's injuries have actually recovered. Guidang Shueiyue said in disbelief. Feeling the strength restored in his body, his face also showed joy. You know, just now, he could hardly even pick up the beheading sword. I didn't expect that your strength has improved a lot. Six Paths pain has been solved by you, right? The corners of Uchiha Sasuke's mouth raised slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. It's just that this smile does not seem to Uzumaki Naruto to be kind, but rather self-motivating. Yeah, let's have some fun here now. After all, the next time we meet with them, it will still be a life-and-death situation. Uzumaki Naruto twisted his neck, and the expression on his face gradually became colder. Especially when he saw everyone in Konoha. The 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade, as well as the special Jonin Hatake Kakashi and others. Arrogant brat. But just when Uzumaki Naruto and the two were about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded. Both of them were slightly startled, as a burly figure suddenly appeared in front of them. This person is none other than the 4th Raikage AI. Thunder level. The extremely fast Raikage closed the distance between the two of them by nearly 50 meters in just an instant. And with one strike, the hand sword hit Naruto Uzumaki directly. The speed is so fast that ordinary people may not be able to react at all. But Uzumaki Naruto relied on instinct to react the fastest, and slowly raised his palms. Under the constant coverage of chakra, he took the blow forcefully. However, Uzumaki Naruto's body was also severely knocked away and hit the wall heavily. Kamiway. Hatake Kakashi was not polite at all when he saw this, and did not mention any past personal relationships. Directly using his divine power, Uzumaki Naruto flew out and smashed into the wall in an instant. The surrounding space has begun to distort. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke's expression changed slightly, and he immediately got into a fight with Raikage AI in front of him. Take care of yourself, kid. Raikage AI's strength is definitely the strongest among all the Kages. Whether it is physical skills or chakra usage, including combat awareness, they are all top-notch. Soon, Uchiha Sasuke was also knocked away. But in the position surrounded by the power on that side, Uzumaki Naruto's figure quickly appeared. But blood was still pouring out of his mouth, and even his right arm had begun to become numb. Raikage AI's terrifying chakra plus terrifying power, although not as powerful as Tsunade's. However, the characteristics of the thunder release chakra had a certain impact on Naruto Uzumaki's body. Wind release double. Spiral shuriken. Uzumaki Naruto raised his hands as he jumped into the air. 2 spiral shurikens appeared from the left and right hands respectively, and were completed in just an instant under the huge influx of chakra. Without any hesitation, he threw it directly into the crowd not far away. The speed is so fast that it makes people unable to react at all. Buzz. With a burst of sound, the Raisin Shuriken exploded directly. It completely enveloped everything around it, and even several shadow-level experts were unable to dodge. Even Kakashi Hatake could directly avoid this attack with the help of Tsunade Senju. However, everyone's view was blocked at this time. Except for Raikage, it is definitely impossible for all other shadow-level experts to join the battlefield within 2 minutes. Without any hesitation, Uzumaki Naruto rushed towards the direction of Raikage. After turning on the 6-path Sage mode, Uzumaki Naruto's speed is definitely no less than Raikage AI. Chapter 144. A golden light and a thunder light, the two were constantly fighting in the wide open space. Every collision can cause an air explosion. The surrounding ninjas could not clearly see the movements of the two men, and could only see 2 rays of light of different colors colliding continuously. Uzumaki Naruto's actual combat ability is still a bit poor, and he relies too much on other powers. The operation is the same as in the original work, even if I keep reminding him. He, too, relies too much on the power of the Nine Tails. Chu Ran subconsciously looked at Uzumaki Naruto who had clearly turned on the 6-path Sage mode. Blindly using speed to prove one's strength is undoubtedly the stupidest way to fight. It is obvious that the chakra energy of 6-path Sage mode has a wider range of uses, and is even enough to use some of the abilities of the Samsara Eye. But Uzumaki Naruto only saw the simplest side. Just use the characteristics of Yang Escape Chakra to treat Uchiha Sasuke and the others. Not even 1/10 of the power and advantages of the 6-path Sage mode can be used. Naruto, remember to make more use of the power of other tailed beasts. To use the power of King Mu of the 5 tails to crack his power, you must be good at utilizing the chakra characteristics of each tailed beast. Chu Ran really couldn't stand it anymore, using his own shortcomings to compete with other people's strengths. Immediately, the only thing left to do was to remind Uzumaki Naruto. After receiving Chu Ran's reminder, Uzumaki Naruto immediately understood that continuing like this was not an option. Although they won't lose, they will definitely be at a disadvantage in the protracted battle. Immortal method, boiling escape, unparalleled strange power. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, and the method of using boiling appeared in his mind. Borrowing the chakra of the 5-tailed King Mu, he raised the chakra to the boiling point in one breath, so that the power of the whole body increased instantly. In front of him, Raikage AI had quickly approached, his fists filled with thunder chakra. If an ordinary ninja were hit by this blow, they would probably be killed directly. But Uzumaki Naruto was not afraid at all, and instead punched out with the same punch. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided together, and the violent wind caused the explosion smoke that had formed around them to disperse. The figure of Liang Ai was instantly knocked away by this terrifying power. How can it be? Liang Ai's pupils trembled slightly. He never thought that one day he would lose in a competition of strength and speed. And he still lost so completely, with the power that Uzumaki Naruto just exploded. It could be said that he was completely suppressed. Even now, he felt that the fist in his right hand was shaking slightly and he couldn't even tighten it. In anyone's opinion, there are not many people who can have such power. But Uzumaki Naruto did it, and suppressed him so horribly. Damn it, I won't lose at this moment. Reikage AI was smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater, and veins gradually popped out on his face. His fists were slapped together hard, and his expression became terrifying. A burst of lightning flashed all over his body, and the chakra coat became smaller, but it seemed to have become much more sophisticated. Boiling escape Xiao Mist technique. Just as Uzumaki Naruto slowly landed on the ground, a thick fog suddenly rose not far away. Wrapping it directly towards him, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the thick fog and took a few steps back when he felt the temperature in it. Wind escape big breakthrough. Facing this kind of thick fog attack, Uzumaki Naruto simply used the wind escape breakthrough to counterattack. With 6 chakras and celestial chakra, this breakthrough is extremely terrifying. Like a huge storm, the dense fog was blown away in an instant. But even though it was blown away, the heat wave still swept over to Uzumaki Naruto. The chakra clothing on his body still had some influence after being affected by the heat wave of the thick fog. Don't be careless, after all, he is a shadow-level powerhouse, and his strength is definitely not simple. Be careful with other shadow-level powerhouses. It's best to take advantage of this time to familiarize yourself with the power I give you. But remember, don't be too obsessed with fighting. Chu Ran's current role was like that of a strict teacher, quickly guiding Uzumaki Naruto to the right place. It is precisely because of this that Uzumaki Naruto believes in Chu Ran more and more. Perhaps in Uzumaki Naruto's heart, he has always wanted someone to replace Jiraiya. I know, I'm almost ready to leave. The Rinnegan and the Ten-Tails cannot be left to that bastard Uchiha Obito. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and then burst out at his fastest speed again, rushing towards the Mizukage Terumi Mei. The speed was so fast that everything around him was directly shaken. Terumi Mei's taijutsu alone would never be able to stop Uzumaki Naruto. But a figure stopped Uzumaki Naruto, it was the 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade. Uzumaki Naruto did not dare to take the blow with terrifying power, but planned to block it directly with the Taoist Jade. But Senju Tsunade's power is very close and similar to Senjutsu Chakra. After activating the Baihao technique, all injuries can be recovered instantly, and chakra will be used unscrupulously. Uzumaki Naruto was also sent flying directly by a punch. Chin escape, the art of boundary peeling. A dazzling white light hit Naruto Uzumaki like a cone-shaped attack. The cone of white light made Uzumaki Naruto feel terrified. He immediately activated the Dao-seeking Jade and flew out directly, colliding with the dust escape and boundary peeling technique. Everything around him, including the ground and gravel, turned into nothingness and was wrapped in it. The power of this technique also made Uzumaki Naruto slightly startled and he looked at the old man floating in midair. That person was none other than Sandaime Tsuchika Jinoki, who was also included in the terrible list by Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. Retreat. Uchiha Sasuke's body had just recovered, and at this time he didn't want to get entangled anymore. There are too many enemies, even with the strength of the two of them. If they had to fight hard, they would not necessarily lose, but their goal was obviously not to kill all the shadow-level experts. Retreating at this time is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Uzumaki Naruto knew it very well, and immediately nodded, and disappeared directly from the place with a flying thunder god jutsu. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Ghost Light Suigetsu and the others immediately approached Uzumaki Naruto, and Uzumaki Naruto also had a sneer on his face. Let me give you a gift. For the hospitality you give me, you must give me something in return. Chapter 145. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the 5 shadows gathered in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. In his right hand, what was condensed this time was not the Rasengan. Instead, it was a dark-tailed beast jade, which was condensed by the yin-yang chakra in Uzumaki Naruto's body. The tailed beast jade began to expand continuously, and while it continued to grow larger, it also proved its terrifying power to everyone present. Bang! The tailed beast jade began to be compressed continuously, and became smaller and smaller. The 5 shadows and many guards present also became nervous. Run! Tsunade knew very well the terrifying power of the tailed beast jade, and immediately told everyone to leave quickly. The coverage area of the tailed beast jade is too huge, even if it is defended, it cannot be completely defended. Nowadays, we can only try to avoid the center of the explosion, so as to avoid maximizing the damage. Minimize the losses. After all, every ninja village has a tailed beast Jinchuriki. They all knew how terrifying the tailed beast jade from the tailed beast was. Let's go, Sasuke. The tailed beast jade in Uzumaki Naruto's hand was thrown out directly, and the tailed beast jade was not very fast. But 2 seconds after it was thrown, a terrifying mushroom cloud erupted. The impact of the explosion and the scorching air waves were enough to cover the surrounding area for 100 meters, even if these people could not escape fast enough. As for Uzumaki Naruto, he had already used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape long before the heat wave of the explosion came over. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the small mountain village where Hinata was. On the other hand, on the Five Shadows side, the huge explosion directly blew the samurai's fortress into pieces. As a country of samurai established outside the 5 major nations, it was also destroyed due to the grudges of the ninja villages of the 5 major nations. On the other side, Black and White Zetsu, who had been observing the Battle of the 5 Shadows, also handed the message to Uchiha Obito. I see, I didn't expect them to be such a big help to me. It really makes people feel at ease, then I can prepare plans with peace of mind. The 5 major countries don't have any extra energy at all, so they should prepare for these tasks. Uchiha Obito stretched his waist, he had already obtained the Samsara Eye. But if you need to transplant the Samsara Eye, you still need to make a lot of preparations, and after transplanting the Samsara Eye, he couldn't take any action outside for a long time, so he had to arrange everything at this time. Just as Uchiha Obito was about to leave, a figure came out of the shadows. This person was none other than Kabuto the Yakushi, who was one of the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru's subordinate. He is also one of the leaders of the 4th Ninja War in the original work. As he gained all of Orochimaru's power and skills, he also gained the power of the Immortal of Richie Cave. His strength has already improved by leaps and bounds, enough to be on par with anyone in the Akatsuki organization in front of him. Kabuto Yakushi. Orochimaru's subordinate. Black and White Zetsu frowned slightly as he looked at Yakushi Kabuto, who had become more inhuman than a snake in front of him. People in the Akatsuki organization didn't have a very good impression of Orochimaru. Moreover, Kabuto Yakushi is also a double agent, and it is even more unbelievable for double agents. What are you doing here? From the outside world, Uchiha Obito still lives as Uchiha Madara. So when he looked at the pharmacist Kabuto in front of him, his arrogant look was still there. But Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help laughing when he looked at Uchiha Obito in front of him. The art of reincarnation from dirty soil. Kabuto Yakushi didn't say anything nonsense, he just slapped his palms on the ground. Several coffins began to rise, and the opening of the first coffin made Obito Uchiha's pupils tremble slightly. However, Zaidu's gaze towards Yaoshiro Kabuto has changed somewhat. Because the person who appeared in that coffin was not someone else, but Madara Uchiha, who was named after the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja. I see, are you here to discuss cooperation? Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Yakushi Kabuto. He was also a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect Kabuto Yakushi to be able to find Madara Uchiha's body. But what he didn't know was that Madara Uchiha's body was not found because of Kabuto Yakushi. It was because of Black and White Zetsu that Uchiha Madara's body was found, and it was precisely because of Black and White Zetsu's deliberate actions. Only then would Uchiha Obito not even know that he would become a victim in the future. Of course, our capabilities are enough to fight against the 5 major countries. I believe you should also have your own trump card. And my trump card is far more than that, you should know it in your heart. A sinister smile appeared on Yakushi Kabuto's face. He and Uchiha Obito each had their own thoughts. At this time, there was no chance for Uchiha Obito to figure out his thoughts. Of course, then it seems like I should cooperate with you. Uchiha Obito nodded, and after taking a look at Black and White Zetsu, he began to discuss with Yakushi Kabuto. The Ten-Tails goal is too huge, and sooner or later they will be found by the ninja coalition of the 5 major countries. At that time, they will definitely be attacked continuously, so they must take the lead in launching their own forces to attack. Just like in the original work, only when all those in the way are immobilized can the plan in your mind begin to officially begin. On the other side, after Uzumaki Naruto escaped from the 5 shadows, Chu Ran also began to think subconsciously about how to further strengthen the darkness in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. Only after Uzumaki Naruto's blackening has completely progressed can he take full control of everything. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 2431. Soul, 1389. Blackening progress, 8308. Blackening points, 13,587. Blackened Mall, opened. The current blackening progress has reached 83. It can be said that Uzumaki Naruto has become a very ruthless person, if Uzumaki Naruto really wants to destroy the world. Nowadays, he is enough to do such a thing. But if we talk about destroying the world directly, it will destroy the entire ninja world. Then there would be no contradiction, and it would be absolutely impossible for Uzumaki Naruto to be 100% successful in his black transformation. Only when the scam of the Tsukuyomi project appears will he begin to truly understand this matter. When Uzumaki Naruto discovered that he could not defeat Uchiha Madara, I'm afraid that will be Chu Ran's real chance to seize the reincarnation eye. Uzumaki Naruto's life will finally end. Chapter 146. At that time, this body will truly be controlled by Chu Ran. Now he is no better than the Ninetales imprisoned in his body. Although he was able to control Naruto Uzumaki's physical body at irregular times. But as a second consciousness, it made Chu Ran very dissatisfied. Even if the system is strong, it is impossible for Chu Ran to be satisfied with the soul consciousness that does not even exist in his own body. The opportunity will come soon. A cold light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes, and his goal was very close. A few days later, the temporary alliance formed by Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke began to cultivate. Oni Deng Shueiyue and Zhongwu went outside to inquire about information. After Naruto Uzumaki released the tailed beast Tama, no one among the five shadows was injured or killed. Some guards may have casualties, but they are not important enough to attract other people's attention. On the contrary, the country of samurai suffered heavy losses. For this reason, it mobilized the whole country to destroy the Akatsuki organization, Uzumaki Naruto and others. As for the only remaining members of the Akatsuki organization, Kisame Inigansaki and Scorpion Akasaka, he was obeying Obito Uchiha's orders and began to move in the dark. While assassinating high-level figures from major countries, he is also collecting intelligence from major countries. As for Uchiha Obito, Uzumaki Naruto's guess is that he is in the process of transplanting the Samsara Eye. But he couldn't find Uchiha Obito. He should have used a special barrier to hide his chakra. However, there was one person who found Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke today. This person is not anyone else, but Yakushi Kabuto, who has always followed Orochimaru. After reaching cooperation with Uchiha Obito, he began to look for news about Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. I didn't expect to find you two in a place like this. I didn't expect that this small village would have such charm. Kabuto Yakushi's face was hidden in his red coat, but his reflective glasses were slightly raised. It still made Uchiha Sasuke recognize the man in front of him at first sight. Kabuto Yakushi. Why are you here? You look like this, you have absorbed Orochimaru's chakra, right? Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly, he also knew why Orochimaru helped him. He simply chose to disappear. It turned out to be precisely for the reason in front of him. Not bad, Sasuke. Don't worry, I didn't come here to do anything harmful to you. I just want to reveal some information to you and exchange some information from you. Medicine Master Kabuto's laughter hidden under his red robe was a little penetrating. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly became wary of the man in front of him. But since Uchiha Sasuke didn't say anything, he didn't have much hostility towards Yakushi Kabuto. Tell me the news about Orochimaru, and I will tell you the news about Uchiha Obito. This transaction has certain benefits for both of us. I believe you are also very anxious. Uchiha Obito is about to resurrect the Ten Tails. Even if we fight against the ninja coalition of the 5 major countries, we will definitely not lose, let alone you. If you want to kill him, don't you have to do it now? Kabuto Yakushi was very sure that the two people in front of him needed something, so he could be so sure at this time. And he also believed that if anyone had information about Orochimaru. I'm afraid there are only 2 people, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. We don't have information about Orochimaru. Last time, Orochimaru had already sneaked away. Uchiha Sasuke didn't bother to deceive Yakushi Kabuto, so he just shook his head. But in just a moment, Uzumaki Naruto disappeared from where he was. Holding the kunai of wind escape chakra, he rushed directly towards Yakushi Kabuto. What an impulsive kid. The corners of Yakushi Kabuto's mouth raised slightly, and he clapped his hands on the ground. Several coffins appeared at the same time, the 3rd generation Reikage, the 2nd generation Mizukage, the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, and the 4th generation Kazekage. The simultaneous appearance of these 4 people also instantly blocked Uzumaki Naruto's figure. Reincarnation in the dirt. I didn't expect that you even learned this ninjutsu secretly. A flash of cold light flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, and he immediately drew out the Kusanagi sword from his waist. Also following Uzumaki Naruto, Suigetsu and Yugo, who were not far away, also assumed fighting postures. Although he absorbed Orochimaru's chakra and obtained the Senjutsu chakra from Richie Cave. Although he has transformed into a human and a ghost, Kabuto Yakushi's strength is not something that these two people can come close to. Die. Zhongwu has transformed into a sage mode, with a curse mark added to his crazy appearance. His speed was several minutes faster than Kitten Suigetsu, and soon he was behind Yakushi Kabuto who was avoiding him. But under that punch with terrifying power, it was smashed into nothing. In other words, Kabuto Yakushi's body suddenly turned into liquid and fled directly into the distance. The art of water transformation. Gue Deng Shueiyue looked at this extremely familiar move in front of him, and his pupils were slightly startled. The art of hydration is the special ability of the Ghost Lantern clan, which allows the physical body to be in a flowing state. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Yakushi Kabuto dodged to the side and used the Water Dragon Bullet Technique with one hand without any seals. A huge water dragon with exaggerated power and size appeared and swallowed Chongwu first. Upon seeing this, Gue Deng Shueiyue immediately turned into a stream of water and avoided it. Not far away, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke saw this and immediately took out their trump cards at the same time. Susanoo and the Six Paths Sage Mode appeared directly, instantly suppressing the four shadows. While Uzumaki Naruto was holding back the four shadows, Uchiha Sasuke chased directly in the direction of Yakushi Kabuto. Tell me the news about Uchiha Obito. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave today. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, under the terrifying power of the complete Susanoo. The ground even cracked open, and a huge sword appeared from Susanoo's hand, slashing it directly in the direction of Yakushi Kabuto. But Kabuto Yakushi just smiled and easily turned into a long snake and left. Sasuke, you are still too impatient. I said, this is a deal, if you don't have anything to give me in exchange. Then there is no need for me to give you the corresponding information. However, because we have known each other for so many years. Let me tell you some news, Uchiha Obito is in the north. The adaptation of the Samsara I should be almost quick now. Chapter 147. Kabuto Yakushi's sinister voice could be heard clearly in the depths of the forest. But the figure and chakra had disappeared, and Uzumaki Naruto had no intention of chasing them. Just looking at Uchiha Sasuke behind them, both of them knew exactly what to do now. North. It looks like I have to make a trip, after all, I can't just let that bastard go. As for the Rinnegan Eye, we can't give it up to Uchiha Obito so easily. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath and dissipated the power of Susanoo from his body. His eyes were always looking towards the north, and the importance of the Samsara Eye was still very obvious in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto also nodded, and then walked to Hinata's side. Hinata, come with us this time. That guy can use barrier ninjutsu to block my perception in Sage Mode, but he shouldn't be able to block the Byakugan. This time, we are going to borrow Hinata's power. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly, and slowly reached out and took Hinata's hand. Uchiha Obito is a very smart person, and Uzumaki Naruto is not sure whether he can be found in the north. But the only thing that can be explained is that there is only one thing. That is, Uchiha Obito must be killed, no matter what method is used. He must control the Samsara Eye and create this new world. Well, I'm happy to be able to help Naruto. Finally I don't have to be in one place, waiting for you to come back every day. Hinata smiled and nodded. Uzumaki Naruto was usually afraid that she would be hurt. So all this time, she was asked to stay in a small village, waiting for his return. But it's different now, Uzumaki Naruto wants to borrow her power, which makes Hinata very happy in her heart. The group of people immediately started heading north without any hesitation. In the team of 6, both Uzumaki Naruto and Karen have chakra perception. With the help of Byakugan, who was the strongest detective, Uzumaki Naruto and others did not rest for several days. Instead, during the operation, they discovered the Akatsuki organization that was at war with the Ninja Coalition. The current Akatsuki organization only has 4 people. Logically speaking, it was an inevitable defeat. But I don't know why, but there are countless white Zetsu who are constantly fighting against the Ninja Alliance. And there are a large number of dead people who have been resurrected by the art of reincarnation. In the battlefield they passed through, it could be said that the Ninja Coalition had fallen below. It seems that the 4th Ninja War has begun. It seems that Uchiha Obito is very confident in launching this war. We just didn't expect that Kabuto Yakushi would suddenly appear. Uzumaki Naruto felt very unhappy at the moment, having let Yakushi Kabuto escape like this before. After all, Kabuto Yakushi himself was a troublesome existence for them after escaping. With this amount of filthy soil reincarnation techniques, it has to be said that Yakushi Kabuto's current situation must be in a dark place. On the other side, in a dark cave. Obito Uchiha, who was surrounded by bandages, slowly took off the bandages and changed his entire outfit. He took the fan that Uchiha Madara used back then and walked out of the cave step by step. Black and white Zetsu is already waiting for Uchiha Obito on the periphery, not only with Uchiha Obito, but also with a man. This man is probably unknown to both Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Only some of the older generation of ninjas may know him. This person is Uchiha Madara, who is as famous as the god of ninjas. Are you used to it? Uchiha Madara glanced at Uchiha Obito, who came out of the cave, and asked directly. Obviously his eyes are the sign of the reincarnation of the earth, but Madara Uchiha doesn't seem to be controlled by the reincarnation of the earth at all. Instead, he just stared at the jungle not far away. Okay, I'm getting used to it. Compared to the Sharingan, it is much more difficult to control. We can implement the plan now. Those two brats are coming, I'll leave it to you. Uchiha Obito nodded, and immediately left the place with a teleportation technique. Now he is going to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. After becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he will directly subvert the world and activate the infinite Tsukimi. But he did not expect that he would soon be regarded as a wedding dress. Humph, it seems that the last few years have made that kid have a bad temper. Fire escape, the great fire extinguishes. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, formed seals with his hands, and his chest rose and fell suddenly. A terrifying sea of fire spit out from his mouth and spread directly towards the jungle in front of him. In just an instant, the fire was so powerful that it completely changed the color of the sky. The 6 Uzumaki Naruto who were rushing over 100 meters away had just discovered the traces of Uchiha Obito. Before they could speed up, they felt a monstrous heat wave coming directly over them. Uzumaki Naruto immediately used the Fairy Fox mode to block the fire wave and protect Hinata beside him. Uchiha Sasuke also used Susanoo to block most of the fire waves. But the intense high temperature still made the two of them a little uncomfortable, even though they gained strong strength. But when compared with Uchiha Madara's strength, there is still a big gap between the two. On the other hand, Uchiha Madara, who was on the other side, felt that the chakra between the two had not weakened, and there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He's really a pretty capable kid. It seems that there will never be a shortage of talents in Konoha village, it's a pity. Uchiha Madara felt the breath of the two of them, and a rare smile appeared on his face. The full form of Susanoo was activated directly. Compared to Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, it just looked much stronger. There was a pair of wings behind Susanoo, and the moment it was fanned, it rushed in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto and the others. The giant's sword in his hand cut down directly, and a golden chakra suddenly rose from below. A golden nine-tailed fox appeared and blocked Madara Uchiha's attack with his arm. Kyubi chakra. It seems like Obito didn't handle it well. Uchiha Madara frowned as he looked at Naruto Uzumaki in Fairy Fox mode in front of him. He immediately attacked quickly and without mercy. Uzumaki Naruto was not very proficient in the Fairy Fox mode. Originally, the physical abilities were not as strong as those of the Uchiha clan with the Sharingan. What's more, it's Uchiha Madara, who is as famous as the god of ninja. After just a few rounds, he was suppressed, and even the tailed beast was bounced away by Uchiha Madara. Chapter 148. Buzz. The sharp blue sword cut off one of Uzumaki Naruto's arms in Fairy Fox mode with one strike. Just when Uchiha Madara was planning to continue and kill Uzumaki Naruto directly. Suddenly a purple arrow with pitch-black flames struck at him. It was Uchiha Sasuke who was on the ground, with blood streaming from his eyes after just using Amaterasu. Susanoo. But it doesn't look like a complete body, the Sharingan must have just been transplanted. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, and he could see Uchiha Sasuke's situation with just one glance. The first thing to know is that Uchiha Sasuke is the easiest person to deal with. You immediately knew who to deal with first. Only seeing Susanoo in the sky, he immediately flapped his wings and quickly gave Naruto Uzumaki a sword blow. Then he rushed directly in the direction of Uchiha Sasuke. Two Susanoos with different forms collided together, and Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo instantly began to shatter. When Uchiha Madara was planning to take advantage of the victory, Uzumaki Naruto in Fairy Fox mode activated his chakra to pursue him directly. He hit Uchiha Madara hard without Uchiha Madara noticing. A wind escape spiral shuriken condensed in the palm of his hand and hit Uchiha Madara's Susanoo directly. The huge spiral shuriken directly smashed Uchiha Madara's Susanoo into pieces. Half of Uchiha Madara's body was shattered as a result, and his figure flew away into the distance. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke released Sage Mode and Susanoo at the same time. Both of them had a look of solemnity on their faces, and they both knew that the opponent they encountered this time was definitely not an ordinary person. It can be said that Uchiha Madara will definitely be the most powerful person they have ever met. That guy is Uchiha Madara, he's really a scary guy. No wonder he is as famous as the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Sasuke slowly pulled out the Kusanagi sword from his waist, even though his eyes were already starting to hurt. But he still didn't dare to remove the Mangeki Sharingan, and just looked at the location not far away with a nervous expression. With the blessing of the reincarnation technique, there will not be any fatal injuries. As long as the caster is not killed, this technique will not be lifted. Sasuke, do you know the sealing technique? If this continues, I'm afraid there won't be any chance when we find Uchiha Obito. Uzumaki Naruto exhaled a puff of white air from his mouth, and his whole body was filled with tension. Just now, he had already signaled for Hinata to leave with the others. This battle is not one that others can intervene in. It doesn't mean that having more people will give you an advantage. You can only gain a foothold here by relying on your strength. But despite this, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were still unsure. I don't know the sealing technique, one of us must hold Uchiha Madara back here. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stop Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, now it has become a dead situation. If they don't break through, Uchiha Madara will be their most difficult enemy. Boom! Before Uzumaki Naruto could reply, a figure suddenly rushed over from the depths of the jungle. The speed was so fast that even Sasuke Uchiha, who had the Sharingan, did not react, but instinctively turned away. But he didn't expect that the target was not him from the beginning, but Uzumaki Naruto. Boom! The punch contained terrifying power and hit Naruto Uzumaki directly in the abdomen. The huge impact directly made Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness somewhat blurred. But then Uchiha Madara's attack didn't stop yet, a series of smooth and continuous attacks. All of them hit Uzumaki Naruto, not giving Uzumaki Naruto any time to activate Sage Mode and Ninetales Mode. He couldn't even do passive defense, in front of Madara Uchiha who had used Sharingan to the extreme. Uzumaki Naruto is simply like a child who has mastered power. In front of adults who are familiar with combat skills, this power cannot be used at all. Soon, he was suppressed by Uchiha Madara. Under the constant beating, blood quickly flowed from Uzumaki Naruto's mouth. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke immediately stepped forward to help, and the sound of thunder chakra piercing appeared. But Uchiha Madara just turned slightly and kicked Uchiha Sasuke on the chin. It was almost as if the two of them were being teased by Uchiha Madara. What's wrong, are you two so strong? This is not enough for dancing. Uchiha Madara showed a sinister smile on his face and punched Uzumaki Naruto away. The other hand immediately grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's neck tightly. Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke forced his right eye open and directly released Amaterasu, who had failed before. But Amaterasu seemed unable to touch Uchiha Madara at all. Just turning sideways, he took off the armor and stomach on his body, and the dark flames on the armor and stomach were also burning. But Uchiha Madara didn't suffer any harm at all. He just looked at Uchiha Sasuke with contempt. Ah! With the forcible use of Amaterasu, Uchiha Sasuke also felt great pain in his eyes. Under Uchiha Madara's force, Uchiha Sasuke's consciousness began to blur. Immortal Technique Super Large Jade Rasengan. After getting a chance to breathe, Uzumaki Naruto directly transformed into Six-Path Sage Mode. The super large Rasengan in his right hand hit Uchiha Madara directly. But Uchiha Madara just snorted and threw Uchiha Sasuke away like trash. Immediately, he activated the Susanoo directly, and became hardened when faced with the Otama Rasengan. It's just that Susanoo, like Uchiha Sasuke, has no chance to get close. The huge impact immediately ejected Naruto Uzumaki. It landed hard on the big tree next to Uchiha Sasuke. No one could have imagined that the strength gap between the three people was so big. Even Uzumaki Naruto didn't expect that he had clearly controlled his power to the limit. Why, in front of Uchiha Madara, there is no chance. In the original work, even if the two of them exerted their full strength, they still looked like children in front of Uchiha Madara. Moreover, here Chu Ran did not give all the six-path sage chakra to Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto relied too much on these powers, causing his own physical skills or combat awareness to stagnate. Even with this kind of power, it has a very significant effect when facing people who are not as strong as him. Chapter 149. But when facing the top experts in the world, the gap can be directly revealed. It can be seen from Uchiha Madara's strength that the gap between the two is not just a tiny bit. No matter where you look at it, Uzumaki Naruto is definitely at a disadvantage. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who is also proficient in Sharingan ability, is not Uchiha Madara's enemy at all. Below the initial ability range, or at the same level of ability, Uchiha Sasuke will almost be completely tortured by Uchiha Madara. The two looked at each other at this time, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. The strength of modern ninjas seems to be nothing more than this. The Susanoo shown by Uchiha Madara is so terrifying and terrifying. It was suppressing in front of the two people like a huge mountain, and Uzumaki Naruto also clenched his fist tightly at this time. 9 llamas, 9 llamas. Come out and help me. Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously began to shout for Chu Ran at the first moment. He knew that only Chu Ran should be able to help him at this time. It would be impossible for others to help him. After all, the strength Chu Ran showed when controlling his body, being several times stronger than him, is not a coincidence, but proves that Chu Ran can control all powers more easily. Sorry Naruto, I am no match for him. And don't order me. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly, looking at Uzumaki Naruto's embarrassed appearance. He couldn't help but want to laugh. At the same time, the 6 Paths Sage Mode chakra given to Uzumaki Naruto was also taken away. Even the 9 Tails chakra was taken away at this moment, leaving only the chakra queen in Sage Mode. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils trembled obviously, and he looked at his body in disbelief. Uchiha Sasuke also discovered this situation, Uzumaki Naruto without the power of the 9 Tails. This made this battle even worse. Damn it! You stinky fox! Give me your power! Uzumaki Naruto was really panicked now, without the power of 9 Tails. It is even less likely that he will be Uchiha Madara's opponent, and he will probably be killed immediately. Naruto Uzumaki has always been very confident about his own strength. But what about self-confidence? This power is never his. If he doesn't carefully hone the power he can control, Uzumaki Naruto's strength will be nothing more than this. Subconsciously, Chu Ran did not intend to respond to Uzumaki Naruto, but just yawned and continued to look at the battle outside. Ding! Blackening progress increased by 5. Hearing the system's beep, Chu Ran couldn't help but smile. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 25:47. Soul, 15:01. Blackening progress, 88:08. Blackening points, 16,587. Blackened Mall, opened. He just wanted to take back all the power when Uzumaki Naruto fell into an absolute disadvantage. After creating a sense of trust in the other party's heart, and then directly destroying the sense of trust, this is the simplest blackening process. Nowadays, Chu Ran will not give up any process of darkening. I want everything to come more violently, and I will not give up any opportunity to destroy Naruto Uzumaki's heart. Less than 12 are left. It seems that this ninja world war will be the end of everything. The corners of Chu Ran's mouth raised slightly, facing what was happening at the moment. There was a complete sense of excitement in his heart, and he could finally take over Naruto Uzumaki's body right away. And now, outside, Uchiha Madara looked at the two people who no longer had much strength to fight back. Without hesitation, Zaido launched an attack on the two of them. Different from just now, at this time, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto could only keep dodging. With the blessing of Sage Mode, Uzumaki Naruto was still able to barely dodge the attack. But even so, it is far from enough. After all, the other party cannot be injured or tired. It is precisely because Uzumaki Naruto knew such things that he chose to avoid it. Now he does not have the 9 Tails chakra. His strength has been greatly reduced, and he may not be a match for Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it, even facing Uchiha Madara in his prime is no match. What's more, it's still a monster that won't die or get tired. Uzumaki Naruto's chest began to rise and fall slightly, and a look of solemnity appeared on his face as he looked at the monster in front of him. At this time, he had no power to resist and was even thinking about how to escape. Unlike the passionate Uzumaki Naruto in the original work, the Uzumaki Naruto at this time was trained by Chu Ran. He is an Uzumaki Naruto who easily escapes strong enemies, is too smart, and likes to think too much. He will not impulsively face a strong enemy that he cannot deal with, but will only do things based on a higher probability of success. Heyday. Kid. Have you seen me in my heyday? Uchiha Madara also had a sneer on his face when he heard Uzumaki Naruto's words. It wouldn't be what they both thought. Just like Uchiha Madara said, his heyday was more terrifying than it is now. Fire release, Dragon Fire Technique. Seeing Uchiha Madara stop, Uchiha Sasuke immediately found the opportunity. Several huge dragon-shaped flames were spit out from his mouth to attack Uchiha Madara. But the speed was not that fast. Uchiha Madara just turned his head slightly and avoided it. Kid, where are you aiming? Is it possible that just running away has exhausted you too? Uchiha Madara sneered and was about to take action again and kill the two of them directly. Suddenly the sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed continuously. And this finally made Uchiha Madara understand Uchiha Sasuke's intention. What a smart kid. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and was about to step forward. Thunder released Chilin. Go to hell. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. This was the strongest thunder escape he could use. When he fought against Uchiha Itachi, he repeatedly created miraculous effects. But at this moment, he was unsure, but it would be fine if he could delay it for a little while. At this moment, the terrifying thunder and lightning Kirin had completely swallowed up Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Chang. While the thunder light continued to flash, terrifying waves of thunder and lightning also erupted. Uchiha Sasuke quickly came to Uzumaki Naruto's side. Let's go. We are no match for that guy. Chapter 150. Even though he released his strongest thunder escape, Uchiha Sasuke still knew it very well. The two of them together would definitely not be Uchiha Madara's opponent. Unless Uchiha Madara is his true form and does not appear in front of the two of them in the state of reincarnation. This may still have a certain chance of winning, but it is obvious that this situation is unlikely. The thunder in the sky continued at this time, with the brilliant explosion of thunder. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo also began to show signs of fragmentation. Uzumaki Naruto, who continued to be in sage mode, had his pupils trembling slightly. Look. That guy seems a little weird. Uzumaki Naruto had a look of confusion on his face, and he seemed to see a trace of white light emerging from Uchiha Madara's body. And that white light seems to be a way to cause Uchiha Madara's chakra to weaken. This made Uzumaki Naruto feel a little weird, just when Uchiha Sasuke was about to turn around and look. Suddenly, layers of Uchiha Madara's body began to fall off. Is it the caster? Is there something wrong? It seems that it must be done in advance. Uchiha Madara untied Susanoo, and the Kirin in the sky slowly dispersed. His gradually fragmented body also fell to the ground at this time. It's just that what Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke expected didn't happen, and Uchiha Madara's body did not disappear as the Jutsu reincarnation jutsu unlocked. But there is another possibility, a possibility that neither Uzumaki Naruto nor Uchiha Sasuke thought of. I saw Uchiha Madara's body slowly starting to turn into a solid body. The characteristics that originally came from the art of reincarnation from the dirty soil suddenly disappeared. Now Uchiha Madara seems to have been resurrected, and his expression has become much more energetic. What a nostalgic body. Uchiha Madara felt the real body, his face showed a hint of joy, and he couldn't help laughing. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke had a look of surprise on their faces. There is only one possibility for the current situation to happen. The magician, Kabuto Yakushi, may have had an accident. That is to say, what is happening now is Uchiha Obito who has the Samsara Eye. Using the art of reincarnation, Madara Uchiha was resurrected directly. Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, seeing the two people who had just planned to evacuate. I have other thoughts in my mind, and I no longer want to evacuate at this time, or in other words, I want to kill the guy in front of me directly. Kill him. A flash of cold light flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, and he held the Kusanagi sword tightly. Thunder light flashed on the grass pheasant sword, and he rushed forward in the shortest possible time. Chidori. Otama Rasengan. The two of them each used their own ninjutsu, and their speed was also a step faster than before. He wanted to rush forward and kill Uchiha Madara directly, but it was obvious that the speed of the two of them was worse than that of Uchiha Madara who had regained his body. Uchiha Madara dodged the two attacks in a flash. Turning around, he used taijutsu to directly knock Uzumaki Naruto away, and at the same time snatched Uchiha Sasuke's Kusanagi sword with his backhand. Using the momentum brought by the reflex to seize the sword, he stabbed the Kusanagi sword into Uchiha Sasuke's abdomen with his backhand. It was nailed directly to the big tree, and Uchiha Sasuke also saw it at this time. Uchiha Madara's eyes began to age, gradually weathering and turning into ashes, turning into a pitch-black black hole. At this moment, Baiju slowly appeared from the big tree on the side. There was also an eyeball in his hand, which was the other untransplanted reincarnation eye of Uchiha Obito. You came so slowly, Baiju. How's it going with Obito? Has the 10 tails been activated? Uchiha Madara took the eye and placed it directly in his own dark pupils. These eyes were originally his, and with the Senju Hashirama cells in his body, there was no need to adapt at all. He immediately used his eyes completely, and a smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. Well, Obito is currently fighting the main force of the Ninja Alliance. Originally, you were seriously injured, but it seemed that there was no intention to resurrect you, so Heizetsu helped to revive you. Baizetsu chuckled, and at the same time transmitted a large amount of Senju Hashirama cells in his body to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara also showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. Feeling the continuous recovery of strength, he also had a smile on his face. Your eyes seem to be pretty good too. Let me lend you your eyes first. Uchiha Madara didn't say anything to Baizetsu, but just stretched out his hand towards Uchiha Sasuke. Just when he was about to remove one of Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, Uzumaki Naruto used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to come to Uchiha Madara. Flying Thunder God technique? It's the ninjutsu created by Tobirama, I really miss it. Uchiha Madara took a look at Uzumaki Naruto, who suddenly rushed towards him, with a hint of surprise on his face. But he quickly took 2 steps back, avoiding the sharp kunai in Uzumaki Naruto's hand. Naruto Uzumaki didn't waste any time, he just pulled out the Kusanagi sword and was about to leave with Uchiha Sasuke. Ninja technique, Uchiha Fire Formation. Uchiha Madara concentrated chakra in his fingers and pointed it out directly. In an instant, a flame needle rose directly from the ground at the feet of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Enveloping the two of them, similar to the barrier ninjutsu, Uzumaki Naruto was unable to use the Flying Thunder God technique at this time. Terrifying heat waves came from all directions, and Uzumaki Naruto immediately howled in pain. When the time was almost up, Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness gradually became blurred. Uchiha Madara's figure also appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto, and punched Uzumaki Naruto hard in the abdomen. The huge impact made Uzumaki Naruto faint. As for Uchiha Sasuke, he had already fainted. Obito doesn't look very reliable in his work. This kid still has almost half of the Nine Tails chakra in his body. It's still up to me to solve these things. Uchiha Madara lifted Naruto Uzumaki's body with one hand, and removed one of Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan with the other hand. Then he turned around and ran quickly in the direction of Uchiha Obito. This time the plan was all jointly discussed between him and Heiju. Everything was almost following Uchiha Madara's predetermined script, except for the appearance of Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, all you need to do is take out the other half of the 9 tails in Uzumaki Naruto's body. The 10 tails will be completely formed, and he can directly become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 151. Soon, about a few minutes passed. Uchiha Madara brought Uzumaki Naruto to the center of the battlefield. A teleportation technique came to the head of the 10 tails, which was next to Uchiha Obito. At this time, one of Uchiha Obito's eyes was the Samsara Eye, which was also one of Uchiha Madara's goals. Obito, you are too careless. You didn't completely take away the 9 tails in this brat. I still have half of my power, what should I do if something goes wrong in the infinite Tsukimi plan? Uchiha Madara threw the Uzumaki Naruto in front of Uchiha Obito. There was some displeasure in his words, but Uchiha Obito was no longer the brat he was in front of Uchiha Madara. At this time, he was completely different from his usual image. Having become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, there is no possibility that he would be willing to be manipulated. You don't need to take care of it, Madara Uchiha. Anyway, everything is done according to my plan. Uchiha Obito glanced at Uzumaki Naruto at his feet, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. But he also lowered his body and slowly placed his hand on Uzumaki Naruto's stomach. Start using the power of the 10 tails to absorb the chakra of the 9 tails. But before it started, Uchiha Obito felt a stabbing pain in his abdomen. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know when he opened his eyes, and a black rod appeared in his hand, piercing straight through his abdomen. What? Asshole. A flash of coldness and anger flashed across Uchiha Obito's pupils. He felt that Madara Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki worked together to deliberately plot against him. There was also more hostility towards Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Madara didn't know it clearly, and instead just attacked Uzumaki Naruto immediately. After Uchiha Obito retreated, Uzumaki Naruto should not be Chu Ran. He disappeared from the place with a teleportation technique, and when he reappeared, he was already at Uchiha Obito's side. So fast. Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly, he didn't expect Uzumaki Naruto to be so fast. But there were still many things that he didn't expect. After all, the person who controlled Uzumaki Naruto's body now was Chu Ran. And Chu Ran's strength was far stronger than he expected. Boom! Uchiha Obito was punched out again. Chu Ran originally wanted to find an opportunity to grab Uchiha Obito's Rinnegan. But after all, he has become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and now he is equivalent to controlling the Samsara Eye in Sage mode. Uchiha Obito has reached its peak in terms of defense, speed and chakra quality. Even Chu Ran couldn't capture Obito Uchiha's eyes after a sneak attack. It seems that I can only kill the two of you directly. Then I took off the reincarnation eye. Chu Ran twisted his neck, and his body was still a little sore. But under the control of several different chakras in the body, he began to recover quickly. However, Chu Ran couldn't just relax in this situation. After all, the two enemies in front of him were different from those they had encountered before. They are probably the two strongest people now, besides Kagaya Otsutsuki. Is everything okay? It seems like this kid still has some abilities. Uchiha Madara looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, with a look of surprise on his face. After all, the guy in front of me was definitely hit hard by him just now. It will be absolutely impossible to wake up for a while, even though I have been sleeping for a long time due to death. But when it comes to controlling power, Uchiha Madara will never make a mistake. Stop being pretentious and kill this brat quickly. The ninja coalition below is also difficult to deal with. Uchiha Obito frowned slightly, facing Uchiha Madara's understatement. I was still very unhappy in my heart, but despite this I didn't say much. After all, now, their goals are at least the same. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. The two of them had a tacit understanding and at the same time used the Uchiha clan's signature ninjutsu. Two huge fireballs struck directly in the direction of Chu Ran. The Uchiha clan really likes to play with this kind of thing. The corners of Chu Ran's mouth raised slightly, and a flash of blue light flashed in his eyes. He immediately turned on the reincarnation mode, and the green chakra on his body lit up. Under the illumination of the fire, there was something strange about it. Bang! The two huge fireballs disappeared instantly as Chu Ran raised his hand slightly. Under the terrifying repulsion, Chu Ran could not be harmed at all. After all, no matter how powerful it is just a sea-level ninjutsu. Although the two men used it to perfection, the nature of ninjutsu cannot be avoided. Yin Lunjuan is born and explodes. A cold light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes, and the Dao-seeking Jade behind him flew directly in front of him. A terrifying hurricane, under such pressure, even the space was squeezed and broken. What kind of power is this? Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, facing the terrifying power of Jinlan's explosion. He also immediately chose to avoid it, but this blow hit one side of the Ten-Tail's body. The huge pain caused Ten-Tails to cry out immediately. Uchiha Obito has seen Chu Ran's power, and he also knows that resisting forcefully is not a rational thing. Without hesitation, he waved the black stick in his hand and rushed towards Chu Ran. The black sticks in their hands collided together, both belonging to the power of the Six Paths Immortal. The collision at this time caused bursts of air explosions all around. At this time, Uchiha Obito would not consider persuading Uzumaki Naruto. Because the face has been torn, not to mention that Chu Ran is now in control of Uzumaki Naruto's body. Aren't you panicked at all? If I were you at this time, I would definitely not take action rashly. Don't you think about it at all? You were saved by Uchiha Madara from the very beginning. Is it such a coincidence that you recover your body and then save the one you love? The corners of Chu Ran's mouth raised slightly, and he looked at Uchiha Obito in front of him and said. Other people would definitely not understand such strange words. But Uchiha Obito's pupils were slightly startled, and he was only distracted for a moment. Chu Ran directly used the top illusion technique of 5 sense manipulation. It can be said that it is almost the same level of genjutsu as Tsukuyomi, or even higher than Tsukuyomi. For a moment, Uchiha Obito's pupils were blank for a moment. Countless fragments flew through his brain, and Uchiha Obito's eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. Chapter 152. At that moment, he saw the scene he least wanted to remember in his life. That was the image of Kakashi Hatake using Raikiri to pierce the chest of his beloved. This scene, once upon a time, was the reason that made Uchiha Obito completely give up on the world. Kid! How do you know this? Who told you that? Uchiha Obito was already blinded by anger at this time, and his eyes looking at Chu Ran were filled with ferocious murderous intent. Without hesitation, he walked forward waving the black stick, completely ignoring what Chu Ran said. What a troublesome guy. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. A cold light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes, and he didn't care at all when facing Uchiha Obito's anger. He raised his right hand high, like a god in the sky, and a golden light in his hand flashed past. The speed was extremely fast, and Uchiha Obito was directly submerged. But everyone knew that Uchiha Obito would never die so easily. At this time, he must have used the spacetime ninjutsu, so he must have avoided it. But the Ten-Tails below was not so lucky. After all, under the large-scale attack, the damage suffered by the Ten Tails was also considerable. What's more, Chu Ran still uses the Reincarnation Eye mode, which is the blood-stained limit as famous as the Reincarnation Eye. It seems like it can't be like this anymore. This kid's strength suddenly seems to have become stronger for some reason. Uchiha Madara looked at the two people fighting, and his expression gradually became serious. He has been successfully resurrected and has finally regained the power he had in his prime. Nowadays, you can't help others make wedding dresses just for these things. Therefore, he must first directly take back the power he placed with Uchiha Obito. Jijia, then let me help you. 2 seconds should be enough, right? Black Setsu's laughter appeared out of thin air and slowly appeared next to Uchiha Madara. At this time, Uchiha Obito also appeared directly, retreating directly in front of Uchiha Madara from a distance. The two just looked at each other, before Uchiha Obito could blame Uchiha Madara for not taking action. Suddenly a black shadow appeared on the ground and controlled him directly. At this moment, Uchiha Madara quickly reached out and took out Uchiha Obito's left eye. The only remaining right eye is Uchiha Obito's own Sharingan. After feeling the loss of the Rinnegan, Uchiha Obito's chakra began to gradually dissipate. The chakra that originally belonged to the Sage of Six Paths mode dissipated directly, leaving only the weak body and the left eye that was constantly flowing with blood. Asshole. Uchiha Obito covered his eyes and looked at Uchiha Madara with a look of hatred. Uchiha Madara ignored him and just put the eyes on himself. Asshole. I just got my eyes back. Does this make you an asshole? Uchiha Madara smiled slightly, not minding what Uchiha Obito said at all. Instead, after feeling all his eyes return, a crazy smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. The predecessor only opened the Reincarnation Eye in his later years. To be honest, Uchiha Madara himself didn't have many opportunities to use the Samsara Eye. But it's different now, he can already use this power anytime and anywhere. What a wonderful power. Now, we can finally get one step closer to our ideal. Uchiha Madara formed a seal with his hands, and several tentacles among the 10 tails directly touched him. Quickly, the chakra from the 10 tails continued to pour into Uchiha Madara's body. It is different from the half-baked six-path sage mode of Uchiha Obito before. At this time, Uchiha Madara has completely become a being comparable to the Sage of Six Paths. Only those who have truly mastered power will most thoroughly understand how power should be used. Uchiha Obito staggered and tried to stand up, but had not taken a few steps. Chu Ran came to him in a flash, and the gangster in his hand pierced Uchiha Obito's abdomen with lightning speed. The speed was so fast that Uchiha Obito didn't even feel the pain until later. No matter what, you definitely can't stay anyway. Because of your existence, I have been in a lot of trouble. Chu Ran's face was cold, and he looked at Uchiha Obito in front of him without any mercy. Although he may also be a pitiful man who chooses to overturn the world because of the one he loves. But such a person is too extreme and is tantamount to a lunatic, and is not worthy of mercy at all. Giving him immediate pleasure would probably be Chu Ran's greatest mercy for him. Damn it, Lin, I'm sorry. Uchiha Obito's pupils trembled slightly, and then the light gradually dissipated and he fell to the ground. On the other side, Uchiha Madara has also successfully become the new Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Looking at Chu Ran in front of him, his signature arrogant smile appeared on his face. I don't like your smile very much. Looks very ignorant. Chu Ran turned his head to look at Uchiha Madara, and at the same time released the reincarnated eye mode. The reincarnation eye mode may be very effective against some ordinary people, but it is not effective against Uchiha Madara, who also has the reincarnation eye. But it doesn't have much effect. On the contrary, it may have quite a side effect. Moreover, Chu Ran also wanted to try another ninjutsu. Ignorant? What an arrogant brat. Then I will show you today how you were killed by ignorant people. A ferocious smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's face, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. The 10 tails at his feet immediately began to stop moving. Chu Ran knew that this was the intention to make the 10 tails the sacred tree, which is the most basic form. But despite this, Chu Ran still didn't want to interfere too much. These people can die, but Uzumaki Naruto must see the secret behind the sacred tree. 8-gate Duinja formation. The 7th door. Shocking. Open. Chu Ran's face gradually showed a trace of blood red, and veins kept popping up on his forehead. The terrifying chakra began to burst out from the body, and it was forced forward in just an instant. Uchiha Madara was severely shocked by such a terrifying amount of chakra. Compared to the Senju Hashirama he once knew, it was even more terrifying, even several times more terrifying. How could someone have such terrifying chakra? It doesn't look like Kyuubi's, is it his own? The 8-gate Duinja formation is really scary, can it even open the 7th gate? There was a solemn look on Uchiha Madara's face. Chapter 153. As a ninja from the previous era, Uchiha Madara still knew the power of this ninjutsu. After all, there are not many people with such talent who can display the 7th gate and 8 gates of Duinja. The terrifying blue chakra steam is approaching Uchiha Madara. No matter who is facing this terrifying power pressure, they will definitely have a certain degree of fear. But there was a look of excitement on Uchiha Madara's face. Now, Uchiha Obito is dead, and he has regained his samsara eye. According to the original plan, he successfully became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Everything is proceeding quickly according to his plan, but according to the current situation. Uchiha Madara knew very well that he still had an enemy in front of him, an enemy that he had to face directly. Looking at Chu Ran in front of him and the terrifying blue steam, Madara Uchiha felt that the blood in his body was flowing rapidly. It was the instinctive excitement after meeting a powerful enemy. Bring it on! Uchiha Madara slid his hands, and the two seeking jade turned into black sticks at the same time. He actually took the lead and rushed towards Chu Ran, not afraid of Chu Ran who opened the 7th shocking door. You are really arrogant, you dare to charge at me like this. 8-gate Duinja. Death's door. Open. Chu Ran took a deep breath, the veins on his forehead suddenly popped up, and his hair turned blood red in an instant. A burst of blood-red steam burst out from the center of him. Even a drop of sweat could supercharge the blood-red steam with a lot of power. Uchiha Madara, who had just rushed out, saw Chu Ran who suddenly opened the 8th door of death, and his expression changed slightly. The figure that was rushing forward also stopped, and the black sticks in his hands began to turn into barriers to separate him from Chu Ran. Even a strong man like Uchiha Madara is facing the last of the 8 gates of Duinja. He didn't dare to resist directly, or he was simply unable to evade. Because at this moment, when Chu Ran was controlling Uzumaki Naruto's physical body, he had already manipulated his physical energy to the limit. Just this extreme terrifying power forced him to face it with the strongest defensive posture. Do you want Dao Jade? It is a very unsolvable defensive method. But don't forget, I also have a Taoist Jade. The corners of Chu Ran's mouth raised slightly. He did not have the same powerful physical skills as Metkai. Because after all, what he obtained was only the power of 8-gate Duinja. As for moves like Yikai and Shixiang, they are all unique physical skills created by Metkai. Chu Ran was simply using the buff gained from the 8-gate Duinja. On both sides behind him, 2 Tao-seeking jade flew out at the same time. It directly offset Uchiha Madara's path-seeking jade barrier before Uchiha Madara could react. Chu Ran punched him directly on the chest, and the terrifying force immediately penetrated Uchiha Madara's chest. The bones in his body broke instantly, and a mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. Uchiha Madara's pupils were also filled with the fear of death. He didn't understand why he was defeated so easily by a Jinchuriki. And just now, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were both helpless in his hands. It's as if he is deliberately hiding his strength. He has such strength. It could have erupted directly just now, not to mention killing him, but it would not be as embarrassing as before. But it's different now. From Uchiha Madara's point of view, Uzumaki Naruto is just exchanging lives with him. With this style of play, even if Uzumaki Naruto wins in the end, that will definitely not give him any advantage. Now he has Senju Hashirama cells in his body. There is also the 6 Paths Immortal technique, so there is no fear of such injuries. Although the power is terrifying, it is nothing compared to the desperate blow of Metkai in the original work. There is not much threat to Uchiha Madara, unless the 8-gate Duinja formation can be opened all the time. It would take at least 5 to 10 minutes before he could directly beat Uchiha Madara to death. Bang! Uchiha Madara's body hit the sacred tree hard. The powerful impact caused his body to instantly feel unbearable pain. But despite this, he gritted his teeth and endured it. At the same time, the figure began to move quickly in the smoke and dust, intending to delay Chu Ran's 8-gate Duinja. The 8-gate Duinja cannot be maintained for too long. We can't waste too much energy just to deal with this brat. The ninja coalition behind will catch up soon. A cold light flashed in Madara Uchiha's eyes, and he immediately activated his special ability, Ring Tomb. In another different space, there is a shadow with the same strength as him. It is an existence that cannot be seen with the naked eye, but it does not pose any problem to Chu Ran. The Ring Tomb has an attack range, and it will be ineffective as long as it is too far beyond Madara Uchiha. In other words, this is just a stopgap measure for Uchiha Madara. Want to delay? Chu Ran looked at Madara Uchiha who had released the Will Tomb, and a smile appeared on his face. He knew what Uchiha Madara was thinking and was very curious in his heart. If Uchiha Madara knew about it, the 8-gate Duinja would not cause any harm to him. I don't know what kind of expression Uchiha Madara will show. Uzumaki Naruto, you don't stand a chance like this. Nothing you do makes sense. I admit, you are my most difficult opponent besides Senju Hashirama. After all, I haven't encountered such a powerful force in many years. You can be considered a very talented guy if you can open the final door of death of the 8-gate Duinja formation. But it's impossible for you to kill me. When the time for 8-gate Duinja comes, you will still die. And I can still survive and use this power to change the world. Uchiha Madara looked at Chu Ran, who was parked 10 meters away from him. He also spoke directly with a calm face, even though he was already in a very embarrassed state. Many parts of the body have been taken care of, and even the arms have been broken off. Even though Senju Hashirama's cells were helping to recover, there was no loss of chakra. But such an embarrassing situation had already made him recognize the strength of Naruto Uzumaki. Chu Ran will die. Do not make jokes. Who told you that I would die after opening the death door of the 8-door Duinja formation? Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked at Uchiha Madara, whose expression gradually became shocked. At this time, he already seemed like a winner. The red steam on his body began to dissipate quickly, and instead it returned to its original appearance. He didn't enter any mode, he just looked at Uchiha Madara with a playful expression. Chapter 154. Right now, he doesn't use any power. But just the shock that just came over made Uchiha Madara extremely shocked. For a moment, he didn't even dare to take action against Chu Ran without authorization. No matter how you put it, he can be considered to be in trouble now. Because whether it was Chu Ran in front of him or the ninja coalition in the distance, they are enough to become Uchiha Madara's troublesome opponents, not to mention that there are 2 troublesome opponents now. In his eyes, it was almost impossible for Uzumaki Naruto to survive. But soon Uchiha Madara also discovered that something was wrong. Because from the beginning, he discovered that there was a large amount of chakra pouring into the acupuncture points on Chu Ran's chest. But there doesn't seem to be much turbulence in the meridians. The condition itself, including the breathing rate, is very stable. Impossible, the last door of the 8 doors Duinja is the door of death. If it is turned on, you will definitely die. There is no way you can survive like this. For what reason, kid, who are you? Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, and at this moment he couldn't even help but take half a step back. It was this instinctive retreat that caused the thought of humiliation to appear in Uchiha Madara's heart again. How could he, a mighty ninja god, be constantly afraid of a teenage kid? There are still many things you don't know. Don't arbitrarily define things as what you know. But it's no wonder, after all, you are from the previous era. It's almost time, it's time to wrap things up. Chu Ran twisted his neck, and he didn't die even though he had just used the 8-gate Duinja. But my body also felt a little sore. After all, my physical strength had increased hundreds of times. If he didn't have the chakra of Sage Mode and the chakra of Senju Hashirama, he would probably have to lie down for a while before he could stand up. Buzz! A golden light flashed directly on Chu Ran's body, and he instantly entered the 6 Paths Immortal Mode. Just in 6 Paths Sage Mode, it is impossible to be stronger than Uchiha Madara. But don't forget, Chu Ran has several super powerful chakras at the same time. The original frog eyes have also become reincarnation eyes, and they are protected by Senju Hashirama's cells. His strength has been pushed to the extreme. If he still can't kill Uchiha Madara in front of him, he can only consider himself unlucky. It should be over. Fire escape. The great fire extinguishes. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes, and his broken right hand had recovered. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and in just a second, he had already displayed his strongest fire escape. A terrifying huge wave slanted directly down, the flaming hell with terrifying heat waves. Even though the ground was about to melt, Chu Ran just walked forward step by step. Changing fists with his right hand, Chiu Daoyu formed barriers in front of him. Call. Wind release, spiral shuriken. Compared to the Rasen shuriken used by Uzumaki Naruto, the Rasen shuriken used by Chu Ran is more terrifying. The spiral shuriken that was constantly spinning in mid-air made a terrifying sound of breaking through the air. In the shortest time, everything in front of him was directly destroyed. The terrifying fire was extinguished, but at the moment of contact, it was cut open, forming a terrifying storm of flames. Until it dissipated into the void, completely shattered like this. I am afraid that only Chu Ran can achieve this level. Fire escape can suppress foam escape. But Chu Ran's wind escape strength was enough to completely cover everything. And Uchiha Madara is also very aware of the opponent's strength, and some tricks between the two have no effect at all. Susanoo immediately activated his final form. Even with the Rinnegan, Susanoo is still his strongest ability. The Azure Susanoo directly transformed into a complete body, holding a large sword made of chakra in each hand. Come on, kid. Apart from Hashirama, you are the strongest ninja I have ever seen. Uchiha Madara shouted loudly, and Susanoo became more solid as chakra gushes out. And Chu Ran looked at the giant-like Susanoo without any hesitation, and directly turned on the fairy fox mode. He is different from Uzumaki Naruto. If he wants to use the power of the Nine Tails, he needs to rely on the Nine Tails. Chu Ran was able to control the Nine Tails with his own strength. The nine-tailed half of Naruto Uzumaki's body was also completely controlled by him. No matter what kind of ability it is, Chu Ran can exert its strongest strength in his hands. Any ability can be regarded as a Kage-level strength in terms of Konoha or the entire ninja world. Boom! The giant Nine Tails also appeared, and the Nine Tails behind him were also proving to Uchiha Madara in front of him. Chu Ran's inexhaustible chakra, the two of them immediately started taking action at the same time. A spiral shuriken condensed in the hands of the nine-tailed fox, which collided with the big sword in Uchiha Madara Susanoo's hand. The Ling Lai battle situation appeared immediately, and the methods between the two people were filled with terrifying power. Just the first confrontation was enough to level everything around them. Even the ninja coalition fighting the White Zetsu thousands of meters away felt this endless wind pressure. Just by oppressing everything around him, Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly. Although Susanoo does not have flexible and changeable moves, under the control of Uchiha Madara, it is like his own body. It is constantly changing with his thoughts, and the Chu Ran in front of him can do the same. The two kept fighting, constantly clashing with chakra. All the power is completely covered in it, and few people can withstand such terrifying power. Chu Ran was very aware of the arrangement of this matter. He slowly raised two-tailed beast Jade with his hands and appeared directly. Throwing it toward Susanoo, Madara Uchiha held the chakra lightsaber and directly knocked away two Taoist Jade. Immortal technique, Een escaped Thunder Sect. Uchiha Madara formed a seal with his hands and directly used the six-path Senjutsu. Blessed by the terrifying chakra, this attack by the Een escaped Thunder Sect is even more terrifying than in the original work. The purple lightning that filled the sky continued to spread down, giving Chu Ran no chance to avoid it. Hitting directly under the skin of the fairy fox, the chakra coat was constantly shattered, but it would soon be reborn. Go to hell. Uchiha Madara found the opportunity and instantly urged his Susanoo to rush forward. Chapter 155. The sharp chakra sword was about to strike Chu Ran hard. A smile appeared on the corner of Chu Ran's mouth, and a tailed beast Jade instantly condensed from his mouth at a very close distance. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the remnant power of the explosion swept both of them directly inside. But after all, Susanoo is still inferior to Chu Ran's six-path Sage Chakra mode. Although his defense might be stronger, Chu Ran's chakra is inexhaustible. In just an instant, the damaged parts were restored directly. Immortal magic. Super large Jade Spiral Shuriken. A cold light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes, and chakra continued to gather in his right hand. A spiral shuriken with a very terrifying shape was successfully condensed. At the closest range, it hit Susanoo's chest directly, a solid and direct hit. Uchiha Madara's expression changed instantly. He did not expect that Chu Ran would engage in such a lose-lose strategy with him. But despite this, he was still ready to untie Susanoo and withdraw quickly. But Chu Ran would not give him such a chance. In the fastest time, he was the first to use the Flying Thunder God to leave. Directly involved Uchiha Madara's Susanoo into the spiral shuriken. The terrifying hurricane contained wind-based chakra that was sharper than the blade, and Uchiha Madara's painful wails came from it. Just a wind blade is enough to tear apart the flesh of an ordinary person. There were at least thousands of these countless wind blades, large and small. Uchiha Madara originally wanted to remove Susanoo and allow him to escape. But now that I see such a terrifying amount, I don't dare to remove it directly without care. Instead, it just gathers all the chakra and concentrates Susanoo's defensive power. But despite this, Susanoo's cracks began to be peeled off at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such terrifying power in just a short period of time was enough to completely crush the Susanoo he was so proud of. It was such terrifying power that Uchiha Madara's body was quickly and directly damaged. As the hurricane continued to rotate, Chu Ran also looked at Uchiha Madara in front of him. In his subconscious, Uzumaki Naruto had woken up. He just relied on the system to temporarily occupy Naruto Uzumaki's physical body, and to a certain extent he had to return it. This is already the time when it is necessary. 9 llamas, what's going on? Did you just take over my body? Can you just use it without my permission? Uzumaki Naruto's pupils trembled slightly, and when he sensed the situation outside, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the vigilance that had been lowered was completely raised again at this moment. Chu Ran didn't talk too much and directly returned control of his body to Uzumaki Naruto. No, you and I are one. When I fought against Uchiha Madara before, I was not 100 able to defeat him like this. And Uchiha Madara can summon me, so I can't let him know that half of my body is inside you. And one thing you may have forgotten is that you instinctively found me for help before you fainted, and I was able to come out. Chu Ran shook his head and directly denied Uzumaki Naruto's words. If this is the case alone, Uzumaki Naruto is absolutely acceptable. But if there is another explanation, Uzumaki Naruto may begin to doubt Chu Ran. I see, I'm sorry Gyolama, I misunderstood you. Has that guy been dealt with by you now? Where's that masked bastard? The first person Uzumaki Naruto hated was Obito Uchiha. After all, it was because of Obito Uchiha that the 4th Hokage and his wife died, and he became an orphan that everyone hated. If given the chance, he would definitely kill Uchiha Obito as his first choice. That guy is dead, killed by Uchiha Madara. Didn't you notice? The appearance of the two of them has changed, and the original Rinnegan eye of Uchiha Obito was also taken away. Chu Ran glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and couldn't help but sigh. The chakra he gave was not taken back, he thought Uzumaki Naruto would be able to discover these things immediately. But he still needed to explain, which made Chu Ran feel a little speechless. It seems that no matter what, it is still difficult to change a person's personality, although it is much better than in the original work. But Uzumaki Naruto's character flaws are still very obvious, if it weren't for this character flaw. I think it is necessary to actually carry out the blackening process, but it is quite sufficient. Damn it, that guy actually killed Uchiha Obito first. I can't personally help Sister Kwan and my parents get revenge. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flashed with hatred, and at this moment he learned that Uchiha Obito was dead. There was no happy feeling in his heart, but instead the hatred in his heart was strengthened. After being unable to take revenge with his own hands, the hatred in Uzumaki Naruto's heart could not be vented. Don't worry, that guy Uchiha Madara will definitely not die. It will be up to you to deal with him personally then. But, Naruto, I have to tell you something. Infinite Tsukimi is not as simple as you think, even though it creates a new world. But it is still an illusion and cannot change its essence. Even if you turn it on, you are just trapped in a world of illusion. Uchiha Izumi is not resurrection in the true sense. Infinite Tsukimi is just a world of justice created by mentally twisted guys like them. Illusion is always beautiful, because it is always just a dream, not a real thing. Chu Ran knew that the time was almost up, and the secret about the infinite Tsukimi should be revealed directly to Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto knew this very well, or he had always been deceiving himself. Although he may not be smart or calm. But he knew very well in his heart that he could not completely control the illusion, and Uchiha Izumi could not truly be resurrected. As long as this self-deceptive lie is exposed, Uzumaki Naruto's mood will instantly hit rock bottom. Ding! Blackening progress increased by 5. Ding! The blackening progress has reached 90. The system will give you a blackened treasure chest X1. As the sound of the system appeared, Chu Ran knew that Uzumaki Naruto's psychology began to gradually collapse. The hatred for the world began to fully appear at this moment, it was an almost crazy hatred. Chapter 156. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 2775. Soul, 1611. Blackening progress, 9308. Blackening points, 19,587. Blackened Mall, opened. Chu Ran looked at Uzumaki Naruto whose face gradually turned cold and full of ferocious anger. He couldn't help but smile on his face. After all, at this moment, after getting the truth of the matter. This was probably the last straw that broke Uzumaki Naruto's heart. But if we want to resurrect Uchiha Izumi, it may not be that easy. After all, Uchiha Izumi has been dead for a long time, and there are certain restrictions on using the art of reincarnation. But Uchiha Izumi's restrictions are not that big, at least not as big as Uchiha Madara's restrictions. But Chu Ran would not allow Uzumaki Naruto to resurrect Uchiha Izumi. After all, this body will soon be his, and problems will arise if his lifespan is reduced in the future. Then this problem will definitely be borne by Chu Ran himself. Naruto, calm down. I guess Uchiha Madara must not know about the infinite Tsukuyomi, or even if he does, he intends to deceive himself. But you must stay calm and don't forget that important people are still alive. Chu Ran's voice hit Naruto Uzumaki's heart like a sedative at this moment. Gradually, the angry mood in Uzumaki Naruto's heart calmed down a little. At this time, the hurricane in the sky also stopped. The bruised Uchiha Madara fell from mid-air, his expression became much gloomier, and the Rinnegan in his eyes didn't even have much brilliance. Compared with the arrogant Uchiha Madara before, it is impossible to see that he still has any of his original charm now. Uzumaki Naruto didn't say anything, he just walked step by step in front of Uchiha Madara. The seeking jade behind him slowly turned into a black rod, and under Uzumaki Naruto's cold expression, it pierced directly into Uchiha Madara's chest. Infinite Tsukuyomi is not an independent world, even Uzumaki Naruto knows it in his heart. Under Chu Ran's deliberate explanation, Uzumaki Naruto had seen through the reality. To be honest, I no longer have any expectations about resurrecting Izumi Uchiha. At this time, he just wanted to vent his resentment and kill the group of guys in front of him who deceived and used him. Uzumaki Naruto. Stop. You can't kill him. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was about to pierce Uchiha Madara's heart and kill him completely. A voice suddenly sounded from behind, and Uzumaki Naruto recognized the voice. It wasn't anyone else, but Heizetsu. At this time, Black Jew was not with White Jew, and his weird appearance made people feel uncomfortable. But Uzumaki Naruto did not reply to Black Zetsu, he just slowly raised his hand and was about to continue stabbing. Madara can help you resurrect Uchiha Izumi. Don't you always want to resurrect her? We have this opportunity now, not everyone can use the Samsara Eye. Only the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan with larger chakra can do it. But you are not from the Uzumaki clan with pure blood, only red-haired people with pure blood are qualified to control it. You have to think carefully, if Madara dies, there will be no way for your sister to be resurrected. Black Zetsu would not let Uzumaki Naruto kill Uchiha Madara so quickly at this time. His goal has not been achieved yet. He needs to resurrect someone, so he has planned all this for such a long time, 100 years. Seeing that everything was about to be completed, he didn't want to cause problems because of such a thing. Sure enough, after hearing Black Zetsu's words, Uzumaki Naruto's body trembled obviously. After stopping what he was doing, he turned his head and looked at Heiju. He knew that what the other party said might be the truth, but that didn't mean he had to believe it. 9 Lama, that guy said it's credible, how much do you think it is? Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and revived Izumi Uchiha if there was a chance. He is definitely willing to give it a try, but if there is no chance, he will not hesitate to kill everyone in front of him. I think it's very likely, after all, that's what he said. If the final evolution of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan, other people may not be able to use the Sharingan. It is almost difficult for people from the Uzumaki clan to find people with pure blood. I think you can try to believe it. After all, you have the Flying Thunder God technique. Now that you are back in Konoha, you may have a chance to try it. Anyway, Uchiha Madara will definitely not be able to recover in a short time. The situation is still under our control. Chu Ran pondered for a moment, and of course he knew that what Heiju said was correct. But at the same time, he was also considering whether to revive Uchiha Izumi. In other words, what kind of benefits will Uchiha Izumi's resurrection bring to him? But soon, Chu Ran decided to let this last bit of blackening value explode more fiercely, and he already had a choice in his mind. I see, let's try it first. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, having basically made some decisions in his mind. The black stick in his hand returned to the path-seeking jade, and at the same time he grabbed Madara Uchiha's dying body and Black Zetsu. Better not lie to me or I'll kill you too wherever you are. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Black Zetsu, with a burst of murderous intent bursting out of his eyes. In the shortest period of time, his heart has undergone many major changes, and he has long lost the passion and optimism in the original work. Nowadays, in addition to hatred, there is murderous intention and disgust for this world. No problem, but there is a condition for us to resurrect Uchiha Izumi. That means you can't interfere with Infinite Tsukuyomi's plan. I can promise you that Madara will help you resurrect Uchiha Izumi. There was a look of determination on Black Zetsu's face, if Uzumaki Naruto didn't agree. He would rather Uchiha Madara died here, he could just reorganize a new plan at worst. No problem. Anyway, I did all this to resurrect Sister Quan, if she is resurrected. Then I won't care about what happens next. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, and the deal between the two was immediately concluded. And Uzumaki Naruto's figure also disappeared from the place at this moment. He did not take the two of them to Konoha village. After all, this was the center of the battlefield, and in a place like Konoha, he didn't feel comfortable leaving the newly resurrected Uchiha Izumi alone. Chapter 157. Madara, you were defeated quite miserably. But it's not your fault, no one could have imagined that that kid could be so strong. Black Zetsu looked at the embarrassed Uchiha Madara in front of him, his face also full of shock. After all, the man in front of him was one of the strongest men he had ever seen, a man that only Senju Hashirama could stop. Now he has absorbed Senju Hashirama's cells and activated the six-path sage mode. When he mastered the strongest eye technique, he was defeated by Uzumaki Naruto. He was defeated so miserably that even Heiju couldn't believe it. Stop talking nonsense, Black Zetsu. Do you know what it takes to use the art of reincarnation? Even if I use it now, it's impossible for me to survive for long. Are you planning to treat me as a fool? Uchiha Madara endured the pain in his body and slowly sat up. The look he looked at Heiju was also full of coldness. After all, he didn't want to die like this. After achieving his goal, he wanted to live forever. Of course not, don't forget that the sacred tree will produce chakra fruits after it blooms. Six Paths Immortal will become immortal only after taking this fruit, and you will do the same. When you take the fruit, Uzumaki Naruto will not be your opponent. Black Zetsu chuckled, and faced Uchiha Madara's questioning. He began to seduce Uchiha Madara again. The second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama once said that the Uchiha clan is an inherently evil clan. As the older generation of Uchiha Madara took this point to the extreme. Perhaps when he has relatives and friends, he will still be restrained to a certain extent. But from this moment on, after he has no relatives or friends, he no longer cares about these things. Just a simple desire for power and a world without war. It was obvious that Uchiha Madara, who was slowly leaning on the ruins behind him, still accepted Black Zetsu's words. Just close your eyes to restore chakra as quickly as possible. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto also returned to Konoha village. After he destroyed most of Konoha village, he returned here for the first time. Looking at the somewhat changed village in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto still followed his memory and began to look for the direction of the cemetery. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto found the location of the cemetery. The cemetery is still the same as before, without any changes. It's just that no one was cleaning Uchiha Izumi's tombstone, and a thick layer of dust had accumulated on it. Naruto Uzumaki slowly knelt down in front of the tombstone and wiped Izumi Uchiha's photo with his sleeves. A rare smile appeared on his face until he wiped the tombstone clean. Uzumaki Naruto stood up slowly, and the kunai in his hand burst out with a burst of cold wind escape chakra. With a flash of cold light, the soil layer had been cut open by Uzumaki Naruto. A coffin appeared, very simple. Uzumaki Naruto did not choose to open the coffin, but instead just used a kunai to make a small hole in the coffin. He lifted the coffin and disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Right now, resurrect her. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes became cold again after seeing Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu also slowly took a few steps back and came to Uchiha Madara's side. Uchiha Madara didn't say anything nonsense, he just stood up and walked to the coffin. Heretic. The natural art of reincarnation. Uchiha Madara let out a soft breath, with a look of pain on his face. In an instant, a strong chakra appeared, and Uchiha Madara felt the life force in his body drain rapidly. Until a soul appeared from the mouth of the King of Hell and flew towards Uchiha Izumi's coffin. In just a moment, he got into the coffin, and soon the coffin began to tremble. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils trembled slightly, and he immediately opened the coffin. In the coffin in front of him, Uchiha Izumi opened his eyes with a pale face, and a smile appeared on his face after seeing Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. Izumi Uchiha has never seen Uzumaki Naruto grow up. Her memory only stayed in the timeline of her death for such a long time. She didn't know everything about Uzumaki Naruto, but even this was the case. Uchiha Izumi still knew, and could still see something in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. She could understand that Uzumaki Naruto must have been having a hard time over the past few years. Sister Kwan. Tears began to well up in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. All along, he has been making continuous efforts to resurrect Uchiha Izumi. Whether it's stripping the 9 tails out of one's own body, or capturing other 9 tails. Everything he did was for the sister who had taken care of him since childhood. She was the only sister who loved and cared for herself, and was the only sister who didn't hate herself. Although Uchiha Izumi did something that made Uzumaki Naruto feel very sad. But in the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto, those are not Uchiha Izumi's mistakes, but the mistakes of the 2 old guys, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. What's wrong with me? Uchiha Izumi had just come back to life, and he was a little confused about the situation in front of him. He immediately asked with some confusion, but Uzumaki Naruto didn't know what to say. Your brother really loves you. He allowed us to resurrect you, now it's time for you to abide by your agreement. Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, Black Zetsu also opened his mouth to answer everything for Uzumaki Naruto, but Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Izumi and smiled slightly. He and Uchiha Izumi disappeared directly in front of Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. Let this brat go. But it's okay, after all, there is no such big trouble. It will save us a lot of trouble, then we will wait for the sacred tree to bloom and bear fruit. Uchiha Madara's face also showed a relaxed look, and he raised his head to look at the sacred tree high in the sky. At this time, the sacred tree is slowly blooming, and the blooming speed is very slow. But it made Uchiha Madara extremely hopeful, and Black Zetsu's face also showed a smile after the conspiracy succeeded. Just when both of them were focusing on the chakra sacred tree, Uchiha Madara's pupils suddenly trembled. There was a sharp pain in his back, and he slowly lowered his head, and a black rod somehow came out of his abdomen. Uzumaki Naruto. Bastard. Chapter 158. Uchiha Madara didn't even need to look back to know that Uzumaki Naruto must be behind him. He had just experienced a big battle and had not recovered from it. And he also used the reincarnation technique, a ninjutsu with bug abilities. It can be said that Uchiha Madara is already overdrawn in terms of physical strength, vitality, or chakra. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto's sudden appearance caught him off guard. I'm afraid he won't be able to understand until his death how a strong man like himself could be killed like this. Hateful. Black Zetsu saw that Uchiha Madara seemed to be killed, and his expression changed slightly. Just when he was about to escape directly, Uzumaki Naruto's figure came in front of him, and the big hand formed by the nine-tailed chakra grabbed him tightly. You too must die. The killing intent in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes was like a sharp knife, making the two of them feel the fear of death in their hearts. Black Zetsu doesn't have much fighting power now, and Uchiha Madara is extremely overdrawn. As his pupils continued to tremble, his breath began to become weaker and weaker. Just now, Uzumaki Naruto, at Chu Ran's suggestion, sent Uchiha Izumi back to where Hinata lived. At the same time, it is also clear what the purpose of Black Zetsu is. It is impossible to give Black Zetsu a chance to release Kagaya Otsutsuki. Time has been delayed for too long. He no longer wanted Uzumaki Naruto to get into such trouble at this time. Am I still going to fail? Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's pupils gradually lost their color, and his aura gradually dissipated. The Black Zetsu also began to shout hoarsely, and dozens of white Zetsu behind him even rushed toward Uzumaki Naruto. But the combat power of ordinary white Zetsu is too weak, and even Chunin may be reluctant. Uzumaki Naruto didn't even look back and just directly eliminated all the white Zetsus. Immortal technique, melting release, spiral shuriken. Uzumaki Naruto slowly raised his right hand and threw Black Zetsu into the air. The melting spiral shuriken with its four-tailed chakra directly overwhelmed Black Zetsu. If it were ordinary ninjutsu, it wouldn't be able to harm Black Zetsu, and it wouldn't be able to kill him at all. But it's different when it comes to senjutsu. In today's ninja world, it's impossible for anyone to be a more powerful senjutsu user than Uzumaki Naruto. Now, it's almost over. This kind of thing is no longer needed. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the huge chakra sacred tree in front of him, with a look of reminiscence in his eyes. For such a long time, he had begun to settle bit by bit because of the lies laid out by the Akatsuki organization. She knew very well that she definitely didn't have many good thoughts in her heart. He also hated the ninja coalition who were fighting hard, after taking care of the sacred tree. He also plans to get rid of those guys from the ninja alliance so that no one in this world can bother him or the people he cares about. 9 llamas, do you still have enough strength to lend it to me? Uzumaki Naruto breathed out a puff of white air and looked at the sacred tree in front of him, with a hint of pain in his eyes. But this pain is about to be relieved. Of course it's no problem, after the sacred tree is broken, all the tailed beasts will appear. However, I recommend that you clear out the ninja coalition. It's better to do it early, after all, the tailed beast after the sacred tree is not as easy to deal with as you think. And it is not that easy to destroy the sacred tree, which may make you unable to deal with the ninja coalition. Chu Ran certainly didn't want Uzumaki Naruto to destroy the sacred tree in front of him so easily. After all, after the sacred tree is destroyed, something very difficult will appear. That is the real Kyuubi. If Uzumaki Naruto is about to turn completely black, Kyuubi appears and tells everything. Even if Chu Ranka encountered a trouble, in order to avoid trouble, it was the wisest thing to let Uzumaki Naruto take the lead in dealing with the ninja coalition. After hearing Chu Ran's suggestion, Uzumaki Naruto also quickly listened to Chu Ran's suggestion. A layer of golden light lit up on his body, in the Six Paths Sage mode. The figure disappeared instantly, like a golden flash of light. When they appeared again, they had already arrived at the vanguard led by Wu Ying. After seeing Uzumaki Naruto coming, the countless white zetsus in front of them had a look of surprise on their faces. Tailed Beast Jade. A flash of cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and he raised several tailed beast jade in his right hand and appeared at the same time. Under the control of Uzumaki Naruto, they flew in different directions on both sides. Not only the White Zetsu army, but also the ninja coalition were also subjected to indiscriminate bombing by Uzumaki Naruto. None of this can be stopped by anyone. The strongest ninja in the world right now is Uzumaki Naruto. Everything must have a result today, whether it is these people or Uzumaki Naruto himself. After all the controls were fully displayed, Uzumaki Naruto's palms slowly raised. The tailed beast jade that was continuously released turned into mushroom clouds and exploded. Countless strong winds began to flicker and explode, and the screams of Baizetsu and various powerful ninjas continued to appear. And there were several more people in front of Uzumaki Naruto. They are the guards of other powerful shadow-level people, such as Raikage Guard Darui and others. Of course there is an old acquaintance of Naruto Uzumaki, that is Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I didn't expect you to be alive. And you, Gaara. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the familiar faces in front of him, and there was a smile on his face. It's just this smile that makes people feel a little scared. Some people even couldn't help but take a step back and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with some fear. Naruto, stop it. If this continues, there is really no turning back for you. Hatake Kakashi slowly took off his forehead protector, revealing the Manjiki Sharingan. Being ready for battle at the first moment, the former Uzumaki Naruto even killed Metkai who had activated the 8-gate armor. You know, this is something that even a shadow-level powerhouse cannot do. But Uzumaki Naruto did it, and after destroying Konoha village, he had the ability to escape. Are you Uzumaki Naruto? The nine-tailed Jinchuriki? Bring back Mr. Karabi. Be careful. Uzumaki Naruto is not an ordinary person, everyone pay attention. No matter whether it was the people of Kumogakure or Sand Hidden Village, they didn't know Uzumaki Naruto's strength after seeing him. But some people still warned him after knowing Uzumaki Naruto's strength. Chapter 159. After all, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he can show it no matter what. Uzumaki Naruto's strength is definitely not simple, and there are simply not many people who can defeat Uzumaki Naruto head-on. So the people who stood up directly at this time were all the stronger ones in the ninja coalition. But at this time, Uzumaki Naruto's face showed no trace of wavering. Just looking at Hatake Kakashi quietly in front of him, a burst of golden light ignited in each of his hands. Thunder release Black Spot Cha. Darui was the first to put his hands together and use his signature Black Thunder ninjutsu. A black lightning in the shape of a leopard flew out first towards Uzumaki Naruto. What followed was Gaara's funeral in a sandstorm, which turned into a piece of sand at the feet of Naruto Uzumaki. Really boring. A flash of cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and two big golden hands appeared behind him. They held each other tightly and hit the ground hard. Boom! The huge impact immediately dispersed Darui's thunder escape. By the way, the sand on the ground that was about to trap Uzumaki Naruto was directly repelled, and what was left was only the broken ground and the smoke and dust that continued to scatter. Darui's expression changed slightly, and Gaara immediately used gravel to lift himself into the air. Everyone knows that with Uzumaki Naruto's terrifying strength, close combat may not be a rational thing. And just when everyone thought so, a crisp thunder sounded. Kakashi Hatake rushed into the smoke with Raikiri. Nowadays, there is not much chakra left, and Kakashi Hatake has no extra chakra to use Kemui. And even if you use divine power, you may not be able to hit. It's better to get close and rely on the advantage of Sharingan to see if you can break through Naruto Uzumaki's tailed beast clothes first. But Hatake Kakashi underestimated Uzumaki Naruto too much, or underestimated the magic of magic. Before he could break through the smoke and reach the position in front of him, the figure of Kakashi Hatake appeared in Naruto Uzumaki's eyes. Tailed Beast Jade. Before Kakashi Hatake could reach his eyes, a tailed beast jade appeared in Naruto Uzumaki's hand. When the smoke was broken, Hatake Kakashi's pupils were obviously slightly shaken. Because the terrifying pressure of the tailed beast jade was already heading towards him. The Raikiri in his hand didn't even know whether to collide forward or run away immediately. Goodbye, Kakashi-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes showed a hint of recollection, he slowly closed his eyes and pressed the tailed beast Gamma forward. Every moment between the two of them kept flashing through Uzumaki Naruto's mind. It can be said that at first he thought that Kakashi Hatake was also a teacher for him. After all, he had concealed the fact that he could fly the Thunder God technique. But compared to Uzumaki Naruto's words, Hatake Kakashi loves Konoha more. He has always been a part of Konoha, someone who grew up in Konoha. No matter what, he would never betray Konoha in his heart, unlike Uzumaki Naruto. Hatake Kakashi believed that since he could not bring Uzumaki Naruto back to the right path, he could only execute Uzumaki Naruto himself. A huge explosion sounded at the moment Raikiri collided with the tailed beast. Uzumaki Naruto's figure instantly appeared in the air, avoiding the violent explosion. On the other side, Kakashi Hatake's figure had been completely submerged by the explosion. How can it be? Darui's expression suddenly changed when he saw Hatake Kakashi being eliminated so easily. Hatake Kakashi is considered the strongest among them, except Kazekage Gaara. I'm afraid there isn't much room for resistance from others. At this time, the strongest combat forces of Raikage and others have not yet fully arrived here. Ding! The blackening progress increases by 1. As the sound of the system sounded, a smile appeared on Chu Ran's face. He knew that after Uzumaki Naruto truly killed a person with whom he had established a bond, his degree of darkness would increase. This was already obvious, and Naruto Uzumaki's expression became even colder after killing Kakashi Hatake. Gaara. Uzumaki Naruto's figure flashed and he was already in front of Gaara. Without any hesitation, his right hand suddenly swung out, breaking countless gravels, and his right hand directly penetrated Gaara's chest. As blood spurted out, Gaara's pupils began to shrink suddenly. The figure also began to fall from a high altitude and hit the ground hard, losing the breath of life. Even Gaara Kazekage couldn't stop Uzumaki Naruto, and no one else had the chance or ability to stop Uzumaki Naruto. Whether it is Kumogakure, Kirigakure or the ninjas of Konoha village. Anyone in front of Uzumaki Naruto was completely killed by the sharp kunai in Uzumaki Naruto's hand. The power of the Kyuubi has been completely controlled by him. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto is comparable to Uchiha Madara. Subconsciously, Chu Ran was also feeling the increasing blackening value. Whether it's the 12 little strong or the ninjas who have done missions together. As long as it is someone whose name Uzumaki Naruto can call out, when Uzumaki Naruto actually kills him. That was the moment when his heart fell further into darkness. Uzumaki Naruto knew very well that there was no turning back and he could kill one person in one step. Until in front of Uzumaki Naruto, the Raikage AI, the Hokage Senju Tsunade, and the Tsuchikage Inoki appeared. When the 3 people appeared in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto also stopped. He stopped his killing and looked at the 3 people in front of him quietly. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 29:15. Soul, 18:48. Blackening progress, 99:58. Blackening points, 21,544. Blackened Mall, opened. Subconsciously, Chu Ran looked at the panel with a smile on his face. After all, in this case, he knew very well that these guys would not give Uzumaki Naruto a chance. Uzumaki Naruto doesn't need this opportunity, he just needs to continue to vent the hatred in his heart. But soon, the appearance of a person made Uzumaki Naruto slightly startled. That person was not anyone else, but Hinata who he had hidden in the dark before. At this time, he was standing next to Senju Tsunade. When he looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, Hinata had a hint of sadness in his eyes. Walking towards him slowly step by step, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't believe why he saw Hinata here. Hinata, why are you here? All this time, he didn't want Hinata to see him killing. Chapter 160. But now he has done all the evil things, all the killings that are impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. Everything has appeared in the hands of Uzumaki Naruto, and it is precisely because of this. Hinata's eyes were full of disappointment when she looked at Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, forget it. Isn't Sister Quan resurrected? Stop it, let's go back, and we won't show up in the ninja world again. Hinata slowly walked towards Uzumaki Naruto, with a soft color in her eyes. She knew that she couldn't change everything in front of her with her power. I also know how much pain Uzumaki Naruto endured before he chose to use all this to understand his grudges. Konoha was too damaging to him, precisely because of this. Only in his heart would he have such a terrifying sense of killing, whether it was Uzumaki Naruto or anyone else. We all know that this killing and this battle will never stop. Unless hatred can be eliminated, unless people on one side can disappear forever. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Uzumaki Naruto to stop. No, you don't. They will not let us go, they will always be thinking about our strength. You will be afraid of my power, you will be afraid of me, and then you will hurt me again. There was a look of disbelief in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. He clearly knew what kind of people Konoha was. And now, Konoha has said that it doesn't count. Naruto, be careful, I feel like something is wrong. Hinata shouldn't appear here, there might be a conspiracy. Chu Ran also felt that something was wrong at this time. Hinata should not be here. Perhaps there were some very important issues that made Hinata appear at this time. If possible, it was only Konoha's group. Kuro Lama, don't talk nonsense, Hinata can't possibly hurt me. Uzumaki Naruto was determined, he knew very well that Hinata would never betray him. But it was thoughts like this that caused certain deviations in his mind. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto took a few steps forward. But Chu Ran's words still did not dissipate in his heart. Instead, he instinctively looked at Hinata's right hand behind his back. Uzumaki Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra mode at this time had dissipated after seeing Hinata. When he saw Hinata's right hand slowly moving towards her back, Uzumaki Naruto's heart felt a sharp sting for some unknown reason. Naruto, it's okay. Tsunade-sama promised me that she would not hold us accountable, it is you who will end this war in disguise. Tsunade-sama said that she is willing to give us a place to live quietly. Hinata slowly moved forward, step by step until she came to Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto was also slightly startled. He did not expect Hinata to say the words he least wanted to hear. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's heart completely exploded. Before he could push Hinata away, he felt heat in his abdomen, and a transparent ball was placed in Uzumaki Naruto's abdomen by Hinata. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto felt as if something was being pulled out of his abdomen. Inside the round crystal ball was the Kyuubi, and Uzumaki Naruto could no longer feel the Kyuubi's chakra at this moment. 9 llamas. 9 llamas. No matter how Uzumaki Naruto called Kyuubi in his heart, Kyuubi never responded. In other words, Chu Ran deliberately did not respond to Uzumaki Naruto. Ding! The progress of blackening is complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the blackening process. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being able to replace Naruto Uzumaki's consciousness. Clear your consciousness. As the sound of the system sounded, a smile appeared on Chu Ran's face. This was the step he took for more than 10 years to finally drag Naruto Uzumaki into the abyss of hell step by step. Without him, Uzumaki Naruto might be the great hero of Konoha village and the entire ninja world at this time. But because of the appearance of Chu Ran, this hero has turned into the final villain and the most terrifying man in the world. Why? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes showed a trace of confusion, and his expression gradually became ferocious. From this moment on, he no longer had the power of the Kyuubi, and was surrounded by the ninja army at this moment. May have lost all power to resist, precisely because of this. Uzumaki Naruto would really feel full of hatred in his heart, and he had no intention of doing so at this time. I will still do these things on my own behalf at this moment. He looked at Hinata with disbelief. He didn't understand why the girl he once risked his life to rescue was acting like this. He didn't understand why he was betrayed all at once, he didn't understand. Obviously Hinata has also suffered betrayal from Konoha and torture from Konoha village. It was obvious that this woman was willing to die because of herself. Naruto, stop killing. Tsunade-sama said that she would let us live in one place safely. There is no need to kill so many people to settle grievances, we can forget about this. Hinata's eyes were constantly filled with tears, and her heart felt very painful when she looked at Naruto Uzumaki in front of her. She didn't know how to explain it, she only knew that she had indeed betrayed Uzumaki Naruto. It was at this moment that he completely betrayed Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone may not quite understand why she would do this. That's because when Uzumaki Naruto went out to capture the tailed beasts, a ninja from Konoha found her. Because of this, Tsunade was able to contact Hinata. There was also an agreement between the two that as long as Uzumaki Naruto stopped, he would hand over the 9 tails. Then Senju Tsunade will give the two of them a stable place to live. So, you betrayed me and took the Kyuubi away. Do you want me to be imprisoned by them for the rest of my life like a dog? Uzumaki Naruto's expression became more ferocious, after losing the power of the 9 tails at this moment. He also entered the Sage mode instantly, and several flying thunder god kunai appeared in his hands. He threw it directly towards the surrounding locations, and at the same time, the kunai in his hand also lit up with bright blue chakra. Step by step, he walked towards Hinata. When he looked at the person in front of him, he no longer had the love and tenderness he had before. Naruto. I'm sorry, I just don't want you to be overwhelmed by hatred forever. Hinata smiled slightly and closed her eyes. Chapter 161. He watched the terrifying chakra blade getting closer and closer to him. Hinata is not explaining, and it is possible that Uzumaki Naruto will never know Hinata's thoughts in this life. What he didn't know was that every night, Uzumaki Naruto looked alert when he slept. Those days of trembling with fear and being directly overwhelmed by hatred. It was the day she didn't want, it was the day she wanted to let Uzumaki Naruto return to the smile he once had. As long as there is a possibility of this smile appearing, Hinata will give it a try. But at this time, all he got in exchange was the cold wind escape chakra. The sharp chakra pierced Hinata's chest and came straight out of her back. Blood spurted out from the wound, and Uzumaki Naruto's eyes gradually became cold. At this moment, any emotion he had also disappeared. I won't change my inner thoughts because of anyone. I won't change the killing in my heart because of anything. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto had nothing else in his heart except killing. Kill him. Reikage AI glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and the crystal ball Hinata dropped aside. With a flash of his body, he rushed out first with the Linglai chakra shield. He was the first to come to Uzumaki Naruto. The sword was intended to hit Uzumaki Naruto's body, but it was quickly blocked by Uzumaki Naruto's wind-release chakra kunai. Chang! Two sharp chakras appeared in mid-air, making the sound of electric currents and wind blades scattering in all directions. Immortal technique wind-release spiral shuriken. Uzumaki Naruto put his right hand behind his back, and the spiral shuriken quickly condensed. When Reikage dodged, he was thrown directly into the crowd. Killing, now Uzumaki Naruto only has killing in his heart. Like a killing machine without any emotion, it rushes towards wherever there are many people. Coupled with the flexibility of the Flying Thunder God technique, Reikage AI and other shadows were unable to stop Uzumaki Naruto for a while. There were an army of tens of thousands of ninjas, but more than 1,000 people died in his hands in just a few minutes. The entire ground was soaked with blood, and the strong smell of blood continued to spread. But Uzumaki Naruto did not stop his killing, even though his body was soaked with the blood of unknown ninjas. But soon, Uzumaki Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique was blocked. Senju Tsunade and the members of the Konoha barrier class quickly established a ban on time and space ninjutsu. Uzumaki Naruto no longer has the Flying Thunder God technique, which means that he will lose to the Reikage in terms of speed. Coupled with the high-intensity chakra output that lasted for several minutes, he no longer reacted as quickly as before. In just an instant, the Reikage caught up with him. Thunder escape, thunder plow hot knife. Reikage AI was in the blind spot of Naruto Uzumaki's perspective, and hit Naruto Uzumaki's chest directly with his elbow. Reikage AI, who has the thunder escape chakra mode, has extremely strong speed. Coupled with the terrifying output of this blow and the superpower, Uzumaki Naruto's pupils trembled obviously. Even though he has magic chakra, his own defense is far inferior. A lot of blood immediately emerged from his mouth, and his entire consciousness felt as if it had been deprived of him. He was hit hard against the rocks behind him, but that was not the end yet. Senju Tsunade also quickly stepped forward, grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's head and continued to smash it on the rock. Boom! Under the huge power, Uzumaki Naruto's entire consciousness fell into darkness. Blood continued to flow from his forehead, and he slowly fell to the ground. Tsunade, what do you mean? I must take this kid back. Reikage AI glanced at Uzumaki Naruto with an unquestionable attitude in his tone. Uzumaki Naruto was also one of the people who participated in the hunt for Kurabi. And Kurabi's death is likely to be related to Uzumaki Naruto, so Reikage AI cannot let go. No problem, I'll leave it to you, Naruto Uzumaki. Anyway, we in Konoha only need Kyubi. Senju Tsunade nodded, then grabbed Uzumaki Naruto and threw him out. That way, it was like throwing a piece of garbage in front of Reikage AI. Senju Tsunade picked up the container that sealed the Nine Tails. After Uzumaki Naruto defected, she tried to find a way to find the Uzumaki clan members. She found a ninja tool that could temporarily suppress the Nine Tails. It was precisely because of this ninja tool that she found Hinata and chose to persuade Hinata. Because only Hyuga Hinata can use this ninja tool when Uzumaki Naruto has the lowest awareness of precautions. No problem, the distribution of other tailed beasts will be as mentioned before. Reikage AI nodded and asked the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village beside him to take Uzumaki Naruto down. As for the other 8-tailed beasts, the leaders of the 5 major countries came forward directly to start discussions. Subconsciously, Uzumaki Naruto slowly woke up. Lying in the position where Kyubi was imprisoned, his whole body was wrapped in water. Uzumaki Naruto also looked at the place where Kyubi was previously imprisoned. Just like what Chu Ran had said to him before, without Kyubi, he would be a waste. Even shadow-level experts are divided into strong and weak ones. A shadow-level powerhouse like him is nothing more than the lowest level. Without the Nine Tails chakra, Uzumaki Naruto is just an ordinary ninja, unable to defeat even Uchiha Sasuke. It's really embarrassing, I should be dying now. Uzumaki Naruto looked at everything around him with empty eyes, and at this moment he finally believed it. After believing what Chu Ran said, I began to regret in my heart, regretting that I should not trust anyone. But despite this, things have happened, and Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but reveal a self-deprecating smile on his face. Because this time, he completely knew where he went wrong. I also regret everything I have done, but even regret doesn't make much sense. Slowly, Uzumaki Naruto planned to close his eyes and accept it all. But at the last moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, which shocked him suddenly. Who are you? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Chu Ran in front of him, with a hint of confusion on his face. This should be the world deep in his heart, a place where only he and Kyubi can stay. Why would the man in front of me appear in such a place? And this person is Chu Ran, who showed up for the first time after living here for more than 10 years. Chapter 162. If it weren't for the man in front of me, he would still be smiling at himself. Perhaps Uzumaki Naruto would feel that he was hallucinating. But soon, he gave up this plan, and there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. In a flash, he stood up and came not far from Chu Ran. Who are you? Why are you here? Uzumaki Naruto's face immediately showed a look of solemnity, and he took out a kunai from his waist. But he didn't expect that this was in his subconscious, and even with weapons, he could use any power. But it had no effect in front of Chu Ran. My name is Chu Ran. You can also call me Uzumaki Naruto, you can also call me Kurama. After all, I helped you on behalf of Kyubi for a long time. Is this the way you should treat your benefactor? Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a mocking expression. This tone and words immediately made Uzumaki Naruto's eyes reveal a cold light. After all, it was the first time that the two people in front of them met, but the tone of Chu Ran's words was really weird. Who are you? The vigilance in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes became heavier, and at this time he was completely swallowed by darkness. There is no chance in my heart to trust anyone, and I also know that the person in front of me is definitely not an ordinary person. If he could, he would definitely kill the man in front of him directly. I told you, I am you. But you are not me, don't worry, I will help you live a good life in the future. Those who have hurt you, if I have the chance, I will help you deal with them. Chu Ran stretched his waist and had a sneer on his face. Without too much nonsense, he directly turned on the Nine Tails chakra mode. Only his face was different, and Uzumaki Naruto also had a look of surprise on his face. Suddenly I thought of the voice that has been in my heart since I was a child. And, during this period of time, the 9 lamas have provided every help and every inducement. It seemed like everything was done deliberately, as if everything was going according to the script. Why, as the 9-tailed llama, he knows so many things. Why, Kyubi would suddenly help him and fall into desperate situations every time. After losing consciousness, he still escaped from the entire predicament. Whether it was the time when Konoha was destroyed, or the time when Mizuki betrayed him and plotted against him at the beginning. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto fell into deep fear. Looking at Chu Ran in disbelief, the fear in his heart began to grow. It seems like you have guessed something. It's a lot of time anyway, so I don't care. The voice that suddenly appears in your heart all the time is not your intention, it is indeed me. Every time you are in trouble, I am here to help you solve the problem. But you probably haven't thought about why you are so lucky. Why do you have such a high talent? These things are all given to you by me. Now, I'm tired of playing this game because I've seen too much of your stupidity. Chu Ran twisted his neck, and his figure flashed in an instant, arriving in front of Uzumaki Naruto. He made a fist with his right hand and punched it hard, causing Uzumaki Naruto to fly backwards in an instant. In just a moment, Uzumaki Naruto felt as if he had been hit by a speeding car. The skeleton of his body seemed to fall apart in an instant, but he didn't wait for a reaction. Chu Ran stepped on his chest directly, and the force continued to increase. Blood also began to pour out of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth, just when Uzumaki Naruto felt that he was getting closer and closer to death. Countless golden chains flew in the direction of him and Chu Ran. The speed was so fast, and it also carried a cold light. Chu Ran didn't even look back. The Tao-seeking jade behind him formed a barrier and directly blocked it. The person who appeared at this time was none other than the chakra of Uzumaki Kushina that had been hidden in Uzumaki Naruto's body. But even if it does appear, so what, there is no way he can defeat Chu Ran. Mother. Uzumaki Naruto, who was stepped on the ground by Chu Ran, looked at the red-haired woman who suddenly appeared. A tear began to gather in his eyes. This was the first time he saw his mother in person. There was even some disbelief that his mother could appear at the same time. Naruto, I'm sorry. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of her, her eyes filled with guilt. But when he thought that his son was being stepped on, he rushed forward without any hesitation. As his figure continued to flicker, the golden chain behind his back began to move crazily. Not only did he block Chu Ran's escape position, he even attacked Chu Ran from a blind spot. It's really troublesome. Since people are dead, why not just stay in the underworld? Why do you have to come out to cause trouble? Chu Ran sighed softly, and controlled the repulsion with his right hand to fly all the chains away. Then he used gravity to directly control Uzumaki Kushina's body. Under the sweep of the two powers, Uzumaki Kushina had no way to move her body. Immortal technique Tailed Beast Jade. Chu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly, in front of Uzumaki Naruto. A tailed beast jade was condensed in his hand, and he threw it directly towards Uzumaki Kushina without any hesitation. Even though he has the purest bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, it is almost impossible to eat this tailed beast jade. What's more, this is just a little chakra left by Uzumaki Kushina. Just as a huge explosion sounded, Uzumaki Kushina's aura had completely dissipated. There was a huge roar, accompanied by the explosion of a mushroom cloud. The water waves all around began to churn, and Uzumaki Naruto instantly felt as if he had fallen into the center of an explosion. The whole person's consciousness also became blurred, and he didn't know how much time had passed. Only then did he feel that his consciousness began to return a little. But before Uzumaki Naruto could recover, he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. His chest was completely penetrated by a black stick. From now on, there will be no Uzumaki Naruto in this world. No, or Uzumaki Naruto has changed into a different person. Chu Ran's eyes became cold and heartless, eyes without any emotion. And Uzumaki Naruto's pupils were being swept away by fear bit by bit. Chapter 163. Without waiting for Uzumaki Naruto to reply or for Uzumaki Naruto to think, Chu Ran used the black rod to directly pierce Uzumaki Naruto's head. From then on, Uzumaki Naruto in the world will completely change. It is up to Chu Ran to take over all of this, and it is up to Chu Ran to put an end to all of these things. It looks like there will still be some tiring things happening next. A Kage-level ninja besides Gaara. It's really troublesome. This loser only managed to kill so many people. Chu Ran stretched his waist and said with some complaints. He has been in this subconscious mind for more than 10 years. Even if he goes out to be tired, many people are willing to do it. And Chu Ran also chose to take a look at the system panel before going out. After all, there are still 2 blackened treasure chests that have not been opened, and opening them is the most important thing at this time. Host, Chu Ran. Hosting character, Uzumaki Naruto. Physique, 3166. Soul, 2079. Blackening progress, 100,000. Blackening points, 24,544. Blackened Mall, opened. Seeing the 100 blackening progress, Chu Ran also directly opened the blackening treasure box. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the blackened treasure chest and obtaining the reincarnation eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the blackened treasure chest and obtaining the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. As the sound of the system sounded, Chu Ran's eyes also flashed with light. You know, nowadays, almost the entire ninja world, whether it is taijutsu, ninjutsu, blood stain limitation, or illusion, is concentrated on the strongest abilities. It is no exaggeration to say that based on Chu Ran's current strength, there is simply no one who will be Chu Ran's opponent, even if the forces of the Otsutsuki clan come in the future. It is impossible for them to be Chu Ran's opponent, but at this moment, to deal with the guys from the Otsutsuki clan, we might have to build our own team. It has always been too troublesome to do everything by myself. Thinking of this, Chu Ran had an idea of re-establishing the Shao organization in his heart. It seems that things are far from that simple. The corners of Chu Ran's mouth raised slightly, and then he looked at the situation beyond his subconscious. Outside, representatives from the 5 major countries directly began to discuss the distribution of tailed beasts. In the end, it was decided to distribute according to the previous situation. In Sand-Hidden Village of the Wind Country, even the Kazekage was killed in the battle, and also lost a lot of combat power in this battle. There is not much right to speak at all. It can be said that now only the Yunin village family is the dominant one. Konoha village and Iwagakure village were followed by Kirigakure, and Sunagakure village became the bottom ninja village. Finally, after deciding everything, they began to discuss how to destroy the sacred tree in front of them. Uchiha Madara's body will also be recovered by Konoha village. Not far away, Uzumaki Naruto, who had been unconscious and sealed, slowly opened his eyes. The ninja of Yunin village who was guarding the side glanced at Chu Ran and turned away. This is the sealing technique used by their Yunin village. Chu Ran now looks like a waste to them. Hey, the look in your eyes just now seems to make me very uncomfortable. Chu Ran's eyes flashed with light, and the seal on his body began to shatter suddenly. His right hand stretched out directly and severely restrained the neck of the ninja from Hidden Cloud village. This body finally truly belonged to him, and Chu Ran couldn't help but smile. After all, at this moment, there are simply not many people who can defeat him at the final moment. For the ninja world in front of him, Chu Ran didn't think that many different things would happen. Crack! With just a subconscious effort, Chu Ran crushed the neck of the ninja from Hidden Cloud village. Darui, who was not far away, rushed over immediately, but Chu Ran immediately used the reincarnation mode. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. A cold light flashed in Chu Ran's eyes, and he raised his right hand high. A golden light seemed to be a golden lightsaber. It flashed across the ground in an instant, completely covering the ground, and directly cut through the ninjas of Yunin village. Even Darui had died in this golden light. The shadow-level experts who were distressed by the sacred tree not far away also felt the explosion not far away. Several people quickly rushed directly towards the center of the explosion. The enemy was extremely jealous when they met. The moment Reikage AI saw Uzumaki Naruto could still move. He rushed directly in the direction of Chu Ran, so fast that he activated the Thunder Escape Chakra. There was no flaw at all, and the punch was about to hit Chu Ran's chest. But Chu Ran took it down easily, even though the blow was very powerful. The ground under Chu Ran's feet was also broken repeatedly, but at this moment there was no harm to him at all. You must have been too irritable. After all, your attack just now almost killed me. If that's the case, then I won't be polite to you anymore. 8 Gate Duinjiao. The 7th door. Shocking. Open. Chu Ran's whole body erupted with cold blue steam, and he slammed laying to the ground with his backhand. What followed was the attack of Senju Tsunade, with its terrifying strange power. Even Chu Ran didn't dare to fight directly now. He turned around to avoid it and then started a taijutsu competition with Senju Tsunade. After all, he is someone who relies on physical skills as his strongest attack method, and he is as good as Chu Ran in physical skills. Compared to Metkai, it is still a lot worse. Tailed Beast Jade. Knowing that he couldn't rely on physical skills to deal with Tsunade, Chu Ran immediately summoned 2 Tailed Beast Jade and threw them out. The speed was so fast that even Senju Tsunade could barely react and dodge with a teleportation technique. But the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village behind them were not so lucky. Along with the terrifying mushroom cloud, it is now difficult for anyone to survive in almost the entire Yunin village. When Laying AI saw this, he rushed towards Chu Ran regardless of his own injuries. And accompanied by a water dragon bullet, Chu Ran's figure flashed and left the place using the Thunder God's technique. When he reappeared, he was already behind Mizukage. The wind release Rasengan in his hand appeared directly and involved Mizukage. Earth release Gravity Rock. Anoki, the Tsuchikage who was standing next to him, saw the fate of Terumi Mizukage and immediately used Earth Release. But before the punch came, it was dissipated directly under the repulsive force controlled by Chu Ran. Anoki's expression also changed slightly, and his body flying in mid-air instantly felt a sudden increase in gravity. The body suddenly fell downwards in an instant. Chapter 164. Earth Escape can control gravity to float his body to achieve the effect of flying. But facing this real repulsion and gravity, Anoki seemed to be much worse. Chu Ran was controlled by Chu Ran in just a moment. The Mizukage Terumi Mei was completely trapped in the whirlpool of wind escape. Countless cold wind escape chakras began to sweep through his body. Although Terumi Mei herself has Kage-level strength, and is also a user of Bloodstain Limit. But faced with a force that far exceeded her strength, it was difficult to even defend. In the original work, the 5 shadows were once tortured and toyed with by Uchiha Madara. It is impossible for the current 5 shadows to be Chu Ran's opponent. Whether in the original work or now, Terumi Mei is the weakest Kage, and was killed by Chu Ran immediately. No one can stop Chu Ran at all, even a shadow-level expert can only hit him with one blow. Chen escaped the original realm peeling technique. Before Chu Ran could take the lead, a sharp white light lit up at the side. He immediately scattered Chu Ran's wind release Rasengan. Terumi Mei also appeared with a scarred appearance, but she still managed to breathe a sigh of relief after being rescued by Reikage. But if it is regarded as combat power, it is still far behind. Reikage AI also understood the current situation very well, and Senju Tsunade also came to restore Terumi Mei as soon as possible. A shadow-level combat power is obviously indispensable. If there is a lack of shadow-level combat power, it is likely to directly affect the subsequent battle situation. No need to do these meaningless things. No matter what you do, you cannot change the fact that you will be killed by me today. The reality is not as you think, the future will always be decided by my hands. A cold light appeared in Chu Ran's eyes, and his figure disappeared in just an instant. When he reappeared, he was already beside Anoki in midair. The wind-release chakra sword in his hand was slashed directly towards Anoki. Although Anoki reacted, he was old and frail after all, and it was impossible for his body to completely avoid it for a while. The right arm was completely chopped off by Chu Ran, and blood scattered in midair. At this time, Chu Ran also planned to continue and take Anoki's life. Upon seeing this, Reikage AI rushed directly into the sky. Thunder level. A sword with a sharp lightning strike struck directly downwards. At this moment, if an ordinary ninja were hit, he would definitely die immediately. But Chu Ran didn't panic at all, he just turned around and punched directly. With the increase in the 8 armor dungeon techniques, his punch even collided with Reikage AI's sword. Boom! The two powerful forces collided directly, making bursts of air explosions. Laying AI's pupils showed a look of pain, after he felt the power of this power. His face had obviously changed a lot, and there was no chance at all. His arm was directly paralyzed, and it was knocked away due to the huge force. Seeing this, Senju Tsunade could only stop the treatment and stepped forward to help Tsuchikage Anoki and Reikage AI. Nowadays, few people can participate in a battle of this level. The enemy they were facing was not ordinary people, but Chu Ran. It is an existence dozens of times more powerful than Uchiha Madara, and the most unsolvable existence in the entire ninja world. It not only has the powerful resilience of the Senju clan, but also has the terrifying chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. And the reincarnation eye, and the blood-stained limit of the most powerful illusion, including the power of the six-path sage. Everything is under his control, and no one can resist him. Any of his abilities are enough to make him reach the level of shadow level. What's more, with so many abilities gathered in one person, no one can directly resist. Damn it, how could this kid suddenly become so strong? It's obvious that I was even more vulnerable just now. Liaoying AI looked at Chu Ran, who was slowly falling in the air, and the look on his face became strange. He knew very well that the guy in front of him was beyond his imagination. There are only a few people who can directly suppress this terrifying strength. I am afraid that they will die here today. Obviously, without the presence of Kyubi, he is still so powerful. And these powers are more like powers we haven't seen before. Princess Tsunade, what do you think we should do at this time? Tsuchikage Anoki also came to the two of them at this time, his arm was still bleeding. But after all, he was a battle-experienced Kage, and his expression didn't change much at this moment. It was just that when he looked at Chu Ran, there was some instinctive fear in his eyes. No one can face up to Chu Ran at this time, and everyone knows it clearly. But Anoki still wanted to give it a try. After all, at this moment, he was the one who had lived the longest. If possible, Anoki would like to live for a few more years. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do, that guy doesn't even know when he learned the physical technique of 8 gates to Unja. If it doesn't work, we can only wait for his 8 armor-defying techniques to stop. Perhaps then we will be relatively able to fight him. Senju Tsunade's face also began to look ugly, and she had experienced successive battles at this time. Her physical strength also began to be a little weak, and her chakra was even insufficient to some extent. Even her appearance was starting to age a bit and she couldn't hold it anymore. But before the three of them could finish their discussion, Chu Ran came to Tsuchikage Anoki again. Without mercy, he directly used the kunai to pierce Anoki's chest. The terrifying speed prevented the other two people from reacting. When they reacted, Anoki was already dead. And Chu Ran also punched away Liaoying AI, who is a shadow-level strongman with the strongest physical body. When faced with the power of this punch, he even felt that the Eight Tails' power was somewhat inferior to Chu Ran's. The whole person even lost consciousness for a second or two while flying upside down. Senju Tsunade stood up reluctantly and looked at Chu Ran with an ugly expression. Uzumaki Naruto, turn back. I'm afraid it's still too late, otherwise you'll kill us. Can you resist an army of tens of thousands of ninjas? Senju Tsunade swallowed, although there was no fear in her eyes, she was faced with this overwhelming strength. Who wouldn't be afraid? It's almost impossible. Chapter 165. The aura of Chu Ran in front of her immediately frightened Senju Tsunade so much that she did not dare to act rashly. Her chakra was about to be depleted, and she had no extra energy left to dodge. It was under this situation alone that she really thought about the consequences of this matter. She had never understood why the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen treated Uzumaki Naruto as a human being. The Ninetales Jinchuriki itself is a kind of weapon. Only by adhering to this idea can the strongest power of the Jinchuriki be exerted. But it was obvious that Tsunade Senju had the wrong idea. It was precisely because of this mistake that she and other shadow-level experts faced this fate. What an interesting speech. I didn't think about what other people were thinking at all. If these are your last words, then this is the end. No, as for you, I will let you die in the end. Let you see how the ninja coalition disappeared. The corner of Chu Ran's mouth raised slightly, and the seeking jade behind him instantly turned into a black rod, directly piercing Senju Tsunade's limbs. Her own chakra is insufficient, and Senju Tsunade has no ability to resist. He was completely trapped in a passive situation, and his face became extremely ugly at this moment. Blood continued to flow out, and at this moment, he finally fell into trouble. Chu Ran, however, did not take the life of Senju Tsunade, but came to the vicinity of Reikage AI with just a teleportation technique. He took Laying Eye's life first and then activated the Fairy Fox mode. The appearance of a giant Ninetales caused fear to the ninja coalition present. After all, few people can face such super-powerful combat power without fear at such a time. Chu Ran's strength far exceeds the pinnacle of this ninja world. When the four shadow-level experts were basically half dead, his hands had begun to condense a large amount of magical chakra. As Senjutsu chakra condensed, giant spiral shurikens and dozens of tailed beast jade continued to condense. Under Chu Ran's full control, it fell downwards like a sudden rain. Boom! The constant sound of loud explosions drowned everything around him. Although the members of the Ninja Alliance were scattered in different places, the spread of the explosion was extremely terrifying. Tens of thousands of ninjas were swept away by this fierce explosion in an instant. Chu Ran didn't care about anyone's life or death, he was just helping Uzumaki Naruto vent his inner hatred for these people. The half-dead shadows were also caught in the heat wave of the explosion at this moment. The explosion and mushroom cloud lasted for more than 10 minutes before slowly dissipating. Everything below was swept away by smoke and dust, and Chu Ran couldn't feel how many people were still alive. The matter ends here. Next is the sacred tree. Chu Ran turned his head and looked at the sacred tree that was about to bloom. He condensed a spiral shuriken and slashed it directly. Earth Explosion Star. The moment the sacred tree fell, 9-tailed beasts also appeared. Under Chu Ran's control, all the chakra began to flow into his body crazily. At this moment, he can also be regarded as the overlord of the entire ninja world. Under his control, no one can be his opponent. The world was lying at his feet, completely submerged at this moment. Chu Ran looked at the deserted land around him, with a smile on his face. After dissipating all his strength, he disappeared with a blink of an eye. From now on, the entire ninja world can no longer be called a ninja world. Most of the ninjas have disappeared, and from now on there will no longer be wars between the 5 major countries. Because all the military forces of the major countries have completely dissipated today, with not a single trace left. And all of this was done by the legendary man. Even in later generations, he was called the strongest ninja, even surpassing the Sage of Six Paths. The end.